dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau bisa musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbang gitu ya.
Oke.
Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party.
익세.
맥시가 지가운다요.
Hey, come on, come on. 오케이. 나와. 게이다.
Tuh, kalau bisa musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbang gitu ya.
Oke.
Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
top up langsung dalam game
Tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan turis dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau bisa musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi kayak.
Oke.
Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live.
Satu tiket playoff sudah didapatkan oleh Bigetron Alpha, membuat pertarungan semakin sengit. Dan MPL Arena bersama dengan kita semua akan menjadi saksi perjuangan di hari terakhir MPL Indonesia Season 13. Selamat datang tentunya untuk para super fans yang sudah hadir di sini, yang ada di rumah juga, yang udah gak sabar untuk menyaksikan 3 match penutupan untuk minggu ini, di mana semua tim sedang berjuang untuk 5 tiket yang tersisa di babak playoff. Benar-benar setiap gamenya bisa merubah klasemen sementara. Begitu sengitnya season ini dan membuat begitu ramai semua khalayak untuk membicarakan pertarungan dari tiap tim-tim yang beradu di MPL. Acara ini tentu saja begitu meriah karena adanya dukungan para sponsor. Special thanks karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay, official gold partner UBS Gold. Dan juga ada partner ini sports kita, ada Dunia Games, Games Max, Ora Imo, Telkomsel. Bersama dengan supplier Indomaret, Point Coffee, Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus, dan juga Saturday. Last but not least, our government partner PBSI. Semuanya sudah menantikan seperti apa pembukaan dari hari ini. Akan mempertemukan 2 tim, namun sebelum kita lebih dalam membicarakan tentang Evos dan juga Dewa, kita akan melihat seperti apa klasemen sementara, dan spesial hari ini adalah akan ada playoff chance. Mari kita lihat bersama-sama berapa persen chance untuk babak playoff untuk tim kesayangan kalian. Dan kalau lagi dari klasemen sementara, kita melihat Bigetron Alpha yang sudah mengantongi poin kemenangan 10. Mereka udah punya 1 tiket pula. Tapi di belakangnya sudah ada yang membayang-bayangi, ada Onic yang sepertinya setelah lose streak 3 kali, mereka benar-benar comeback super stronger. Berada di top 2, namun Aura dan juga lainnya ini yang lagi mendebarkan bagaimana chance untuk babak playoff-nya. Inilah dia. Untuk Onic, 1 match saja bisa untuk mensecure 1 slot playoff, 1 tiket playoff. 1 kemenangan yang dibutuhkan oleh Onic. Dan membahas tentang Aura, Rebellion, RRQ dan juga Evos bersama dengan Geek Fam, mereka punya chance yang tidak begitu jauh, 70%-an. Membuat setiap match mereka tentu saja berarti ditambah dengan match dari tim-tim lainnya. Ini tergantung dari hasil pertarungan di minggu-minggu akhir ini. Namun untuk Alter Ego dan juga Dewa, mereka masih punya chance. Hanya saja 51%, berbeda jauh dengan tim-tim lainnya. Ini chance yang begitu besar, mungkin di season ini kita melihat betapa besarnya semua chance untuk tim-tim masuk ke dalam.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13!
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontop. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
In many cultures, the tigers symbolize power, strength, and courage. But will Evos' glory be able to personify that against divinity themselves as Dewa look to secure their rightful place in the playoffs? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to MPL ID Season 13, Week number 7, Day number 3. We will be accompanied today by me on the English broadcast, Eterna, alongside with Mirko and Arashi. But before we do begin, we do want to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Our official e-wallet is GoPay. Our official gold partner, UBS Gold. We also want to thank our partners in esports, Duny Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, Telkomsel, our suppliers, Inamart, Point Coffee, NeoQLED, Supersmart TV Plus, Saturdays, and of course, thank you so much to our government partner, PBSE. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with 3 matches to close this week, the last 3 weeks of the season, and things are getting more intense than ever. Beyond us, we have 3 best of 3s between Dewa, Evos, Alter Ego, Geek, and last but not least, we have the Royal Derby, leg number 2, between Onic and RRQ.
Big matches today, especially the last one, but even for Dewa versus Evos, Alter Ego versus Geek, the battle for playoffs still continue. There's a chance that the standings might flip again today. If Dewa, or actually if Evos get a dub, Geek Fam get a dub, and RRQ lose, we might see RRQ drop as low as 7th place.
Wow. Imagine such a dip here. But of course, in Season 13, it almost seems like it's a given. No one is really safe, and a shift of 2 or 3 places in the standings almost seems normalized at this point.
The clock is definitely ticking for all of these teams, and well, all the other teams aside from Bigatron, of course, as they have already 100% chance to playoffs. But beneath them, Onic need one more win to be able to secure their playoffs. Aura still, as well as Rebellion, with a 75% chance, followed by RRQ, Evos, and Geek, all standing at a 71% chance. Meanwhile, for Alter Ego as well as Dewa, things are not looking as confident for them. 51% only for them to secure their playoffs.
50%. Almost like it's a 50-50 at this point for them. They can or cannot make it. These few performances this week and next week will really decide their fate here. And with it being almost below 50%, I think now is where everyone's really feeling the pressure. So they can either really crumble under it, or they can use this as extra fuel, extra motivation, because they really need it right now.
Which is why for us casters and for you guys in the audience, it gets way more exciting to watch these matches. And we do need to talk about this. Evos rises from the nightmare while the bottom dweller sinks further. And these are the possibilities, the outcomes. If Evos wins 2-0 to Dewa United, they will be able to take 4th place, whether it's a 2-0 or 2-1, and it still will push Dewa United further down. But again, like Mirko mentioned earlier, there is a chance for RRQ to sink as well. But let's take a look at the official team lineup now for Dewa United. We have Dixon, Gary, Keys, Drian, as well as Watt. No changes so far for this particular team. Meanwhile, for Evos Glory, we have Fluffy, Annabelle, Glocken, Dreams, and Brands.
It really seems like both these teams have their main starting, their core lineup ready. That's great news for both organizations. But who will come out on top today? Who has the better synergy on today's match?
The path to success has been laid. The glory in their name very soon shall be the glory in their game. The team with a lot of promise and potential that has risen all the way from 9th place now to secure their 4th place position. It's time for Evos Glory!
Evos Glory. Previously, they were standing at a 4-time lose streak. With the shift in roster in the Evos Holy, they were able to break it. And back again, it was against Dewa too. So will they be able to find the same success, getting a victory 2-1 against Dewa, or perhaps can they find a cleaner one, going 2-0 straight from the get-go?
And next, the Dewas, who are at 9th place. The climb back to the top will need a miracle. They will need something that Evos Glory have been able to utilize. And what better way than to start their miracle run by going up against the Tigers, who have captured the same fate. Ladies and gentlemen, Dewa United Esports!
We have to see if they can have what it takes. They can muster all the courage, and today start a divine intervention to really stop Evos in their tracks and start their own recovery from this terrible slump that they're currently experiencing.
It's so unfortunate for some of these teams, right? Okay, maybe a different story for Evos Glory, but for Dewa United, when they started this season, they were looking strong, they were looking convincing. And as a team with a full Indo lineup, there was a lot of hope, there was a lot of support behind this particular team. I'm wondering if they can still come back from everything that they've experienced this season all throughout the weeks. Now in week number 7, more than ever, it is so vital for them to come back on top.
Of course, it will begin with Coach Strat G along with Cassius. We'll see what kind of strats they've been able to pull up, because there have been small shifts in the meta, but especially for Dewa and Evos, it's almost like they have their own signature style that hasn't really been compromised by the changes in the patches so far. Look at the team head-to-head right here. Evos actually has the higher KDA, higher DPM, and everything else actually is quite similar. But the Lord rate and team win rate, that's where it really shifts around. And with a lot of teams really letting go of the turtles here, I think the Lord rate becomes more important Because a lot of teams are settling into the idea that sometimes you can let go some of these earlier objectives as long as the massive macro tools, like the Lords, get secured by their team.
And for Dewa and Evos, they kind of have a similar style at the start of MPL ID, Season 13. Dewa wanted to go for these team fights, control neutral objectives, and the old roster technically had that same playstyle, but since the change, Evos Glory have been much more multidimensional.
Well, against it today is going to be Dewa, so the keys to victory for them is to explore Watt's hero in the gold lane when bringing a fighter. He can go for these unique picks that can throw a curveball, because right now, everyone is just expecting a massive late-game hyper carry in the hands of Watt or some huge playmaking hero. Going for something like a fighter or maybe even a mage can really surprise Evos and get him into a winning lane against Brands. Play nothing to lose and leverage the remaining Dewa matches. They are on the bottom. This is, a bad situation to be in, but at the same time, now, more than anything, you can just go and bring out all the cards, all the weird strats, because there's nothing more to lose. Keys to victory for Evos, though, is to late pick Clocken to counter Key's high ground hero. Find something suitable, something that can be used either against him in a 1v1 or that can function better to set up for his team. And leave Roger and start playing the Grr draft again.
What is this Grr draft? Can somebody explain?
Grr means ferocious, aggressive, and Evos Glory, they technically have been able to utilize that in these team fights, right? Evos are a team fighting team, this new holy lineup, but the way they take team fights is a bit more layered compared to the first Glory lineup where they just go in for the team fights and all in, technically. This team, especially with the X-Borg on Fluffy, they know exactly how to kite, how to bait out resources, and then how to re-engage when they have an advantage in the resource. And even from the last few matches, we've seen the advantages that they've been able to play out with just their macro as well. Clearing bottom lane when they don't have the advantage in these team fights and finding new ways to take the game over.
But the problem is, in the last few matches, we've seen that being their strong suit, but we've also seen them waver a lot, make a lot of mistakes. Even in their match against Alter Ego yesterday, they were able to lead the early to mid game so well, and eventually they made mistakes that were capitalized over by Alter Ego. That shouldn't have been an Alter Ego win.
I think mistakes right now with the teams just shaping up and being more proactively looking for opportunities to come back in the match. It's not only about getting a lead, it's also about controlling the game afterwards and ensuring that you can get the plays that you want, but your opponents can't really find any opportunities. And that's where the mind games do happen. When you can maybe leave openings for your team to try and make plays, but then bait your opponents into seeing opportunities that you can just capitalize to try and use as a bait almost to just lure them into a trap.
So what trap will be set by both of these teams as we're entering the drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Remember, there is a layer of flexibility between these two teams now. Yesterday, we saw the Carmilla being picked out by Evos as a roam and as a jungle, so we need to look out for that. But for Dewa, don't forget Drian and his flexibility as well. So Luo Yi, Chip, Angela, going to be the choice of ban from the gods. Meanwhile, the White Tigers have opted to take down the Harith as well as the Matilda.
If you take a look at the track record for Dewa United, a lot of teams have just respected a chip away from them, but Dewa this time are the ones to ban out the chip from Evos Glory, the team that is known to actually let the chip up so that they can pick up something like a Carmilla. They'll ban out the Florin, so it seems they don't want to try to prioritize that Roger gameplay, but for Dewa, Natan first pick has been one of the ways to start the drafts, especially for Watt in that gold.
And if they don't pick it up for Watt, there's a chance that Evos can pick it up for themselves. So now there's a double value situation here. But with them banning away the Luo Yi and the Chip, you really see, and the Angela, by the way, they really seem to be really against this global, this macro-heavy strategy. It might be because they want to go for something like a full contact 5-man dive composition and try and throw chaos into the mix, because if they do that, it's going to be harder for Evos to stabilize in the mid game, and just like that, they pick up a fighter. Fredrin potentially, most likely in the jungle.
Okay. Fredrin has been prioritized by Dewa United. And we do have a comment from Coach Strategy. It's okay if people say that we're all about brands. I think we still play as a team, and all of our players are strong. What do you think? Do you think all of their players are strong? Do you think it's okay to be brands-centric?
I don't even know where that came from. Brand-centric. I think with this lineup, I at least haven't been saying that. I've been saying that, you know, for this lineup, it does feel a bit more balanced. We saw Annabelle carry as well as Fluffy. We don't see Brands as the hyper carry like back in Season 11 and back when, you know, maybe it was the first lineup. So, yeah, I agree with him because I never really agreed with the statement against the team not being strong and only being Brand. I think that's an RRQ thing, you know?
Ooh. Well, I mean, I feel like being one player centric means that, okay, there's focus on that player. It doesn't mean everyone else just does nothing, right? The fact that his Evos right now, their members can distract, can carry on their own, can also make space for Brands to really carry. I feel like Brands is still the main thing that people fear from Evos, I think. But at the same time, everyone else can step up to the plate and make the game that much more disruptive so that Brands can find success. So I don't think that's a bad thing anyways.
And honestly, looking at the drafts now, I would kind of fear it. I mean, Natan on Brands already. Paired with the Arlet, we saw the Natan kind of falter when teams are able to push the tempo before the Natan reaches the power spike. We saw it happen to Skylar, of all people, on the Natan, and they didn't find success. So how will Dewa be able to draft in a way that they don't allow this Natan to reach that power spike?
Well, a good matchup in the gold lane and a good trio roaming combination in the mid jungle and roam. When you can do that, that's where you can have the pressure. When you have the pressure, then you can kind of, instead of just actively trying to deny Brands when he's walking into these dangerous areas or walking into lane to try and find farm, you can now just passively exert pressure around the map. And just because Brands will be playing for security to try and avoid these bad situations, that can kind of negate his farming speed in its own right.
It's all about PL now for Evos Glory. They picked up the Arlet, Natan, and the Barats. They want to try to protect Mr. President. So even though the comment was made by strategy, it seems now, because they got the Natan, why not? Why not try that brand-centric gameplay that we saw in Season 11 and that we saw early on in the season with Brands on these quote-unquote hyper carries? Claude, Natan, but the Annabelle Alpha definitely needs to be respected here, especially considering they have a tanky lineup with a Minotaur and also that Fredrin. But yeah, I agree with Rashi. If you want to try to dominate or shut down the Natan, you either win on the other side of the map and then bully the Natan after, or you get a good matchup here to go up against the Natan. It's still going to be tough, though, to go up against a Natan getting a good matchup, because the good matchups that we are thinking of, usually it's like the Brody, even the Moskov. That's all right, and both of them are very vulnerable to CC. So Ganks, not a fan of that.
So that's why maybe Evos opted to go for the ban on the Moskov, right? There's still a possibility that they go for something else, but they try to protect the Natan once again with the Yuzong being banned out. But fun fact, Dewa United might be feeling a little bit of trauma, a little bit of PTSD, because the last time they met, when Evos were able to win it 2-1, it was Annabelle on the Alpha where he was able to get a Maniac on it.
That was their debut, by the way.
Yeah.
The Holy Roster debut with Natko, I believe.
So that is something, of course, that needs to be respected. And like we're seeing right here, it seems to be a full team fight situation, and the Alpha can just be so annoying with the sustain, with the true damage. That's AoE, by the way, in the middle of those scramble. So banning it away will be a great move. And the Yuzong ban away is probably to protect the Natan, but it can also be a double value ban to try and protect potentially Clockwork on something high ground centric. They can just provide more crowd control, more deterrence, to ensure that even when Brands is zoned out somewhat, there's still going to be some damage output coming through.
The Rogers should be the best choice here to go up against a Natan. Very good in lane to bully the Natan, and again, they already have a very strong trio mid to secure these neutral objectives. So as long as that Natan gets neutralized, at least in the lane by Roger, until the trio mid can get an advantage, it'll be dope for them. But the export, good ban, taking it away from Fluffy. Definitely a hero that would find extreme value up against this tanky comp.
Especially when they're going to go and dance around the neutral objectives. Yeah, the export, it's just good AoE, also good ways to really look for information. But with now Vexana here, there's an extra layer of crowd control. We haven't seen it a lot in recent times, but against a short-range composition like Dewa has right now, with the Valentina also being somewhat mid to close range, going to be a very value pick to really help everyone really start a fight, and also perhaps, you know, go for those pickoffs, right? Remember, the grip, the Terrify from Vexana, that comes out really quick. It's a very wide skill that's hard to dodge away from.
Let's see how Dewa counter this. They go for the Claude in the gold lane as well as the Lapu Lapu.
Doubling down on the trio mid and going for neutral objectives, and instead of playing for strong lane, instead of trying to get a good matchup, they instead just go for kind of a similar pick to Natan. Someone that just wants to farm, get to the item power spikes, and then fight later. So Watt and Brands, we should be expecting a little bit of a bro lane here where both of them just bro it out and farm. They're farmers now.
Looks like they are.
Welcome to the rice fields.
Rice field gameplay from the gold lane is what we were expecting. But the final pick for Evos right here can really show again how they want to play this out. So far, it seems like they're going to be more reactive. Oh,
Franco?
It's going to be a Franco, never mind, not reactive. You're going to be the ones going for pickoffs more than a full-blown team fight. Can this work out, though, against so much AoE?
That's the question, but remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is Dreams' signature hero. He has wreaked havoc in the land of Dawn on the Franco.
You want to talk about that comment?
Whew.
From Oh My Venus.
Oh, what comment?
Well, Venus said that after seeing the Franco picked up by Evos Glory, I think in like their 2 matches ago, Venus said, "Man, I get nightmares whenever I see the Franco for Dreams because
was it
Venus
from
remembers ISF, those dark days of going up against Dreams on the Franco, where he actually changes his nickname from Dreams to the Nightmare."
Ooh.
Just like KSI.
That's terrifying. That's terrifying. That's a nightmare for Dewa United. Will they be able to handle it? Will they be able to wake up and find a success in this first game? Best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. The standings depend on it as we welcome you into the land of Dawn between Dewa United and Evos Glory. Game number 1. Let's go.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
In Toronto, I think it's going to be a bit more difficult. We have to see how this plays out. Early on, I think Evos has a lot more weight to throw around. But later on, if they go and engage on potentially, I think most likely the Minotaur, then the team can still dive in and provide crowd control, can stop the main engagement, and then the Minotaur can still use the Minion Fury. And the opposite is also true. The Minion Fury can be used as a counter-engage tool to zone everyone from following up on Dreams, making the play. But already, that's a great hook.
Yep.
He has the focusing mark as well, so that's going to be very, very heavy pick of strat. But for Brands and Watt, both still going for the tenacity, knowing it's going to be so difficult for both of them being targeted, having the attention from the rest of their opponents, and Keys and Clockun going for similar utility-heavy builds.
Wow, some more damage there. If Clockun anticipated the hook, Keys might have just fallen, but still, Flicker and Purify burnt out by Mr. Dream Man on the Franco, and he wants to go for more. Goes in for the gold crab, and successfully relieves off pressure from Brands.
That's a lot of aggression already, a lot of distractions coming through for Dreams, and this is something that we can anticipate later on as we get further and further into the mid-game. That level of pressure that Dewa United need to always be aware of, and the problem is Watt only has 1 Purify, meaning that the hooks can land in, especially when the cooldowns go down. See, just that can already make people sweat.
But I mean, it's happy feet coming in from Watt. And I mean, the same thing can be said for Brands. Both these players are just so good at positioning due to how often they're put in these vulnerable gold laners. Looking at the early game, though, it seems like Anvil does have a bit of an edge. He was being backed up by Fluffy to go in, but Dewa are the ones making the first move towards the turtle.
Yeah, with the Bravest Fighter instantly, but Adetson is welcome to respond it over Drian. That's a flicker forward, and Minions Fury, and now it's going to be the CC overload towards the back. Fluffy, though, finds a good final slash now to Drian. One last hit, finds it. Gary with a taunt onto Fluffy. Cage with a splash of damage. That's a trade 2 for 2 for now. Both teams with a big Eternal Guard still available, but Dewa seems like they have won out of this resource battle, the long battle. Gary now on the turtle. Dreams looking for an angle to perhaps go for a trade, a hook, but Gary just pops out Appraiser's Wrath and the Retry and secures it. No, he actually doesn't use the Retry, just a clean Appraiser's Wrath.
But ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing a technical pause. But finally, we do get to hear a breakdown of this recap into the early game from the first turtle. What happened there?
I think Dewa did a great job being proactive there. They had the control. They're the ones who actually engaged in that fight as well. And they have a lot more burst damage in the early game from that Lapu Lapu. And as we predicted for just a bit, it seems like Evos tried to throw back some damage, but unfortunately they were unable to really get a clean pick-off. So the members from Dewa, even though some do fall, they were able to get most of their spells out. And I do feel like the main difference there was the mid lane. The fact that the Vexana has spells on a longer cooldown that's less spammable, whereas Keys on the Valentina, you can go in a bit more aggressively, go for a bit more AoE and a bit more damage because you do dash multiple times, dealing that extra bit of damage. And he is able to steal away the Eternal Guard as well. So even that early game extra body advantage that Evos have at their disposal was also equalized by Keys. So I feel like that was the main deciding factor.
I think, by the way, Natan Brands decided to go for a weakness finder over the usual QC this game.
He wants to be a bit more aggressive in a way, and I think he feels like the cover from his team is going to be enough. So considering that they're going to be playing for more pickoffs, the weakness finder has extra value there because they're trying to be aggressive here instead of actually kiting away from the whole roster of Dewa. So even if he doesn't really have an extra boost of movement speed, it's not like the Barats or the Arlet is going to outrun him in moving backwards away from the opposition.
With that now for Dewa, I think it's still kind of the way that we expected it to go through, right? The first 2 minutes of the game where Dewa have set themselves up for that amazing trio mid to win out in these neutral objective battles, and for Evos it's been mostly playing around the gold lane, giving pressure to Brands, but Brands has broken the pact. It's no longer a bro lane when you bring other bros, bro. That's unfair, man. It became it's no longer rice fields, it's a war field now. It's a
like
war zone.
A war field.
It's like that Indo saying.
What?
Kukira by one.
Ternyata bawa kawan.
Yeah.
Yes, it means, I thought it was a 1v1, but you brought your bro.
Yeah, it's supposed to rhyme, that's why it's like a thing, but like...
It doesn't rhyme in English, but,
yeah.
But you get it, you get it.
You guys get it. You guys are understanding. But I understand that. Are we going to see Mr. Danang?
Yes, sir.
Bring us back into the land of dawn. He's going to shoot the shot.
Boom.
He's going to push us back into the game. And in the game we go. 3 minutes has elapsed so far. But again, Dewa United and Evos, despite the fact that Dewa were able to get that neutral objective earlier on under the nose of Evos, the gold difference isn't that distinct.
It's only a very minimal amount right here. As we have a talent prediction by Samsung Galaxy S24 series, where the vast majority of casters go for Evos, but on the Indonesian desk, 2 votes for Dewa United. And Lim Kochul voting for Evos. That's the interesting one.
Why?
He always goes Dewa usually.
Yes, he's the known Dewa supporter.
Is he trying to follow your footsteps?
Ooh.
With a
The
mirror
curse.
curse?
Oh,
The curse
I've never heard of a
footsteps.
limb curse, but it will technically has a good ring on to it, right? Because it's LK Lim Kochul. It could be limb curse instead.
Lim Kutuk.
Lim Kutuk.
Oh.
Well, we'll have to bring it up to him later on. But for now, looks like Dewa still has full control. Since Evos are relying more on the pickup on long distance, like the Iron Hook and the grip here, you can see that they are just more hesitant to just walk into a big fight. Dewa has a better combo. So using that, Dewa are able to really muscle away Evos from those situations. But this is where Evos need to get creative. They have to send the roamer multiple areas in order for Dewa to just keep guessing, okay, are Evos grouping up together for a pickoff here? Is it a 2v1, bring your bro to a 1v1 type deal for Evos? That is where Evos have to be a bit more dynamic.
All right then. Fluffy, final slash, 2-man, Dexter's welcome instantly. On to Dixon, and he gets deleted by the Eternal Guard now. Eminence Fury onto the back, Adafel looking for a rectory right now, doesn't get it just yet. Gary secures it now, knocks him up. One last shot is all they need. Gary chasing him down, Clockman trying to prevent that from happening. Cancels out the dash. Very well played by Clockman to save his Dynaman. But in the bottom lane, wow. Watt again forced to purify and forced back.
But it was a unfortunate trade, honestly, for Evos. I think they were banking on the fact that they could shut down Watt in the bottom lane, but Watt was still able to negate that pressure, to negate that pickoff, and here it looks like Dreams is going to be punished instead.
Well, it might be actually a re-engage. Goes for the Iron Hook, doesn't get it, and Dewa and Evos both back away.
Again, still marginal differences in the gold, but if you look at the gold in there, Bronze definitely has a bit of an edge, only by 100 gold, but that is with the impact that Dreams has had roaming down there, technically kind of babysitting him in that lane. Whereas for Watt, despite all the pressure, he's still keeping up in gold. Overall, has to be, the situation must look better for Dewa here, who are doing exactly everything they need to try and get some control in the early game, but still make sure that their late game carry can still farm through towards that mid to late side of the game. But you have to remember that later on, compared to the Claw, the Natan is going to be harder to deal with due to the true damage, the magic, the hybrid mix of damage, whereas for people going up against Watt, they can just go for physical defense and call it a day.
Looks like Dewa United are looking for a pick onto Bronze. Let's see if they're able to get it. He actually gets pushed back, brought back, and they aren't able to find Bronze, but they're able to push them back far enough to be able to get that tower in the bottom side, but it gets immediately traded back by Fluffy in the top lane.
Oh, Dreams all alone caught now. Oh, still able to flicker out Dreams. Wow, okay. Gets out to safety, and it's an equal trade despite Dewa sending 5 members down below.
They are just trying to force Evos into these fights and try and start to snowball. But unfortunately, the trading, the macro play from Evos has been so good so far. But look at this now, with the turtle being hit, with some more items available, Evos has a lot more pick-off threat compared to previously.
Stolen Eternal Guard by Kaze on the IMU. Fluffy's still looking for an angle right now. The bloody hunt connects there. On towards the back, not able to find it completely though, and that's Annabelle deleted in the back as well, placing Duet as Gary secures a 3rd turtle in this game. Brands, not enough damage to really threaten any of these frontliners, not just yet.
Annabelle gets taken down at the price of the neutral objective. It looks like Dreams wanted to go in for a pick onto Gary, but Gary's still able to dodge away from it. Earlier on, it was both of the gold laners finally participating in the neutral objective take, with Brands picking up the Starlium Scythe and Watt picking up the Golden Staff. It was more ready, but wait a minute.
Oh, a good hook. Claw couldn't miss it. The Eternal Guard though, and that might prove to be very costly. Gary gets out! A big blunder from Claw, the Eternal Guard to the back. And Dewa get a massive win.
That could have been such a valuable moment for Evos right there to get a kill in exchange. Some more jungle pressure due to taking out Annabelle. But unfortunately, it did not come through. Now Dewa, with the extra tower taken on the top side, they're pulling further away in the gold lead. Only 1.4k. But only a bit is required, especially in this mid-game where we were talking again about all the combos available to Dewa. The fact that they have so much more AoE, so much more ways to dive into the backline to zone Clockland and Bronze away from a big fight. They're going to be looking to just stick together right here. But Evos, they're already springing up a trap, assuming that there's going to be some attempt to clear the waves coming in from Dewa.
Who are they expecting though? Doesn't look like they're expecting anyone. It looks like Watt is in the top side. They go in for a trade. Bronze going to be able to get that tower as well, but traded back by Watt. Can Fluffy defend the turret? I don't think he can.
Nope. They're looking for a possible chase though. Fluffy's still chasing over the wave there. But they give it all to Brands here.
That's a good moment there for Dewa to go for to actually be able to take the turret first of all, but taking the turret away right before the Lord spawns here, this means that there's going to be a lot more time and space for that minion wave to really build up, and it's going to threaten not the second turret on the top side, but the base turret. Now there's going to be more pressure exerted towards Evos there for them to try and manage that wave and keep it under control. Bronze is showing the right down though, so Dewa, they can just force a fight right here without any gold intervention.
Yeah, Watt is online. He can already join the team fights. Meanwhile, Brands, I don't think he can. Free Lord over to Dewa. And not even a hook from Dreams. Oh, Fluffy still decides to go in. 2-man final slash. But Rian, oh, with a flicker forward, Brad's going to be CC duty right now, and they actually go in for Fluffy in the back. It's traded on for Drian. It's not the way to do it. Comes into the back as well, and the appraiser's right from Gary. Comes out, Kaze executes Annabelle. 2-for-1 trade as the Lord gets taken by Dewa.
That felt a little greedy from Evos. Honestly, they did and were able to get Dreon off the board, but they had to lose Annabelle and Fluffy for it. Fluffy, on his debut pick Arlet, not doing the greatest of impact so far. But let's take a look at the items.
Divine Glaive is ready for Brian, so he's going to do a lot of damage in the middle of these fights. He's not far ahead in gold, though, compared to Watt, who already has the 3 main components for his power spike, but no Wind of Nature, so that is something that can still be abused in these fights for now. But with 2 members down, Evos are trying to stop this Lord push, but they are getting a lot of value.
Yeah. Clockwork's just been throwing out these Eternal Guards, by the way. It almost seems like it's kind of random at times.
You should probably maybe calculate a bit more the placement, and of course, when he needs a crowd control, because at this point, without a lot of combos available to Evos, to stop Dewa from just going all in on a fight when Dreams gets a hook, Clockwork is going to have a lot of responsibility in deterring just that random all-in coming in from Dewa. And to make things worse right now, Dewa also has a Flash of the Oasis completed in the hands of Drian. So if you think that the fights have been one-sided in a 5v5 brawl for the side of Dewa, it's going to get even more difficult right here until a lot later, where the true damage shred coming through from Brands will be enough to really kind of equalize and burst through most of that.
What are we waiting for Brands? Are we waiting on the Holy Crystal? Is that enough to become ready or online in these team fights? Is that what Evos is waiting for?
I think with the Holy Crystal, he'll definitely have a huge spike in DPS, but also in burst and in technically poke damage as well. So with that, there's even more pressure he can do in the fights. If he's baiting, a bit of a aggressive move forwards, then they will have a lot more to think about because they don't want to get poked down that easily by Brands with more items and more damage. So that, I think, will be a big swing in momentum. But of course, they have to remember that once that time does come, it means that Dewa will also have a lot more eyes on Brands as a target, right? We already talked about this. There's a lot more ways for them to really target the backline, Watt included, with the Claude and the Blazing Duet.
And I think that's maybe where Clocken comes in, right? With the Eternal Guard and so on and so forth. The fact that they can be able to try and peel and try to bait maybe the resources from Dewa United when these team fights occur, or they just bank on Dreams getting a pick off. But even then, even if they do get a pick, a great pick, there is still possibility for Dewa United to utilize their resources to turn things around. So what is the best course of action for Evos if they want to come back into the game, seeing as they're already at a 4K deficit?
I think for Evos, they have to really try and get a good fight in and a proper pick-off. They have enough damage technically right now to actually burst someone down, but look at how fast they're bursting the Lord down, Dewa.
That's what is welcome onto Dixon with that Bravest Fighter. That's the Lord taken for free. Now Midas Fury, not yet popped in, but Annabelle will just be taken out without it even. Case gets a Divine Glaive. Gary with the Appraiser's Wrath to the back. But now it's just another objective secured by Dewa.
Well, right now the Holy Crystal was just now completed for Brands on the Natan. But with the Lord already marching down the mid lane right here, Evos, they gotta be a bit more careful in the positioning, man. They can't really walk up without without having made the decision to really go in and commit to a fight, because they can't really walk backwards. The fact that Annabelle was left alone so far away is just inevitable. And now with the Lord coming through, we'll see if Evos can defend. They do have high ground.
This is the advantage of having a Natan. You clear it
Oh!
so fast. Not even a charge to the base turret was given to the Lord. Dewa, I think that might have been a Lord disadvantage with how much gold and resource technically Evos were able to get.
Now you see the Lord, now you don't. What in the world? Dewa now gonna go for a reset, ladies and gentlemen. Despite them having this lead, with Brands already securing his integral items, the components, the important ones, he should have the impact that Evos have been waiting for this entire time. And I do believe if they can fix the disconnect that we saw earlier in the team fight before the Lord take, it will be a little bit more difficult for Dewa United to win out these team fights flat out.
And in a team fight, there's already a negative Durance built up by Clockun on the Vexana, by the way. The Eternal Guard will be applying that again and again. And he has a Divine Glaive. So his burst damage output was delayed already, but now it has been compensated. But Fluffy jumped on for just a bit.
Did Dixon get the Malefic Roar?
Yeah.
Was that right?
Yeah, Hunter Strike and the Melfic Roar.
Along with the Dominance Eyes and the Radiant Armor, so he's still... His role here isn't to be a front line at all. He is committed to just going all the way in the back line. But of course, that relies on his team just getting a proper fight going in the first place. I think the main question here is who's going to really be the main engage tool for the side of Dewa? Because Dixon, Gary, and Drian can all serve that purpose. Ideally, it's going to be Drian, but of course, you do want to save some value from that Minion's Fury because it just comes out so much slower, right? And in a fight, it also has extra value in threatening the members of Evos to move backwards in the middle of a intense fight.
I mean, technically, maybe they're just banking on an initiation from Evos. We saw what Coffee did on the Arlet, and he was caught out alone, and then Dewa were able to commit onto Fluffy, making it a 4v5. So maybe that's the idea that they're going for. Meanwhile, Dixon goes in for the assassin play onto Bronze. I mean, that's what we're seeing from their build paths and their build items.
That's a fair idea. Because, you know, Dewa has more dive, but Evos technically have more frontline, right? The fact that they have a Barat and also Dreams and Fluffy, technically they are 3 big tanks. Look at this play though. Ooh.
Oh! Drake fights Case, instantly cancelled by Drian as he flickers forward to knock up Fluffy all alone now and will be taken out by Case. Not in the midst of it all, Jetson welcome. Finding Watt actually, Case! In the back getting an amazing displacement, and now it's Braz who gets taken down. Dewa take away 3 members for free. 17 minutes in, knocking on the base. Only Clock, Kun, and Dreams left to defend. 1 cannon minion and a Dream. Another minion wave for Evos. It's good Iron Hook for the cannon minion, but Clockwood gets dove on. The turret, will it get rid of that cannon minion? No, they take the aggro away from the minion, and now it's going to be him taken out. A complete wipeout for Dewa United. And they tank it up. The cannon minion will not die, and they will secure game number 1.
Hell hath no fury like the son of God scorned. What a convincing win for game number 1 by Dewa United. Looking to slowly creep back up, slowly get out of the red zone, slowly keep their dream alive here. But again, right? I mean, that's what they were banking on. They were banking on the fact that Evos wanted to look for an initiation, and the counter play was so brilliant. The way that they stacked all their resources, the way they stacked all their ultimates, the fact that Keys was able to utilize his IMU so well as well in the backline was just the cherry on top. Wow.
Everyone was thinking that Evos on the winning streak, on such a good recovery path, was gonna simply stomp out Dewa. But Dewa show again that they are no pushovers, and with the right situations, they have what it takes to just bring out the best in them and get the best out of Evos. Everyone in that game, man, the game plan looked solid, the draft was a lot more solid as well. Any single issue in that game had a solution, and even though they were up against the Notorious, the Nightmare, the Franco and Hands of Dreams, they were able to just completely negate that pick of threat and just force Evos into messy fights again and again and completely dominate them.
You will usually expect the Franco, especially in that kind of position, when you land a hook, to use the flicker with it, right? To get a bit more of space so that the other members can follow up. But
yeah,
for some reason, Dreams there, I guess he just didn't anticipate the fact that Drian was around. So he thought, okay, I got a hook. I'm just going to bloody hunt him, and we're going to get this pick for free. But turns out Drian, very, very aware. We know this guy to be very aware. And if you don't, utilize your advantages, Drian will come for you on that Minotaur.
He will.
Just smacks the hammer and you get knocked up. Bloody hunt, what?
There it
More
is.
like bloody done.
Bloody done.
Whoa!
Well,
the counter engage was so special, man.
Yeah.
Like,
for sure.
He was like Dreams. He's always so good on the Franco. He always finds the picks. He's a force to be reckoned with, but in the eyes of Drian on the Minotaur, it meant absolutely nothing. And here, he deserves the player of the game for game number 1. Congratulations, Mr. Drian. Durian.
Durian?
Durian.
Durian?
Durian?
Durian. Oh, I love Durian.
Durian too, man.
Well, he sure stings in that game with good AoE, but you can see that from the beginning, his game plan was so clear. Firmness and tenacity with concussive blast, He's not looking for more ways to go around and help his team. He knows that he's all in, being a front line, being a utility tool for the team in the big fights. And as long as he doesn't get bursted down before he can get any of his spells off, he knows he can have a lot more value. And in those fights, the counter engage was there, the flicker engage with the Minion Fury was there as well. Let's take a look at the player of the game highlights from our official gold partner, UBS Gold. Early on, like we said, the Minion Fury was just so beneficial in just ensuring that they have more ways to just push forward. But look at his fight though. The fact that Keys was left relatively alone, his damage output compared to Clockin in that fight was just so different. And every time, the stolen Eternal Guard was also a massive problem for the side of Evos to try and deal with, especially because it does block the Iron Hook.
All throughout the game, I think it was just well played for Dewa, right? I mean, they secured a very solid trio mid. They have so much more pressure in the neutral objective department, and they just double down with the Lapu Lapu. And this is what you can get. This is what you can expect from these team fights. Watt on that weak side as well, farmed so well, and was active way faster compared to Brands.
Who was that play, man? The fact that Dream just wasn't expecting all that to happen. Fortunately there, everything just fell into chaos because everyone's trying to pull back as fast as possible. Look at Keys though.
Yeah.
Oh man, what a final slash stole with the IMU. That really forced Evos to lock in into that fight. They were still moving back and forth, thinking about if there's any way to save this. And even afterwards, landing that Eternal Guard immediately on Clocken, making sure that there's no damage coming through to this minion. It survived with a sliver of HP. It took some damage from the top side base turret, but they tanked the crystal to ensure that the game was over right there and there. They're just looking as sharp as ever, Dewa.
It's good to see.
Razor sharp.
It's good to see. It's good to see. It's good to see them finally looking like they found the form. 17 minutes was the amount of time that they needed to secure that victory, but the entire game, Evos Glory, it looked like they were lagging behind. They had to follow the tempo even if they wanted to go for initiative play. Like there was at one point when they kind of allowed the turtle. It was like, okay, we'll give you the turtle, Dewa, but we want to get a kill onto Watt to at least hinder his farming. But even that wasn't possible, so it was very unfortunate to see for Evos Glory, despite them being able to get their comfort heroes. Now, Arlet on Fluffy. How effective was that?
I feel like there were great moments where he was able to have a lot of impact, do some damage, be survivable. But I think the issue here is the fact that they're going for a Franco, right? It's not a team fight hero, Franco, it's a pick-off hero. And with Evos Glory not having anyone, they can really dictate map pressure. They can push out a side wave safely with an escape tool. That means that Evos, that's part of why they were just forced to match Dewa United Esports. Because Dewa are the ones moving around, controlling the waves, sticking S5, and Evos are just waiting around near the river, just trying to find information, like who can we pick off? Where is everyone? If I get a hook onto anyone from the side of Dewa, is Drian nearby? Is he gonna flicker and go in with the Minion Fury? Right, that's part of what you're talking about as well, Mirko. The fact that Evos has no real control on how Dewa United were gonna move around the map is what makes them so reactive and why they were so late to a lot of setups and as well as a lot of moves in these big team fights. No neutral objectives given at all. We know that this is usually the case when there's a Minotaur in the picture, but once again, we're seeing it later into the season. Minotaur in, 0 turtles and lords for the side of Evos Glory.
Yeah, I mean, I have a really different opinion to Fluffy on the Arlet. I think he was completely useless this game. I think it's still one of the problems for Fluffy. He's very comfortable on heroes like the X-Borg, heroes that can go back and forth, kite really well. But when you give him heroes that want to all in, he really just struggles. On this Arlet, I think it was very evident. Missed final slashes, disconnected from the team completely, even when he lands those final slashes all alone. So yeah, still playing the XPs that he gets now, like the X-Borg, where you can actually afford to be in the front, you can actually afford to overextend a bit. And yeah, I wasn't convinced at all by Fluffy's performance here.
That's why it looked like Evos, like their gameplay was so disconnected.
I mean, it sure seems like it, especially when the rest... See, Evos, I think, really benefit from some mobility. The part of why they're so good in a team fight is they can dictate how they want to move, right? Backwards, forwards. If you see the fights happening in this game, a lot of times, you know, Annabelle gets chunked down and he has to be left alone. Same can be said for Fluffy. There's not a lot of ways for them to really escape from these situations. Whereas usually we see, if Dreams, for instance, is on a hero like a Mathilda, you really see the best out of Evos when they can really dictate that movement, that tempo in those fights.
So tempo, right? Brand's TP 25%, and he opted for a different emblem. He opted for Weakness Finder. Do we like the Weakness Finder on a Natan?
I think it can work, personally, for me, because even in my ranked games, I actually use Weakness Finder over Quantum Charge. That is the staple in MPL ID. But the way that Brands played the Natan as well, it just felt like he was playing a Claude. You know, he was actually also trying to participate in these team fights where I think he should have just stayed in the side lane, farm up. You have to be very selfish, actually, not selfless. You have to be very selfish to play this Natan. And I think Brands is a bit too selfless for that, right? Because he was trying to help his teammates where he shouldn't. This is your game. You are Mr. President here. You're the main character. Embrace it on the Natan. And unfortunately, he got to his item power spikes a bit late. And I think that costed the game, technically, because the snowball was then just too big for Dewa.
I gotta agree. I mean, I thought that it has value, but in this game, he wasn't able to do a lot in those team fights because the team overall wasn't allowed to do a lot in the team fights. It wasn't just Brands, right? Everyone else were also struggling to really find a moment, find a gap in the defense, in the wall of Dewa, but it just wasn't available. So maybe with a different composition, it might just work.
Sorry, I think I'm getting a call.
Who's
Hello?
it from? Is it possibly a roamer?
Oh, I'm just casting right now. What am I using? Oh, I'm using the Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Why? Oh, you want to buy one too? Oh, you want to know the specs? Okay. Okay, so the cool thing about this phone now is that it has like this AI feature. So if you're talking to me in Tagalog, I can actually like interpret it like as soon as possible. So we can understand each other. Yeah, exactly.
Someone's talking about Tagalog.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you buy it now, you guys can actually get a cashback promo of 3 million rupiahs and a 40% discount. Right? Yeah.
Discount.
Wait, I think I have to go back to work. Yeah, but like Samsung Galaxy S24 series, it's the way to go. Yeah, okay. Oh, you're scrimming right now. Okay. I'll see you later.
Scrimming.
So pro player.
Bye.
He speaks Tagalog.
I love you too.
Right.
Let's auto deduct here.
Sorry, guys.
So it's Beloyski. Has to be.
Huh?
Right?
What?
Well, put who you think it is in the comments. But man, you were saying it's an AI.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's been so helpful for me, especially if you want to talk to somebody that has like, you know, a different mother language, different mother tongue.
Mother tongue.
Yeah, it makes things so much simpler.
When did you transition into a telemarketer? Because that was smooth.
Okay.
I was thinking I was gonna buy it right there, just listening to this.
Yeah, because
he already
like
bought it. He just doesn't know. Like his other self has already bought the phone.
Right. I'm like, man, this is so good. I feel like I need one more.
He needs two.
That's a great sales pitch.
So one for his like personal, personal chats, etc., and the other one for business.
Or, yeah.
Because he means business, and if you guys mean business as well, check Samsung.com/IDL. Epic, just like that with Samsung Galaxy S24 series. You guys can understand everything. Me personally, my girlfriend from Korea, Honey Pam, I can understand her very well with
shout out Honey
with the Samsung interpreter.
How's the relationship going?
It's great. And my real girlfriend's gonna kill me after that statement.
Someone clip it.
It's for the interpreter. Okay, it's a gimmick. It's a gimmick.
Can we send it over to Wish?
To Wish?
Wish.
You have to say it properly. Wish, not wish.
Wish.
But you guys wish you're in the arena right now, especially in the Team Galaxy Zone by Samsung Galaxy. Look at that.
Ooh.
Front row.
Clean, slick, and you get the best seats in the house, bro.
Sheesh, okay, turn it
I
on.
like the color.
All right.
Do you like white? I like white.
Of course you do. New color of Samsung. You can get all different colors.
But you can't get Drian.
Not just yet.
No, not accessible. What do you mean not just yet?
Well, you never know, right? In Season 13, we never say never.
Okay, that's true. It's like if you were Aura, you could possibly like, okay, I don't.
Do you want to play this game?
Me?
Do you want to play this game?
No.
What game are we playing?
We're playing game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, because that is what we have to focus on right now.
We're casting game number 2.
We're pretending to play.
Is that what casting is? You're pretending to play?
I don't think so.
I think I got my occupation wrong.
Let's look at the telemarketer tournament. Previous game recap here. Watt and Clockun. See, Clockun has the highest damage actually, in that game, but I don't think it's because he was left alone and he was doing damage, right? I think it's because he can throw out most of his spells, most of his damage, and he can just walk back. And even though he's zoned away, the Eternal Guard is doing damage, the passives are already applied. So I think Clockun definitely has a lot of things to do, a lot of ways to do to make plays, do damage. But I feel, again, the composition just wasn't allowing him to do so at all.
Yeah, I don't know. It was so strange to see Clockun this disconnected from his own like mechanics. You know what I mean? I think we know him as an on-point dude. He lands his shots.
An on-point dude?
An on-point dude. He should land the Eternal Guards. I mean, it's not really like a tough skill to land, especially when you already have CC over the dude, the other dude, right? And he's just been throwing it out, and it hasn't been landing, dude. So maybe he's got that brain fog. He needs point Q coffee.
Yeah, he
like
needs a
someone
boost.
I know who just walked across to get point Q coffee.
Well, I feel like point Q coffee definitely boosts your performance. I can testify to that myself.
You can?
Oh, definitely. We'll have to see though. Will that be enough, right? Can they even get that first of all? And if they do, will that be enough? I feel like it all begins in the drafting phase first. I feel like that Franco last pick had potential, but if you look at Evos' composition, they're not really all that good at just shredding someone down, going for those pickoffs.
I mean, technically Vixana can burst.
Right, but
technically,
you need a bit more items. The fact that he went for the Necklace of Durance,
need to land the Eternal Guard.
Yeah.
That too.
And the NOD second item.
Right, it kind of lowered the burst potential for a bit. But to be fair, to give some credit to Clockun, there were some Eternal Guards that landed on 2 people, 3 people. But afterwards, right, without any real way to combo it, to try and follow up on it, I mean, they're just waiting for Drian to just say like, okay, cool knockup, let me show you mine. That's just even more powerful. So let's see if some of those picks do get respected. Now though, we're into the drafting phase for game number 2, presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 series. And already some differences here in the pick order and in the bands as well.
We got a Florian, we got a Valentina in the first phase for the side of the White Tigers. Meanwhile, for Dewa, the Harith and the Angela will not be let go. Last time it was a Luo Yi chip. Will we see those picks left open this time for game number 2?
I mean, game 1, it was Dewa who banned out the chip and the Luo Yi. Now both up for grabs. I think it'll still be too expensive to leave the Luo Yi open. But the chip, we've seen a counter to the chip. We've seen it countered so much. KB on the Indo desk wrote down on a sheet of paper, chip sucks, earlier before we started the day. So we'll see if chip indeed doesn't really work anymore because we found the counters to it. Or maybe these teams will try to find a way to make it work.
Right. Perhaps with a different combination, you can find added value to that chip. But for now though, a lot of these big healers are left open. The Mathilda is still on the table. And if Dewa let it go, I feel like that really augments the potential for Evos. I mean, I used it as an example just earlier, talking about what could be better in game 1.
So choose your poison, Luo Yi or Mathilda, right?
Oh man.
Or trade it. I think trading it will be a wiser choice to go for. Because if Evos go for Luo Yi, you can just pick up Mathilda and then Valentina, right? But okay, they ban out the Mathilda, so they really don't want that to be going to the hands of Evos. And Luo Yi? Clockun, Luo Yi?
That's possible. Luo Yi is an option. And you know, X-Borg has been left open as well. I wonder if Fluffy wants to secure it early in the first phase, but again, the Fredrin still going to be prioritized here for both of these teams. 2 games in a row.
That is surprising. The Fredrin prioed that much. I mean, it did allow in game 1 Dewa to really have a lot more throwing power, especially in the early game with the more damage, more spells, more mobility type hero. So with the Fredrin off the table, Dewa earlier, who went for the Fredrin first, can they find something with equal versatility? I don't think they can do so in the jungle, but maybe in a different role. You were talking earlier about the X-Borg Eterna. It can come through, considering we were concerned about that earlier.
But here, it looks like Dewa going to be picking up the Luo Yi as well as the Arlet. So no X-Borg just yet. I mean, technically the Arlet can still be flexed into the Roam or the XP as well. So still an option for them to pick up. But honestly, I think if they can't find value for Fluffy in other lanes, just pick it up.
Dexborg?
You could be anticipating a possible Barrett's pick as well from Dewa.
Yep. Any utility. He does great against any utility, right? Extra value against the Barats, because he has the big guy stacks, he'll be a big dude and you can shred him even harder. But even if they go for Baxia, Extra's a good pick. And even up against this kind of comp where Luoyi wants to look for flanks, you have the additional survivability with the Frog armor. So picking it up will be very valuable, but they decide no. Fluffy can play other heroes. We don't need to pick it up here. Go for the Novaria and the Roger first.
Then the question becomes, is this a gold lane Roger or is it a jungle Roger?
Is it a Grr gameplay?
Exactly, because we've seen that I think in the gold lane recently it has kind of decreased in popularity. It is definitely still an option, but it does seem like that Grr gameplay is a lot better for the Roger, so he can actually clear faster and be a lot more active from the jungle.
Roger that, Arashi.
Roger that.
Dewa though now. Luoyi and Arlet. I think it's still very, very safe for them to go for something like a Barats here, honestly. But if they really want to just push the tempo in the early game, technically Baxia would be a good choice as well.
Can Dreams play Selena?
Hey, signature pick for Mr. Gary. Why do I keep forgetting about the Akai for Gary?
Same.
This guy pops off on the Akai a lot, and hey, he gets the Akai now up against Evos Glory. And yeah, Selena usually is the counter with the Novaria towards Luoyi. Dreams, I don't remember him playing Selena though.
I thought I remember him doing it just only once or twice though. It definitely isn't a regular pick for the guy.
I don't think I've seen a Selena
Still
for
run
Dreams.
deep.
Have check with the historians in the back room later on, for sure. But Ling already banned away right here. It seems like it's an all-in focus on the neutral objective. So for Evos, again, against the Akai, that expert still is a great pick. You know, we were talking again though about, I think we were talking about the Alpha in Game 1. It was banned away. I wonder if it's going to be left open here.
We have a very interesting comment actually by Jonathan Liandi or Emperor about Carmilla. Seriously, Evos the meta maker dared to stand out. The Tiger has 1,000 ideas. I mean, technically in Indo,
One idea, Carmilla.
That's true. And technically in Indo, sure, you can say that, but the Carmilla was already used in a different region, right?
That's true, that's true.
Was it Malaysia? Or was it PH?
Philippines as well. Sensui used it on used the Carmilla, I believe, in the jungle. And actually Evos failed to find that success in the jungle on the Carmilla. It was more effective at roam for Evos Glory. Kajaban though. And yeah, I think it's more suitable for Dewa to get that meta maker title, right? Especially Drian. And I think that's why this Akai is actually a prio pick for Dewa. Because if you remember, Drian has played a few Akai Panda roams.
Vlogging Akai, Obawa likes to call it.
Until level 4, and he starts spinning.
I mean, he does also a good amount of damage for those early game trades, right? The fact that his skills do mark you, and the next basic attacks from the Akai does max HP damage. It's a great tool for roamers who don't build a lot of damage items to really trade back and forth when they're contesting for intelligence in the Land of Dawn. With the Grok and X-Borg banned out though. Seems like Evos are concerned about a big engage tool for the side of Dewa. And Dewa just wants to make sure that they can get their hands on Evos if they do go for a surprise maneuver, especially with the diversion in the mix.
Yeah, definitely. They're taking away the pick-off potential that perhaps may be utilized by Dewa, right? With the Kaja, with the Grok. Remember, with Dewa picking up a Luoyi, that means that they have more access to the map. They have more global presence. And a Ling in the mix of it can create that to be less of an issue. So, but Evos still need to answer the question, how will they be able to compete with that much mobility over the map? Because at this point, they haven't. With Dewa again picking up something like the Brody, that means they want to end things quick, fast, and they want to snowball with the amount of pressure that the Brody has in lane, as well as the maneuverability with the Luoyi and the catch from the Arlet.
Someone who can match the Roger in lane, the Brody. You want to have strong laners here when you have a Luoyi. You want to be active ASAP on the map, and the Brody basically allows you to go for more skirmishes in the early game, and like you said, take the game faster. So if Evos Glory now, even if they want to go for something like a Yu Zhong, it's going to be tough for him. Because the Brody will just shoot it down from the sky. And that's exactly what they go for. That's the Yuzong and the Tig. The Tig, obviously, to try to hit the Brody. That's the weakness of the Brody. Yes, you're really good in the early game. If you get a snowball, it's all good. But if Evos Glory can hold down that early game, get to the mid game, this Tig will eat up the Brody. But I think that's why Dewa have already picked up the Yakai. They have someone to disengage. They have someone to give enough space for the Brody to attack.
And on the flip side, the Yuzong against a Lo Yi, I think it's still pretty good, depending on how ahead the Lo Yi is. Against a Brody, there's some alpha potential there, I guess, for both the Yuzong and the Brody. It's gonna be a bit of a skill matchup if it does become fluffy, diving in towards the back line. Final pick for the side of Dewa, though, I feel like they require a bit more crowd control. Oh, man.
Carmilla Roam, Carmilla Jungle. It seems like it's Carmilla Roam for Drian. Another pick. Unique pick for Drian. What does that place him on now?
17.
17 unique hero picks.
Yeah.
He's about to rival some teams.
Wow.
Teams.
The one-man team.
But there it is. The Carmilla gets picked up by Dewa United. A strat that was made famous in Indo by Evo. So they're asking, can you handle swallowing your own medicine? But in this particular case, how does it synergize well with their own team against Evos' team and their choice of composition? Because last time for Evos, they were trying to counter the chip.
I guess technically they're trying to counter just a team fight potential. The fact that Evos are going to be sticking with each other, that's where the value might come through. That could be the idea at least. It also adds a bit more damage because they do not have that late game hyper carry. Like in theory, it makes sense, but in execution, that's a whole different story.
So let's open the book and read it together, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into game number 2. Remember, if Dewa are able to win this 2-0, it slowly slims again Evos' chance to make it to the playoffs. But here we go. Will the Carmilla work for the Sons of Gods?
We'll have to wait and see. It's a focusing mark, Carmilla, so it's still very much aggressive-minded. Mixing with the Brace Might on the Arlet, though, it's going to be attempting to be a bit more survivable there in the lane. We'll have to see, man, how this goes through, because roughly, that's a lot of damage already early on.
Yeah, and also, by the way, this is already a new way to play the Carmilla, technically. Yesterday, Dreams on the Carmilla utilized the Concussive Blast, so not that focusing mark.
It's going to be a bit more utility focused to help out with the all-in potential here for the pickoffs. Because again, Dewa, they're going to go for a lot of these flank surprise plays. They need to get the job done quick instead of letting it get into a messy 5v5. But for now, with the wave clear advantage that Evos has, they're really taking some control around the map. And they are the ones that are trying to be a bit more adjustive, a bit more adaptive in how they're moving around.
Yeah, I think things are going to get a little more chaotic once Keys is able to reach level 4, because technically Drian has a point-and-click stun, right? So it should aid if they want to focus on pickoffs. But that can't happen until Keys reaches level 4. The diversion play is something that Evos need to look out for later on. But for now, they will be content by pushing the tempo on these side lanes, giving some pressure, and trying to get an advantage, especially with the Fredrin in this particular neutral objective take.
Well, Gary's already around the turtle. Fluffy jumps in. Diversion to the back. Gary still has a heavy spin, but it's going to be poked down really low. Still able to find it, though. Dixon in the back with that diversion. Able to get the final slash down onto Annabelle. Will probably lose his life for it. Trading it in for the turtle. Ooh. Still chasing. Now with a taunt. And the shot down. Clawkun claims first blood. Dreams, though. He's got to be careful here.
Got a damage output in the early game, though, coming from Keys. That's the power of the Lo Yi. Level 2, you technically have 3 spells if you count the passive, because it does deal damage. But Evos definitely have a lot more skirmishing power. They just have to find a way to really throw that around before it becomes a 50-50 mutual objective contest. They were able to really get Gary low there, but he wasn't able to survive long enough to be able to secure the turtle. The next fight, with some more items in the mix, he might not be as lucky. So even for Dewa, they have to be a bit more careful here, because Evos can very easily go for a huge burst damage pickoff because Clockman is on a Novaria, right? A lot more damage in the early game when it comes to single target burst.
And not to mention the CC coming in.
This is what Gary loves to do, dude. Look at him. He just takes away the purple buff. With a second skill, body slam, and then retry. You would expect the Fredrin to have that last hit potential, but even then, Annabelle just got out retried there, straight out.
I mean, that's a Dragon Warrior for you, right?
Panda Man Poe.
The Panda Man. I mean, the fact that you have your damage tool, I mean, one of your spells being also a card control tool, that's the value you can have on the Akai, right? It's not only the heavy spin, but look at this diversion. Ooh!
And the heavy spin, Brands! All the way back to the enemy territory now. He goes to Lycan form, and that's a good implosion, but a torn apart memory will take him down. Dreams with the shot, but now, look at the damage, look at the AoE. Everybody just caught Annabelle. Trying to dash forward, Watts stuns it out. Ooh! He gets the kill before the Appraiser's Wrath can land on him. Watt with a double kill, and Dewa are online.
There it is. The weakness of a Brody, unable to pick up a Purify, forced on the flicker for an escape pattern, but 1v1, Dixon still going to be able to get out, but back to that. That's just it. The diversion play instantly being able to get him hostage, take him hostage. And if Evos were trying to bank on the fact that they want to go for a good possible pickoff, it's not going to be that easy.
It's a great move from Dewa in general. They were able to just start to shut down Brands in that matchup. And Watt there in that fight, I believe he dodged away from the implosion, and his positioning in that fight was just so good, man. It really seemed like Evos were trying to get their hands on him, but Watt was just so slippery, looking just dodging through from a lot of those spells. Evos have to be a lot more decisive and a lot more targeted with their spells if they do want to get an advantage here. But with both mid laners securing the Enchanted Talisman, that gives Evos more vision, technically, with the spam ability, but it gives Dewa a lot more fighting power. With 3 assists in the hands of Keys, he's going to be doing a lot of damage there.
Teleport down there by Case. Diversion. No kill threat just yet, though, but Vikai a level ahead of Annabelle.
That's going to be a problem in these neutral objective takes. I think with the Fredrin already so heavily prioritized in the draft for the first phase, the fact that they're unable to gain control of these neutral objectives is going to be a problem. Gary, though, gets caught really low. Does it look like Evos want to go for a pick?
Like a dive? Under the turret against an Akai, a Brody, a Carmilla, it sure seems to be too risky, so they'll be content with just exerting that pressure and resetting. They're still waiting for the next neutral objective. But I like what Keys was doing, by the way, just with the random diversions. That plays into the mind games. Now when you don't see him on the map, you're just a bit more concerned. And it's only a minor thing, but it does have an effect. What though? Is it going to work?
They spotted Dreams out. That's the heavy spin, though, to disengage. And Dreams gets pinned on the wall. Now Flicker defensively. But just remember, the torn apart memory will be ready for him, and a diversion in the back as well by Case. Brands Lycan pounce, but into Case's hands. One last shot, torn apart memory. The fadeaway from Watt. And another double kill for Awat.
Brutal. This is brutal by Dewa. They're going to be able to pick up a turret in the top side, but it looks like Annabelle going to be able to secure the neutral objective, but at what cost? That's a neutral objective. Traded for 2 kills and a tower in the top side.
Watt is still going. He might chunk it down to a half at least. Ideally, I think Dewa would want to get something in the mid lane as well, but a turret for the turtle, I feel like in the early game, considering especially that your team has a diversion, has the low Yi, that turret take is going to be a lot more beneficial because now the playable area for Evos shrinks that much further. They went for a swap right immediately so that Brands do have a bit more space, but for now it's slowly devolving back into game 1 where Dewa are the ones who can really control the tempo.
2,000 gold lead already. In the presence of Drian opening up the space as we take a fun fact by a GoPay. Carmilla becomes the 17th hero in Drian's hero pool, making him the player with the widest hero pool in MPL ID Season 13 right now.
The man's a savant, man. He knows exactly what picks to utilize in the meta, and this Carmilla pick, he didn't, start it out.
And it's a big gap, you know.
Who picked it first, but yeah, it's a big gap. It's 17, and then the second one is
13.
13, is that it?
Let's see.
So far away. Let's take a look at the items now with that 2,000 gold lead. Oh man, what a disgusting start. Melfic straight into the Sea Halberd. Hold up, Gary.
initiated on. So tanky, this Panda. He just gets out.
Dragon Warrior.
I mean, he's tanky, but he also has ways to get out of these big catch potentials. That's the heavy spin power. So again, they are the ones that can just walk up forward, and even if Evos dogpile on him and try and go for that pickoff, they're gonna have to use a lot of big team fight ultimates, and there's still a chance that Gary can just pop the heavy spin and walk out unscathed. He's already with the Divine Glaive though, even more of a power spike. Now I think, in a proper fight, Watt will be a big target, but so will Keys, man. I don't think they can really go and win a fight unless they deal with both somehow.
And it's so interesting, right? Because I consider Luo Yi to be a low-range hero. And the fact that he hasn't been able to be punished so far against heroes like Fluffy on the Yuzong, against the dive coming through as well. Still 0-0-4 on this man, Keys, doing the damage, playing the macro. He's been performing really well here, from game number 1 even. And now, transferring that onto game number 2.
Look at Drian again, just zoning onto Fluffy. Dixon doing the same thing to Annabelle. And even if Annabelle walks up, Gary has a heavy spin. Black Dragon from to the back right now as Watt tries to push down some damage. Petrify, oh what? Gonna be comboed together, the heavy spin, not that Reds! What? Fights the Lord! And a shutdown 2 before he dies, but Kaze gets a triple. Now fight to the back! Annabelle! With the biggest bonk in season 13, what was that? Evos are fighting back, my goodness gracious.
How do you even begin to explain what happened in that team fight? At the end, it was a 3-for-3 trade. But that anticipation, getting that double kill from that bush, that was impeccable foresight.
What the heck? Annabelle! It came out of nowhere and then immediately equalized the outcome. And to make things worse for Dewa, Brands was able to take the Lord in that whole engagement. Gary was just too focused on Annabelle for good reason, but he lost the neutral objective and they're losing turrets left and right. Despite the fact that in a team fight, we saw that Keys again, as predicted, was doing an insane amount of damage. It's not enough to just win the fight. Both teams are now demonstrating that fact. And they are just paying the price, man. They might lose one more on the top side.
They got greedy, honestly. They didn't even have to go for that diversion play. They let it go. They should have just let it go. I mean, sure, Evos were able to get a tower, but that equalize just made things a completely different story. Now Evos are holding on to a little gold lead, 300 now, turning it around.
Ooh, man. All these fighters with the Brody, by the way, they want to be snowballing here. They don't want to be on even footing with Evos as much as possible. Especially the longer the game goes, of course, Keys still is a secondary damage source more than Evos can output. But at the same time, Clockun will be on a Novaria that can just poke in, look for information. They were really acquired more turrets, but instead they lost multiple, and this means that the map opens up for Evos. Look at the diversion though.
Yeah, just back to mid lane. Wow though. The game back to level now. Have the actually they have more turrets now compared to Dewa. Who've been dominating in the first 8 minutes of the game, and a steal from Clockun. Now Evos are online. Every single member is feeling it. That momentum shift is definitely visible.
And to make things work, if I'm not mistaken, Clockun already secured his Divine Glaive. So that damage should already be pushing through for them. For Evos, that late game in the Novaria is something to be wary of. Like even onto Gary, that's how much damage he's already dealing.
He has the glowing wand as well, so it's going to stop everyone from using the regenerations as well. That is a bit of a hidden value from going with the item. For the side of Case though, he has the Bloodwing, so he's going to be a lot more durable. When it comes to an all-out brawl, 5v5, we saw earlier he got a triple kill out of nowhere. I feel like Dewa can still have the advantage, but now Evos has options to really play macro, to go for the far side of the map and make plays there first before going for a full-on 5v5. Dewa no longer has control over when exactly and where exactly do the fights break out.
Now it's back to chill. Diversion though. It's thrown out into the bottom lane. Nobody takes it. Both teams posturing over the Lord again. Both teams want to go for the Lord this time around. And I don't know how Evos have managed that bottom lane. Is it slow pushing towards Dewa or is it just equal? Oh, actually it's Dewa's lane that's slow pushing back. So yeah, that's why Clockun has to
deal with it just a bit here. Rotates bot. Change the tide of that wave.
Ooh. Using the range on the diversion. It's definitely all across the map right now. Oh! They don't take it just yet, but they have spotted out. So it's not a Astrosphere spotting out the members of Evos, but it's a big diversion on a lot higher of a cooldown though.
Okay, what are they doing now? It looks like Dewa United. They're looking for an opening.
With nature.
Watt needs to clear the bottom lane before they go for a full commit. Housekeeping is going to be very important. Are we waiting, anticipating a diversion play by Keys here?
It's a big one, but I think he needs to find someone. Oh, he needs to get like Dixon together with him. But by the way, the build path by Watt, he didn't go for a play to Heptasea's first item. This is a kind of a new one, new item path. He went for Melfic Roar first item into the Sea Halberd.
Oh, diversion.
There you go. Oh, the flicker instantly. Glockun assassinated. Well played to Kaze. And Watt finding the angle to go for that pickoff.
I was about to say, they have the bigger burst damage. They can't really go for a flank, but they can go for the person clearing the waves who can show him again and again. They keep going now.
Two-man final slash into the torn apart memory. Dreams very low, buys the immortality. Annabelle, half HP. Dreams has the Athena. Fluffy gets stunned up. Has a Dragon Tail. Annabelle knocked up and pinned down to the wall. Now Watt dealing some damage, taking him out. Fluffy in the back, jumping in with Furious Diamond. Watt is able to sidestep away from that, and the Dragon will have to crumble as Watt pops in with a nature, secures a double, and that's a triple. One more for a Maniac. The Lord secured by the Pandaman. A diversion to the back. Over the map now. This is the Maniac that he's looking for. Super Watt now with one last shot. An unofficial Maniac claimed by Watt. And with the Lord, with everything back to Dewa.
4-4-1 trade. A Lord on the way. Glockun being the first person to get picked off in that entire engage is the only one left standing. Annabelle in 2, Dreams in 6. Will it be enough? Will there be enough time to defend this? Brands, 20 seconds left on the clock. And look how much damage Watt is dealing. The siege from this Brody is doing a hefty amount now to Evos' demise.
Just like that, a huge swing and momentum. Yet again, Dewa is finding the creative plays. Look at Keys walking forward, unafraid with the Lord in front of him.
As the Bloodwings, it's the Valley of the Bloodwings giving him almost half of his entire HP as a shield earlier with a passive too. Dewa marching down, still wanting to utilize his Brody Siege potential. Dreams no flicker, so it's not even a big threat anymore, that implosion. Watt's just eating these turrets open, even without minions. He's just gonna go for one last shot on it. The turret eater, Brody.
The Brody Siege potential with still an empowered wave on the bottom side, by the way. There's a chance that Dewa can regroup and go for a play right here. I do wonder if they're planning on that hidden diversion into the wall, or do they want to try to go for a pickoff?
Ooh, that's a risky one, Annabelle. Walking up like that. And Watt, the turret eater, will claim another turret. Mukbang in turrets.
Mukbang in the turrets. Man, we're talking about how they just need so many more turrets and they lost so few, but off the back of one massive team fight. Both these teams, man, they don't do, 1 kills, 2 kills. They go for all-ins, man. They either win the fight big or they lose it big as well. If you look at the items, though, like you were mentioning, Mirko, Malefic Roar into the Sea Halberd, now with the Rose Gold and Wind of Nature as well. He's very acutely aware that he's going to be taking a lot of burst damage. He has a lot of tools right here to really survive through the most of them. The same can't be said for Brands, who's relying more on the tankiness built in for the Roger. Only has the Endless Battle that will give him a bit of true damage. But with the Windtalker and the Demon Hunter Sword, at least against the beefier members like Gary standing in the front line, he can still do enough damage to not be ignored in these fights.
The Luo Yi opened up in the drafting phase might have been a mistake. Glockun now with the Holy Crystal, however. Hopefully with that addition of magic power, that damage can help them poke in these particular team fights. But at this point, it looks like Dewa aren't even looking for that. I hope Evos don't make the same mistake again. The fact that they weren't able to spot that diversion play, here it is again.
Oh,
they want to rush it.
The Lord. Can absolutely rush it with 3 members sent to the bottom, just in case another trap was waiting. It's only Annabelle.
Annabelle knows it's half, but Drian now knows of his position. Annabelle with a taunt forward, has the dash again, can be locked down. Black Dragon form as well. This is a desperate play by Evos. Go big or go home. Watt still just chunking the dragon down from the skies. Annabelle zoned completely. The pin down right now is Zetsi. Who gets it down? Annabelle gets a taunt! Annabelle wins it in this game again! Kaze and Watt still in the back line, still kiting all the way from Evos. A 3-man final slashes. That's gonna be Watt once again, finding so much damage. Drian losing mortality, Annabelle as well, but Watt has out-sustained. Oh, Evos Glory, another diversion on the Brands! And even with the Lycan pounce, he won't be able to finish them all off. He buys the mortality just in time, but Watt also has the mortality. Brands, no more Lycan pounce for him. Watt is legendary. The Evolved Lord marching up top, but it doesn't even matter. Clockhood, Astral Echo to 3 members. Watt, Drian, and Gary. A minute wait, spawning back in will mean that Evos will defend, but Clockhood is still going down. Ooh. That's half of Watt's HP.
That's 2,000 damage on a single Astrosphere, and they're on chase. Gary's left behind.
Uh-oh. Are they gonna go for this? It looks like that they should be able to recall here. Drian gets out alive, unscathed.
Oh,
they didn't want to overcommit onto that. They didn't want to look for the end. They instead want to focus back onto the Lord that is marching. The one that Annabelle was able to successfully take for his team. Perhaps even denying that fate that was supposed to be inevitable.
Oh, Black Dragon form with the Astral Echo now. But oh, that Brody hurting the dragon so much to a point where this Lord will not be used to charge down into that base turret, but they will get a tier 1 and a tier 2, it seems, in the mid lane. Just look at the minions. Without the heroes even, they take it down.
It's unfortunate. I mean, Dewa immediately tries to go for the end right there. But with the HP bars being so low, with Clockhood being so distant on an Novaria, they don't go for it. Even this orange, Watt was trying to take it earlier, but he let it reset. Now it's taken by the side of Evos. It's still 2 base turrets taken for Dewa. They still have the overwhelming advantage and the diversion play that has been just so chaotic, so troublesome for the side of Evos. But this game is closer than ever. I hope we can get to see a replay of that fight, man. I believe Gary got knocked out by the Lord.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, there we go, right on cue. Thank you. Replay by the Sun Galaxy. Gary pushed him so far back, but at the final moment, he gets knocked up, and Annabelle goes and takes it away from him. Afterwards, though, when they're fighting in such a small, tight corner, still, Dewa has the overwhelming advantage. But fortunately for them, now they have a bit more breathing room. They have to find a way to really outmaneuver, outsmart Dewa in the diversions, man. Either set up a trap, you know, send one guy out so it looks like he's alone and then counter-engage on it, or go aggressively into the jungle of Dewa before they can really get the set up for these big moments.
The Lord is an Evos fanatic confirmed, right? You can almost hear it from the Lord, from the Lord's mouth. What color is your M series? As he knocks Gary off, dude.
So unfortunate, that knockup. But in the grand scheme of things as well, in that particular team fight, the one thing that was seen was Fluffy was able to capitalize over the grouping as well. Unfortunately, they didn't really have a finisher to be able to finish the job, but Fluffy tried his best, man, in the back line, but eventually he was punished by the damage coming from Keys as well. Is this a blitz of the Lord? It's already half health. Can they go for this?
I think they are just trying to bait Evos yet again into a fight. We'll see, though, if they do show enough members on the map, they can absolutely still go for this, but I don't think they want a 50-50. I think they want a proper team fight instead of going for, again, a risky play on the Lord, especially because in a fight, Watt now is having so much more of a better time compared to Brands, who is forced to be a bit more aggressive, a bit more forward, where Watt is just kiting backwards, positioning, and the fact that his basic attacks are so stuttered means that he also has a bit of an advantage when it comes to mobility in the middle of those fights.
Novaria in the bottom lane, has he even spotted? That's the big question here. Thunderbelt for Brands. Dixon, gonna start. Final slash on the Dreams as well. Now an implosion. They'll try to force out a heavy spin. Black Dragon forms on the back ladder. His Torn Apart memory has been used out.
A full red tree battle right now. Gary, will he be able to win it right now? He gets for the heavy spin, and it's all about the red tree. It's still on 4,000 HP. They're not going to go for it just yet right now. Juan is able to get some damage down, but again, Annabelle secures the Lord. I'm going to crunch it as the diversion gets him back to safety. 2 members taken down, a big disconnect by Dewa, and a big play from Evos.
What a turn of events! Annabelle being able to secure that. And that was a entirely different scenario, right? The knockup happened before that they wanted to go for the retribution, and Annabelle was still able to win it out. And then the fact that they were able to get an advantage in this team fight, this might turn completely around. What are the death timers looking like for Dewa?
It's really, really long, but I feel there's time for them to come back up. And the fact that Keys is alive, it's a massive value situation. But Evos, if they go for a big dive here, Watt isn't up for another 15 seconds. They're going to go for it.
Dixon with the final slash onto Annabelle. But now Dixon is caught in deep waters. Jumping forward, Fluffy with immortality still. Now in the bottom lane, another base turret taken down with Evolved Lord marching towards the base. They might want to just go for the end. Annabelle marching forward, getting the top down, and the immortality from Cage they pop down, but now look at the Lord, just swinging that trident on the base to give Evos glory. An equalizer 1-1.
They are not going down without a fight. Welcome to game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Evos coming back. Evos staying patient, Evos capitalizing over the loopholes that Dewa United have brought. And that patience, that determination, that perseverance has led us to game number 3.
I know we know that Evos is well known for being patient, for taking it to the late game. But how many teams do you think have the discipline and composure to pull out what we just saw right there? They were so far behind. Their comp had no redeeming features in the situation they were stuck in, and yet they were able to take it away. Evos just aren't backing down.
Brute forcing it, literally just brute forcing it. You want to go for the Lord? All right, I got you. Black Dragon flying by, everything thrown, and Annabelle. First it was Brands, and then 2 times it was Annabelle. Oh my god, Annabelle.
The nerves of steel, man. Like, what was that? In that situation, with all the stakes, all the pressure on him to really find that moment, he knows when it comes to a proper team fight, his team hasn't been able to get that much of an advantage. But in that moment, he just knows, like, I get this or the game's gone. And he gets it again and again. It's not a single time. It's multiple times, man. Wow.
Wow,
Annabelle.
indeed. Wow, indeed. That's Annabelle. And his ability to personify the symbolism of a tiger. Strength, power, and courage.
You forgot the one thing in the keys to victory.
What is
the
that?
Grr.
They were just ferocious, brute forcing it. They know they were behind. They were like, you know what? It's time to grr. It's time to Evos grr it.
But here it is, the player of the game, or our MVP, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, a Samsung Galaxy. It has to be Annabelle. I mean, against all odds, again, like Arashi mentioned as well beforehand, he was able to secure those objectives. And honestly, if those lords weren't secured by him, I don't think that they would have lasted that long. I think that would have been, because it wasn't once or twice, right? Do you remember when he was able to get the lord? And then Dewa overcommitted, and then he was able to bonk. See, that was another thing that was a highlight for Annabelle.
What was that, like a double kill immediately?
Yes.
They just showed up like, okay, we're chasing. Bonk. They just got whacked, man.
No.
Oh, man.
Lol,
Whack a Dewa.
That also slowed the game even further. Here's some of the highlights presented to you by our official gold partner, UBS Gold, man. In the early game, it sure seems that Dewa had all the advantage. This was the play. I was gonna think that they were gonna go for this, right? Punish the one person they know is gonna be in the area, isolated from the rest of the team.
So
but afterwards,
they could have just gone for him. They could have just killed him, and they did in this fight. And I think they just didn't find that angle in all the other fights, because okay, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Wait, that's the other, yeah, backwards actually. But hey,
yes, anyhow,
why the heck did they still never target Annabelle? And why the heck are they always so desperate to just go for the Lord, bro?
That's my question as well, because
Like, what?
I think even Evos understood that if we just properly go for a 5v5, we don't really get the win, right? It's still a very hard-fought victory, even if we want to try and go for that. And this moment right here, it seems like it was over, but I think Clockon did a great job with the clearing, with threatening, with just poking down the survivors from the side of Dewa. And this was the final Lord fight here.
Knock up.
No one's hitting the Lord. No one's hitting the Lord.
Oh man, if they wanted to go for the Lord, like they could have had one more person. I guess the fact that everyone from the side of Dewa being short range also played into that. The fact that they sent Fluffy in the back and it zoned everyone away from being able to assist Gary in taking that Lord. So overall, I think it's great pilot performances from Annabelle, but it's also a team effort, man. We were just talking earlier about, brand-centric. We haven't really seen a lot from Brand in the past 2 games. He hasn't been the star of the show.
It's been Annabelle.
Annabelle. I think Clockon also performed in game number 2. But there it is, ladies and gentlemen, 24-24.
Ooh, it's a good number to end on, 24-24.
10-16. See, if you look at the stats just point blank, it really does appear that Dewa United had more control, but
They did.
when it mattered, they didn't. They couldn't close it. They had a really good comp for the early to mid game. They had so much pickoff, they had burst. But crawling later towards the game, they lost it. They lost the control.
I feel like they should have went for that play again, the diversion to the bottom side of the map. I feel like that had more, it has less risk than just going for a straight up fight like that against Yuzong and all these, potential playmaking tools that Evos Glory do have on their side. But man, 3 Lords to 1, even though they're on the back foot, the fact that they're even able to defend from the Lord as well, when the one time that Dewa did get it, Evos, you can call it desperation, but it just seems like they are just unwilling to, even though they know, like, okay, this looks like a lost cause, they don't care. They just keep going at it.
Dewa had a 3 base turret advantage.
2.
3.
I didn't know that the bottom wasn't taken out.
It was. They had a. Sorry.
2.
Towards the end, Towards the end, it was 2. But they had the far lane so many times.
Yeah.
They could play around it so many times, but they decided, you know what? Nah, that's overrated, dude. Macro? Let's fight. What the heck? 2 base turret advantage. Such a massive gold lead. An Akai versus a Fredrin. And they still can't Lord Dance.
They had everything going for them, for sure. The only real disadvantage they had was the poke advantage that Clockon has. But in that game, we didn't really see a lot of that poke being an issue, right? With the fights devolving into a brawl so early on, there wasn't a lot of time for Clockon to really go for those big plays. And again, Watt compared the Brody compared to a Roger. I feel like Watt had just so much more of a better time in the proper fight. He can hit multiple people at once with the torn apart memory, and yet even the fights look so close. And that's partially Fluffy as well, right? Being able to just go in the back line. So credit to him for making the fights that confusing, that difficult for Dewa. But again, it really feels like they really had a lot of things going for them, and it was still looking difficult.
I don't know. What do you guys think about Louis in the late game? Not about her utility, not talking about her diversion, but more to her damage.
I think it's still a very significant amount of damage for sure.
I just feel like it's underwhelming compared to Novaria in the late game.
Yeah.
Which is why which is why I felt like the value of the Luoyi in team fights when they're not utilizing the macro game with the diversion, it felt a little lackluster compared to Novaria.
I mean, for sure, right? The fact that if you're in a team fight and not using the diversion, you're basically a hero without an ultimate. Of course, it's gonna make her look less impactful.
I mean, technically, Novaria's ult is also
but
not
it increases the hitbox.
Okay.
It has a bit more impact in the game. But I get what you mean, though. Especially with the lower cooldowns in the later stage of the game, before the fight even begins. Yeah, a lot more Astral Spheres, Astral Meteors, and compared to the Luo Yi, right? Both can leave a spell out and let it do damage, but the Novaria's one is a bit higher range, and you can just leave it there, and it will slow everyone down as well. It comes with an extra bit of burst at the end, compared to the Luo Yi, who needs extra spells to really proc the passive. So I get what you mean, though.
Okay.
That's just how it is.
Why is everyone smiling?
Nods of
But
approval.
It looks like, oh, what's Budeklar Mongstar doing over on the stage?
He's interviewing someone.
Okay, let's check it out.
Di Makassar, wow, apa kareba?
Ya, baji-baji Ji. Jadi kita bisa saksikan nih, hari ini kita kedatangan anak-anak Dewa di Makassar. Nah. Halo Kak.
Halo, oke. Gimana di sana ada apa aja sih? Halo Kak.
Nah. Halo.
Ada apa? Ada acara apa saja di sana Kak? Boleh kasih tahu nih yang ada di sini?
Baik, jadi oke Kak. Jadi baik, hari ini ada acara roadshow Dewa United Esport di Makassar. Nah, kita lagi nobar Dewa United Esport versus Evos dan ada juga turnamen untuk anak-anak Dewa di Makassar. Nah, yuk kita keliling-keliling tanya-tanya nih kepada peserta yang sudah hadir di Makassar.
Ayo, penasaran semua nih pastinya gimana ramenya Makassar.
Jadi baik, kita bisa lihat ya peserta hari ini yang telah hadir itu kayaknya kita kedatangan satu peserta ganjil nih. Bisa dilihat dari peserta yang hadir hari ini ada satu orang cewek, boleh. Oke, halo Kak, dari tim mana, namanya siapa?
Halo Kak, aku dari tim Berkah Tuhan, namanya Gina.
Oke, halo Kak Gina. Nah, melihat turnamen hari ini di Makassar nih, nah gimana sih experience Kak Dina nobar bareng Dewa United Esport di Makassar ini?
Oke, pastinya nobar hari ini seru banget ya, apalagi tadi di match kedua itu sempat di comeback nih dari tim Dewa United. Terus turnamennya juga keren banget, prize poolnya gede, terus gratis lagi.
Nah, oke baik. Nah, Kak Gina nih sebagai peserta turnamen, jadi gimana nih pertandingannya hari ini Kak?
Seru banget soalnya lawannya tim cowok semua kan, dimana tim cowok tuh pada jago-jago, walaupun tadi sempat kalah karena player dari Makassar, tapi nggak apa-apa, tetap keren.
Kayak menurut Kak Gina nih, gimana perasaan Kak Gina tentang turnamen yang diadakan di Makassar kali ini dari Dewa United Esport?
Udah pasti keren banget dan harapannya juga semoga bisa ada tur lanjutan ya setelah ini gitu lah.
Oke baik, mungkin langsung saja kita jalan-jalan ke BA Dewa United Esport. Halo Kak, apa kabar? Selamat datang di Makassar. Jadi agak kareba nih Kak, apa kabar nih untuk Kak Anissa dan juga Kak Not nih? Oke Kak, nah ini kebetulan nih gimana sih experience-nya Kak Anissa dan Kak Not nih ke Makassar untuk sebagai BA-nya Dewa United Esport?
Kebetulan ini aku pertama kali ke Makassar ya, aku udah nyobain beberapa makanan di Makassar juga kemarin. Makanannya sih enak ya. Aku juga ini pertama kalinya aku datang ke Makassar, makanannya juga enak-enak semua. Terus juga aku pikir kata ini aku doang, aku pikir Makassar tuh panas, ternyata nggak sepanas gitu apapun yang. Soalnya waktu kayak kita malam-malam tuh anginnya tuh nggak sepanas Jakarta gitu. Aku Makassar nggak sepanas itu.
Nah kebetulan ya Kak, sempat lihat nih story-nya Kak Anissa dan juga Kak Not nih udah makan coto Nusantara. Jadi ratingnya untuk coto Nusantara itu berapa?
Kalau aku sih karena aku suka ya, dan yang kemarin tuh ke Makassar tuh aku kira kayak manis gitu, karena aku nggak terlalu suka manis, kita masuk ke dapur. Jadi aku ratingnya 8.
Ini udah kemana aja?
Kita makan coto Nusantara, terus makan ayam ibu apa namanya? Yang kemarin ayam bakar gitu. Pokoknya ayam bakar gitu.
Nah melihat Dewa United melawan Evos nih, menurut kakak nih gimana nih perasaan kakak melihat atau reaksi kakak melihat Dewa United?
Deg-degan sih soalnya match pertama itu kita udah senang, udah happy. Nah match yang kedua ini happy terus malah dibalikin jadi ke comeback. Jadi harapan kita match ketiga ini semoga Dewa pos dimenangkan oleh Dewa. Tuh.
Amin, amin. Mungkin cukup sih itu aja dari saya, Kak. Oke, mungkin bisa kembali lagi. Terima kasih dari kami di Makassar.
Wow, terima kasih. Dan kita bisa melihat bagaimana keseruan dari anak Dewa yang lagi roadshow. Jadi kita tahu sendiri di sini ada roadshow Dewa United Esports di Makassar. Ada Not dan juga Anissa yang tadi udah sharing-sharing bagaimana mereka jalan-jalan di Makassar bersama dengan anak Dewa. Udah pada nyaman nih kayaknya di sana. Tapi tentu saja akan ada satu tim yang mendapatkan kenyamanan setelah 2 game yang cukup mendebarkan. Seperti apa? Game yang ketiga, semuanya pasti udah gak sabar. Tapi yang ada di Makassar juga good luck ya untuk mini turnamennya juga. Dan untuk hadiah-hadiah dari Dewa United semoga beruntung. Keberuntungan juga dibutuhkan di MPL Arena untuk salah satu tim. Akankah ada pembalasan dendam atau pembuktian? Mari kita menuju ke game ketiga bersama para caster.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from that interview. Again, if you guys just tuned in, it is a 1-1 between Dewa United and Evos, with Evos coming back with a victory in game number 2, forcing a game number 3 from the Sons of Gods.
What was an interesting pose for the Sons of God.
Strength.
But you guys, right now, with your Samsung S24s, go ahead and open up that camera, that very, very cool camera.
Okay.
And scan the QR code right below us right now to download the new application GoPay. So much value from this GoPay app. Number 1, 100-time free transaction fee to all banks. Have you done that?
Yeah,
Transfer
yeah.
to me, you know?
Wait, what?
To us.
To us, both.
Wait, what?
Just me. But and win prizes as well of hundreds of millions of GoPay coins and smartphones every week. Now, can I borrow your phone real quick?
Sure.
Let me just open the GoPay app, and here you can actually see the leaderboards.
Oh my God, that's
people who
me.
have voted for their champion. So you guys can guess the winner of each match that opens 30 minutes before any match. Win hundreds of millions of GoPay coins and smartphones every week. Daily quizzes as well. If you answer a quiz every day, questions will appear every day at 10 a.m. And you guys get a chance to win tens of millions of GoPay coins every single week. There's also a gift arena. In case you don't want to do vote champion or daily quiz, every MLB top-up can get 1 token. And that token can be exchanged for prizes from free skins to free smartphones.
Free smartphones?
Smartphones?
Smartphones.
Plural?
Smartphones.
Not just one?
Phones, Eterna. Yes, that's
Smartphone
plural.
S.
Smartphone S.
That is so crazy. How do I do it? How do I get my hands
Scan
on
the
them?
QR code, man. Download the GoPay
participate.
app to participate in the exclusive MPL ID S13. That's 13 celebration activities within the GoPay app.
That is so cool.
Right?
I mean, you already use GoPay anyways.
Yeah.
Right?
I
It's
mean,
just-
I
it's
knew
right
about
there.
the other stuff, but I didn't know you could get exclusive free
Bruh,
smartphones.
get with the program.
Get
Come
with
on.
the program, nerd.
I need
It's
to
been
get
7
with
weeks
the-
now.
Need to get with the program.
You're missing out. You're missing out so bad.
I am.
If you take a look at the standings, did you see anything in particular?
With me being on it?
No.
I'm number 5.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're
Open-
not.
Here, I'll show you.
That's such a lie.
Open
You
it
s-
again.
This is your phone.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Wait, there.
That
Number
is not
5.
you.
That's me.
Haikal. His name is Haikal.
I made a
Are you
fake
Haikal?
account.
Oh my god. Turns
She
out.
likes keeping it private.
Yeah.
You can't be using your
real
real
names.
deeds, says Eterna.
Says
I mean,
me.
Eterna has a weird real name. So her real name is Haikal.
That makes more sense.
Does it?
Yes,
Does it now?
Sure it does. Eterna, that makes way more sense.
You know what makes more sense?
What?
Actually, what doesn't make sense?
Okay, what?
Okay, what does
Dewa
it mean?
United losing game number 2.
It makes sense.
Why does it make sense?
Evos were better.
Yeah, but like they were supposed to steamroll Evos, and then they came back. I'm so.
True. Why are
not
you
according
so
to
mad?
plan. It's not according to plan.
Answer on comments, guys. Make it make sense for Eterna.
Make it make sense.
Hashtag make it make sense.
Gives me a headache.
I mean, yes, I definitely understand your headache because I felt that headache throughout the game. But after the game, I was like, you know what?
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Acceptance, Eterna. You need to understand that.
Stoicism.
Stoicism, yes. You need to accept things.
I learned that from Japan.
What? From Japan?
Yeah.
Why Japan?
I don't know. I learned that word.
Oh,
Japanese stoicism.
Like Claw, because he's Japanese. He's Claw-kun.
Exactly.
Okay, I got
Japanese
you.
stoicism.
I got you. Yeah.
I see.
What about Wat? Is he Wat-chan?
No.
No? Okay.
Turns out the
Wat-sama?
Dragon Warrior wasn't enough.
No. The Dragon
nor
Warrior
the
was
Tower
not enough.
Mukbanger.
Not even with Wat on the roadie, you're right. So what do they need now? Eterna.
What do they need right now?
They need to recover and at least get back into it on on like equal ground. Because I feel like after losing a game like that, there must be some worries about the mental state. About how that game was so close and yet it ended so far.
Yeah, they are also a team that relies heavily on momentum, so losing Game 2 in that way. Remember up against Bigatron, when Bigatron came back against Dewa, they were gone in Game 2 completely after that. So we'll see if it's the same for Dewa or have they learned from their mistakes.
Let's hope. Let's hope they can keep their mental fortitude, right? Unlike Arashi, who's crying right now.
Why? Why is he crying?
I don't know. I think he's feeling for Dewa or something. But ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you back into the drafting phase of game number 3, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. It looks like Dewa back on first pick, like in game number 1, with the Angela, Luo Yi, and Chip taken off the board. Harriet as well as Matilda taken off by the White Tigers. With that being said, will Florin... Okay, no. Florin is not going to be left open. Dewa, do they want to go for a Fredrin first pick once again?
Fredrin has been the key to victory for both these games so far. Whoever gets Fredrin has won the game, and Dewa and Evos both first picked it. Game 1 Dewa, Game 2 Evos. Game 3, will it be Gary again on the Fred?
I feel like that's the assumption, generally speaking. But of course, if they want to go for something different, that is still a possibility. By all means, in Game 2, there was a bit of well, you can't call it experimentation, but the Carmilla really isn't as common of a pick just yet. So, who's to say that in Game 3 they won't really pop off again on first pick? The Fredrin pick I think will be great. It gives you a bit of sustainability, more fighting power when you're going for the Lords, and it will be picked up. Now Evos, after losing to it in Game 1, do they have a solution prepared beforehand here by Coach Strategy?
That's a change.
Strategy. That's the Minotaur taken away from Dewa. They played with the Minotaur, Valentina, and Fredrin. So 2 heroes of that same composition has been taken away from Dewa's hands. Arlet Natan was what Evos went for in game number 1. So do they just trade it now? Does Wat get his hands on the Natan?
The Natan though, again, against a team with a Minotaur and a Valentina, I feel like it's still a valid option. But right now, there's still other options as well. I mean, if you want a more tried and true marksman, the Claude is still also available. So there isn't really as much need to really rush into that pick. Unless they're worried it gets banned out in the second phase though.
Which is highly possible, honestly, with how much emphasis there are on both of these gold laners. So they're not going to risk it at all. They're going to go for the Natan and the Novaria in exchange. My wonder is, why did Evos pick up the Valentina in the first phase?
Like it's on the off chance that something crazy, like let's say a Faramis or something comes up, they'll have a solution for it. And in general, if they do want to go for a close range fight, this is the combination we saw in game 1, right? When everyone's confused, focusing on the Minotaur, then the Valentina can slide through with the arcane strikes, make the plays happen, unleash some crowd control, and depending on what ult gets stolen by the IMU, he can make plays. So it lets Clockwood have more space to really do stuff instead of locking him into a particular mage with a single playstyle.
Oh!
Wow.
The Link too without the Angela. So goes for it here. With a very good mid lane duo in the Valentina and the Minotaur. it is relatively safe. Also with the Natan on Dewa's side, it does make sense. Because now Evos can have more pressure in the gold lane, and I think now there's a big emphasis on who gets to get more power in the XP. Usually, combo with the Terizla, when you go for Ling in the XP, they have someone that can just clear out these waves, have a good lane, but they might just ban it out.
And the other thing that I really wanted to point out was, sure, there's safety in that fact in the mid trio, and the fact that you can get those prio lanes, but Dewa have not shown their cards yet in the roam position. And I guess Evos are sniffing that out, right? Instantly with the Hilda. What about the Masha? Is the Masha still a viable choice to pressure this Ling in his own jungle?
The Masha, I feel like now, recently after the changes, back then it's the same idea. You go with a tanky build, you can still one-shot someone, you can be annoying with 3 HP bars in the early game. Now it's a bit different. You require a bit more aggressive items, you do start a bit slow in the early game. So if the idea is to really shut down the Ling by being disruptive, I feel like the Masha isn't as efficient or effective anymore. But I feel like if Dewa wants to go for something with a bit more crowd control, with a bit more ganking prowess here, then they can swing the favor inside of Dewa so that the Fredrin Novaria plus something beefy, something with crowd control, can be used aggressively to clear the waves and gank the side lanes or go into the jungle and really try and pressure the Ling that way.
I don't know about beefy, but crowd control, Kaja is still an option for Dewa to utilize against this Ling.
Kaja. It's a great solution against an assassin, as always, but might be a bit too one-dimensional.
Not against a Minotaur, that's
exactly. If they want to go for a single target utility, it might be too costly considering the AoE that's available for Evos already. They want something that can do a bit of both, I think.
That's why I think it's just really good, right? You pick up the Minotaur first, and then you take away the Valentina to remove the fact that Dewa can go for the Valentina to steal away the Minotaur ult, and also probably the best mage to go up against assassins. You know, we spoke about this, the Valentina with the dashes. You can displace yourself so much to a point where the assassins have a tough time getting those skills to land on you. Terizla ban, though, as expected, with this Ling pick, you need a very strong XP laner that can hold its own and not lose. So I think for that reason, Evos might have to just last pick that XP. They need to prioritize a winning lane for Fluffy.
We have a comment from Annabelle though. What we think when we're playing is only one thing. We're all human, we all eat rice.
Not all of us.
So let's just go for it.
I guess it's saying in Indonesia.
Eterna doesn't eat rice.
Yeah.
Does she eat bread?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I guess. Eterna only eats bread, ladies and gentlemen, that's confirmed. Avoiding the carbs maybe. But hey, in the EXP lane though, we were talking about Fluffy not doing well unless he's on an X-Borg or something. That option is still available, Mirko, and it's a winning lane against a lot of things. And with the close medium range, including the marksman that Evos has, I feel like the X-Borg does make a good addition here.
Not right now, but if they want to pick up more tanky heroes, yes, makes sense to go for that. Because
I'm assuming that's going to happen.
So
Yeah.
just Fredrin right now, Faraga will be instantly deleted by the Natan and the Varia, poked down so much. So that's why, again, for Evos, it's really about setting up for the last pick for Fluffy. They pick up a safe choice in the gold lane.
Oh!
Yeah, they're not going to go for tankiness. They're going to go for full
What?
damage. No X-Borg. Doesn't seem like it. Who's going to go XP? Fredrin XP.
Yeah.
What?
Fredrin flex into the EXP lane,
Go Paquito.
Natan gold.
Oh, they're hovering over a Kai.
What's good against a Fredrin in the EXP lane?
I would just say go Paquito, clear the waves, and then help the Ling bully the Fanny.
So we can
Are they going to go for it?
Sure. What is it? We're all like leaning
Yep.
to the screen.
Oh my god, Fluffy signature!
Are you serious?
With the arrival?
Are we getting it?
Yes!
Akai!
Is it the arrival Akai?
Trying to show Gary how it's done. It's not with a retry, it's with an arrival.
Did he actually go for arrival?
He did.
Oh my, that's, wow, the nostalgia is real. He used to utilize this in Aura. I think he played it once in Evos, but it was like last season. And now it's back.
Now with Cho in the hands of Dewa though, is this a utility Cho, a damage Cho?
I don't think it's lethal, Nick.
You never know. You just don't know. With the Purifiers coming through for 3 players here.
Gary, though, on the Fanny, it's been so long since we've seen this. I think the last time was MDL, when his name was just Gar.
This got so much more interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, the wings are flying high for the final game of this best-of-3 series. If Evos can win this 2-1, they will be brought up into 4th place on the standings. Will they be able to do it? Let's welcome you into the Land of Dawn for game number 3 between the White Tigers and the Sons of Gods. An assassin v assassin game on our hands.
Fanny versus Ling. When was the last time we saw Fanny versus Ling? The last time I can remember was Kabuki versus Albert. I think season 9 it was.
Wow.
When Kabuki played the Fanny and Albert was on the Ling. Now it's Annabelle. Still with his weakness finder strat and Drian. Yeah, no lethal ignition this time.
Not this time for sure. Annabelle, though, with the weakness finder, will be able to be a bit more of a danger, especially for Keys. I feel that that's his main target. Clocken, though, with the Impure Rage, he's going for a bit more damage. In these short trades, he's not going for the Quantum Charge and extra bit of sustain that we are almost accustomed to, because he doesn't really need that extra bit of movement speed either. Knowing that his team wants to stay in there, use the utility, the Heavy Spin and the Minion Fury to really throw their weight around and force Dewa to play around them instead of trying to, position and kite back with the Quantum Charge. Whoa. He has tenacity, by the way, so he is looking to try and make plays going in aggressively forward for sure. Brans, though, with the firmness and the tenacity, he just wants to make sure that he can survive here. He knows there's a lot of threat, a lot of pick-off attempts, and a lot of burst damage, more importantly. He might even itemize defensively in the boot choice as well. That we'll have to wait and see.
Oh, and that's the reason. That's the reason right there. Gary can just come swinging by anytime. And Brans needs to be ready for it. But what? Because I guess he has a Fanny, he knows he's going to have a better laning phase here against Brans. He went for Bargain Hunter, so he's looking to snowball ASAP.
He knows that there's a lot more playmaking tools on his team, especially with the Fredrin and the Cho. A lot more ways in the early game for them to dictate the aggression and go into the gold lane and make sure that Brans does get, that Watt does have the winning lane. But of course, that's unless later on, especially after level 4, if Evos can just bring all those ultimates to bear on that gold lane.
And now in an assassin v assassin situation, both at the same level, by the way. I'm wondering how this turtle dance is gonna go. It looks like they're opening up the map, posturing for it, but they're not committing onto it just yet. Both want to secure their buffs first. But it looks like Fanny might be on the way to disrupt Annabelle here.
Yep. Oh, the flicker and the way the dragon, but it's going to be a bit too far away. Gary gets knocked up in Minion Fury 2 times. And a big bonk from Dreams. The purple buff stolen away, though, by Kaze with the Astral Meteor. Now a chase down onto Drian in the bottom lane, but Watt is there to save him. Grants him safe passage.
Well, let's see how this plays out, man, with the turtle coming up already. Both teams are just going all in on it.
Heavy spin. Dixon was able to bait out attempts of Blaze right now as Kaze goes in as well. Gary, Retri, Annabelle wins it out! Even despite Dixon, a Brazer's Wrath, though, to take him out.
Still good play for the side of Evos, taking the first neutral objective. All things considered, despite all the burst damage and danger that Dewa has, Evos getting the early advantage there. They seem to have a lot of the same ideas from the first 2 games, but they're trying to get it using different solutions. Brans, though,
yes, Purify, and the arrival, he cancels it. It was just to prevent the dive.
Right, as I was mentioning, I mean, they want that global presence, so they went for the arrival. A Fluffy has to pull yourself together, by the way, so it lowers that battle spell cooldown by a lot more as well. Dixon, though, by the way, on the Fredrin, he goes for the agility and tenacity, so he's trying to really match the movement, probably trying to make sure that in the off chance he's forced to go and clear the far side, he can rotate a lot faster. So not bad of a emblem selection.
The audience prediction, however, favors Evos by 65% by the Samsung Galaxy S24 series. And again, Drian just being a nuisance, trying to bait, honestly. He opens up his ultimate here. What's Drian's end goal, seeing as he didn't build damage?
I think the idea for Drian is to make sure that he is annoying, one for sure, that he doesn't get picked off, doesn't give too much gold away, And if Evos are just too confused, trying to make sure that he doesn't become too annoying, he doesn't threaten to steal one of the buffs as well, that means that that's more time and attention taken away from being sent towards the gold lane. That can be a big threat towards Watt, who's on the Natan, but he's pushing a lot faster than Brands here. He's the one actually pushing the lane aggressively again and again, unless a gank is coming.
And by the way, firmness, tenacity, not enough. Also a steel leg plate rush from Brands. That's why the Fanny hasn't been able to do anything against the Claude.
And that's the kind of itemization you have to have against big burst damage potential, especially with as mobile as the Fanny. For now though, Kies' damage in the early game starting to really add up. But once again, from the side of for Evos, they're the ones on the turtle. They haven't really started it just yet.
It's peculiar, right? The damage output. I mean, he's on an NOD first item, if I'm not mistaken, for Kies. He just secured it a few seconds ago, but it's still doing that much. Dreams, as well as Drian, both of these roamers are starting the next neutral objective. Does the Fanny want to go for a contest? I guess he wants to put pressure in the top lane first, perhaps forcing Fluffy to the top lane.
Maybe. Splash of damage on the Dixon. Dixon decides to go in. And Appraiser's Wrath and an Astral Sphere as well. Starlium Scythe built up by Watt, who's been shoving these lanes in. That Bargain Hunter doing work.
That was a 1v1, by the way, between Gary as well as Annabelle. Annabelle gets chunked really low. He actually loses that 1v1.
Now with that advantage though, Evos trying to push through. The fact that they have both, the fact that they have two big ultimates. Usually it's either the Heavy Spin or the Minion Fury. The fact that Evos have two and Dewa have none actually means that Evos are just always going to be the ones to try and want to be in this turtle pit.
No, Drian, 1v4. Oh, wait, the dragon stolen away by Clawhood. Drian forced back with Flicker, still has the way the dragon. Gary rotating over again, and that's going to be Annabelle still who secures it. Gary with the cutthroat, but now the heavy spin pins him down just a bit. No purple buff for Gary. Dixon finds the kill on the Dreams, but finds himself amidst four of the Tigers who claw him down.
That's a 2-4-1 trade in favor of Evos, as they were also able to pick up the neutral objective. Terrified Kies gets chunked really low, and Annabelle looks to take away this purple buff.
And he does. Gary has no say on the turtle, not even in his own purple.
Even on an individual level, Evos are just really pushing up the pace right here. The fact that Clockwind just immediately went for the dive right there. He knows that Dewa are still scrambling to come back in the Land of Dawn, and he knows that Annabelle was nearby. But usually you see him a bit more hesitant, but he just wants to make the plays happen right there. He wants to take advantage of that momentum. Here's a player head-to-head by our new application GoPay. And when it comes to Gary and Annabelle, I feel like Annabelle just has a lot more to say right now, winning on all the stats, and even on the hero pool, he is the one with the more confusing picks in the Land of Dawn. Gary is a bit more straightforward, but now on the Fanny, we'll see if he can still surprise us with his prowess on these assassins.
I mean, so far he hasn't been having a good time. Arrival goes up to the top lane, and they get a turret for it. No kills just yet, but yeah, I mean, who's utilized the alpha in the jungle this season, aside from Annabelle? I don't think there is.
It's just him. And looking at the items though, hey, that's a Has Claws into a Berserker's Fury for Annabelle. So it's a lot more sustainable. I feel like it's a bit less burst heavy, but the crit damage was buffed in the last change. So, the crits are definitely gonna hit with that Berserker's Fury, but look at this.
A target down onto Fluffy. Probably still not the best target to go for. Dreams gets melted. What? That's why his name is what? You sometimes exclaim that when he randomly does that much damage. Has he hit his item power spike? What? No, he rushed Wind of Nature with the Starlium and the Feather of Heaven, but he still just melted Dreams.
It is still 3 items, but with that momentum, with the fact that Dewa utilized everything to take out Dreams in that purple side area on the top side. Oh, 1v1 on the bottom side. Dangerous stuff for Annabelle. He needs to be a bit more careful right there, but he does have the mobility advantage. But technically both junglers have that mobility advantage. So expect a lot of 1v1s right here.
It's fun. It's fun. And the Cutthroat still does damage, especially before that particular 1v1. Gary was able to secure the Malefic Roar.
No, Annabelle. with the Melfic Roar as well. Same build he went for yesterday with the weakness finding. And now it's Fluffy actually. All the way in the back, baited out the entropy already, but now Drian looks forward and engage! A good Astral Sphere to get rid of the tank Dreams now to knock up, and that's going to be an insane engage from Drian. They're all going to go in for the damage. Blazing Duet from Braz to try to see survival. Oh my god, what? Almost found Brand's K's as well. Very close to hitting that snipe, but Evos trade 3 members for a kill and a Lord.
But it looks like Dewa United should be able to get this mid-tier turret under the nose of Evos. But the Lord is still marching up in the top side. Meanwhile, I mean, Annabelle's doing work, being able to push these side lanes constantly, putting pressure on these side lanes constantly. And he's actually #1 on the player's gold by OBS Gold.
Pushing out the lanes and also just going into the jungle whenever possible. Evos are trying to still find some value from this Lord, trying to escort it for a bit longer. Dewa, actually, instead of looking for that chance to really clear the Lord out before Evos can get to it, they let it come through, and now Evos are using it for a bit of a siege. Of course, Dewa has a lot more long range available, especially from Keys, already with the Blood Wings. Going to be trying to clear out as much as possible, but this is still great value. All turrets except for the base turrets secured by Evos, despite the fact that multiple members were taken out in that team fight.
Clean gaming by Evos Glory. And for Dewa, I think it was just, they had to just use that time to fall back, kinda. With the Lord marching down, they couldn't go for anything too greedy, not even the full stack on the Lord. But now Watt has a Divine Glaive, so on top of the Wind of Nature, now he should be able to deal. Oh, Gary with those cables. Fluffy, not able to find him just yet. And Gary just backs off again. Watt is the real threat here, right? Fanny is more of a distraction to Evos.
Looking at the real-time victory rate, it is in favor of Evos right now. The fact that they have been able to munch on all those turrets and the outer layers, not yet touching the inhibitors just yet, but it does give them an advantage. The fact that they always have to be wary of the fact that Evos might go in for... Oh, wait a minute.
Purple buff controlled by Evos Glory. Watt's already popped into Entropy though, and look at those HP bars for Evos. Dream still having the heal. Annabelle out retreeing Gary again.
Oh no.
And taking away the purple buff.
It also finishes the BOD, so even more burst available on the side of Evos Glory. Brands, by the way, no Wind of Nature. I wonder if he's going to go for a full damage build, relying only on his teammates to provide the peel with the Heavy Spin and the Minion Fury, because Watt already has the Wind of Nature, so there's a difference here when it comes to the 1v1. Fluffy though.
Fluffy can be targeted down. Oh my, what? Melting him down now. Defiant Blade to the back. Watt still popping the Entropy to escape from the Temple of the Blazes. Brad's going to be taunted down. Appraiser's Wrath, but Brad still tanks it out of bounds! With a double kill, now a triple maybe, but what? Is able to shut him down. Clawkun with a stolen way of the dragon, and now Gary onto Claw. No Cutthroat to assassinate Clawkun, but Evos Glory have found 3 for the price of 1.
What a great fight there from both the teams, but Annabelle is coming back in, knowing he has a big power spike, trying to make the difference, but without a jungler now, Evos.
Gary?
Another chance with the Heavy Spin used up. Gary, can he do it? He's missed out on the red trees many times before. This might be it, and he does not. Dreams executes him, and Clawkun secures it. Gary fails the red tree steal attempt.
That is so unfortunate. Even without Annabelle, he gets taken off the board before he was able to press that retribution, and that Lord still falls to the hands of Evos. Absolutely no turtle nor Lord pickups for Dewa United up until this 14th minute of the game.
Look at that gold gap. Usually we see this for an assassin versus a tank. This is an assassin versus an assassin. 3,600 lead for Annabelle.
That's the arrival cheese attempted by Fluffy right there, but with all the damage, with the fact that it's a 5k gold difference, I think Dewa can still defend for sure. Evos will have to wait a bit longer before they can go for a brute force play if they want to immediately just try and knock out the bases. But look at Fluffy.
Zoning away, but what happened to Fluffy? He disappeared. Minas Fury defensively. Gary looking for the assassination, the purple buff frozen. and will be cleared out now. Evo's Glory crack open the base of Dewa, but lose Fluffy.
All things considered, that's still pretty good. Mid base turret. On the if they got a side base turret, that would have been better. But any base turret, I think Evos will be very happy to take. What now with the Holy Crystal though? He has still been farming, and again, the gold disparity ain't too crazy. So in a proper all-out fight, Fluffy as well as Dreams will still need to be very careful. If Watt doesn't get crowd controlled and he has a Purify, he will be able to shred anyone, including the tankier members of Evos here. I think they have to really play it around mobility, right? Like using Annabelle right here, instead of really banking on executing Dewa in a proper fight.
This is literally a game that could swing both ways. It's a pendulum of a game. I mean, even if, let's say, you wanted to lock down Watt with who? Fluffy. Watt still has Purify. I don't think Dreams will be able to find Watt in the backline. Whose job is it to do that?
I think it has to be Annabelle. I feel like that's the only thing that makes sense. But again, Watt has Wind of Nature. Keels has a Winter Truncheon, by the way. So the backlines have their own ways to try and deal with this Ling. I feel like this only hinges on Drian if he can really find a better target, because he's been using the Way of the Dragon towards the tankier frontliners. I feel like he should start looking for more aggressive targets, you know, like the squishier targets. They can just immediately punish instead of these utility tanks.
Look at the control over the purple buff though. They want to try to steal it away once again from Gary, but this time Dewa have done a good job. But Gary red trade. A big resource. We'll see if Evos noticed that. I don't know. I don't think they did.
We'll see if they push forward for it though. Keys has the Lightning Truncheon, by the way. He went with a lot of negative Durance, the Blood Wings, and the Winter Truncheon. So a lot of survivability tools built by him. Finally, now he has the Lightning Truncheon. So his damage now will finally be a lot more felt by Evos, especially if they do try and go for something like a Lord Dance. It doesn't seem like that's the strong suit for Dewa United at all. But at this point, it's something they need to be able to do. So we'll have to see if that really makes a difference, as the wave management at least really favors Evos right now. All three waves pushed up. And they're just waiting to try and find an opportunity where they can just punish one more member from the side of Dewa once again.
Earlier, if you noticed, both the Ling and the Valentina maneuver to the top side. And remember, Clocken has the Way of Dragon. I think they were looking for a pick on to Gary before they even commit onto this neutral objective. Gary is up, and Gary has a Retribution. Fluffy.
Heavy spin, bringing Dixon back all the way as Brands deals with him. Tries to melt him down. That's a knockup from Dreams. No more damage to take that immortality down. Fluffy has to recall, has no heavy spin. Annabelle gets shot down by the Astral Sphere and rotates back towards his own jungle, where Evos are still holding on to this Lord. But then eventually try to reset it. Drian, though, will reset it towards his side.
On the right side for Evos, they're getting chunked down, poked down again and again, but they do have a Minotaur, right? The healing difference from both teams is very apparent right here. So if they go for a short trade that results in everyone getting low, that actually favors Evos. They are the ones who require a full-on all-in, where the entropy and all these big ultimates can be used at the same time for maximum value.
They're going for the bait again. They're going for the bait. Gary doesn't bite.
Yeah, that's setup, man. The jungle along with the mid lane, anyone who walks up there will get immediately deleted. And even if they survive with usage of items, it doesn't mean that they're safe. They can still get chased down because the Ling is a lot more maneuverable and you're not really ultimate reliant in your burst potential, especially with that Finch Poise. So Evos are trying to use it as best as possible. And now it seems like they're going to be waiting again.
This Lord Dance.
Oh.
It's the silence, the build-up, the tension right now. It looks like they cannot go for that pick. I think Dewa United spotted out, opening up that side of the jungle. Drian, though, is opening up the map, giving vision, giving information for his team. And again, it's a waiting game. It's a calm before the storm.
It's the calm before the storm indeed. A big storm is brewing for sure here. Once they collapse, it'll probably be one and done. Maybe that one team fight to end it all. Because it seems like once they engage, for the most part, their composition seems like an all-in, right? Even these assassins. Maybe just the assassins can escape, but everyone else will be kind of forced into this team fight.
And the longer the game goes, more items will be built up for sure. I mean, for both teams, the mid laners aren't exactly at full build just yet.
There you go. Another chance to take away the purple buff, but they will not do it. They will not spend their resources on that. If any of them use Retri, then that will be the green light for the other team to go for the Lord.
I wonder if this might or has the possibility to spiral down into a split push to an end type situation. Both assassins on both teams have physical damage and they have good pushing power. If they play this right, I mean, with the arrival in hand as well for Evos, they can let Annabelle go for a daring push towards the base immediately. It is an option that they have to consider, and I think that Dewa has in mind at least as well. That's where the mind games here start coming through. Both teams don't really know what strategy, what solution have both teams really settled on.
Oh, two people are already marching to the top side. Fluffy and Annabelle. Are they looking for a gank? They don't find it though.
That could have been scary.
Yep. Gary spots it. Gary goes back. But it looks like Annabelle still wants to commit onto the push. They should know that the Akai is there. And I think they're utilizing the range from Keys to clear out those waves.
No one wants to make a mistake at this point. They're both playing passively. The gold lead slowly but surely though will lose its relevance here as Dewa creep up to the 60,000 gold mark, where the items will probably not be relevant. Brands trying to go for some poke here on that Claude. Drian finally trying to pull the trigger on somebody. Good maneuvers though from the rest of Evos to back away.
I think it's a great place from Evos here, knowing when there's less members around for Brands to just walk up aggressively, knowing if he wants to do some damage. Oh, he's getting chunked down low though. Lord!
Rush it! Good heavy spin too to deny any attempt if it came around. Evos Glory with Brands holding it down. Well played.
It came out of nowhere. I thought it was going to be a bit longer and we're going to see a big sequence of events, but no. Evos just pull apart Dewa so well, forcing them all across the map with the superior mobility, with the superior 1v1 dueling prowess in the hands of Annabelle as well. Now with the Lord, can they go for an end?
The wave isn't good though. Oh! Dre's finding it. Oh, Purify instantly now. Gary rotating back to the team. Drian very low. Watt still dealing free damage on the back. So that's what a nature pops it just in time. The Temp of the Blaze will be used up by Annabelle as he buys the immortality while he was in the Temp of the Blaze. Fluffy very low. Gary looking for the chase down, but will just go for the minions instead. Evos Glory have cracked another base turret open, but that is it. That is all they can find. And Dixon, technically.
Yeah, they couldn't look for anything more. They couldn't look for the end of this particular game. Like you mentioned, the waves weren't crashing at the right time, but there are still 3 more waves on the way. He's trying to clear, but that's another inhibitor turret fallen, given to the hands of Evos.
Evos are just sticking around right here, trying to see and wait if they can try and find something. These Astral Spheres are getting very close, man. It's a game of quantity at this point, but look at Annabelle. Even if he gets chunked down, he has so much lifesteal here, so much sustainability, and he's trying to bait out something from Drian.
He baits out the way, no, not the way of the dragon, just the Jikundo. Deals a lot of damage, pokes him back down. Purple buff for Dewa spawns in, but Gary is forced to recall.
Oh,
now
boy.
Fanny might not have that purple buff. Annabelle takes it away.
Again, 2 times in a row already. That entire fight, Gary didn't have his purple buff. Keys is actually transitioning to a damage build, taking in the Holy Crystal on top of all the other
what did he sell?
choices that he went for. Did he go for Enchanted Talisman earlier on?
He sold his Lightning Truncheon.
Lightning.
For a Holy Crystal. Knowing that he doesn't really want to go for that AoE anyway, similar for Power Spike item, that Holy Crystal will just allow more damage, not only for the Astral Sphere, but also for the Astral Meteor. And what? He purchased a Wind of Nature, so he switched it out in the previous fight, and now he has it again.
Blood Wings now.
This is how late the game is going.
Sold as Athena for Blood Wings.
Man, ladies and gentlemen, get comfortable, because like both teams are gonna take their time with this one.
Some popcorn. sit back, relax, and watch this show continue.
The stakes are definitely high for both of these teams. Again, to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, Dewa United are currently at 9th in the standings. If they win this, they will be brought to 8th, creeping a little bit closer to that 6th spot that they dearly want. Evos currently at 6th. If they win this, they do jump up to 4th position. And that's definitely the dreams of all the Evos fans right now, who were unsure at the start of the season whether or not they'd even make it to the playoffs.
0-4 start to the season, remember. This should be a free Lord. Gary is spotted up top and Claude's already chunking the Lord down. Gary's still looking for the purple buff right now. I think for Evos, they're more concerned for this purple buff instead of maybe just going for the Lord. And yeah, there you go. The Lord is low enough for them to execute, and that's the rotation by Annabelle. If you want to trade, they will trade it with the Lord for free. Dewa, purple for Lord.
All right. Great play for Evos, man. If you don't want the jungler around to make it a 50-50, you take him away somewhere else, distract him. That purple buff is necessary for Gary, but it's also a great asset that Evos can use to pull him away. Now with a stronger Lord, can they go for it? 5v5.
It's all about how they manage this. Watt popped into Entropy now. The heavy spin pins Watt down all the way. The Divine Blade also to the back line as Rihanna's going to be able to get picked off by the Panda. Immortality taken out. Watt still in the midst of it. Oh, Dreams gets the last shot out to Watt. Gary with the cables trying to save the game. The minion waves not crashing down just yet, but it will in the end. The ultimate victory for Evos. The glory in the name, now the glory in the game. 4th place secured and another step closer to playoffs.
Power, strength, and courage, versatility, patience. All these terms, all these words you can throw at this particular team. Already standing at a 0-1, coming back in game number 2, and eventually going for a reverse sweep against Dewa United. This is definitely not the best place for Dewa at all. Just really securing their spot in that 9th place, the bottom of the standings. So unfortunate for this team, especially now that we're ending week number 7.
They tried their best and they took the first game by storm, and they were able to make it a very difficult, a very trying match against Evos. There's so much momentum going on for them, but in the end it just wasn't enough. Evos were just too good, and they are forced to accept their spot in the bottom for now.
Can you imagine though? Starting the series so strong and coming into week number 7. We have only 2 more weeks left, ladies and gentlemen. Week 8 and week 9, and that's it. That's all the possibilities, that's all the opportunities you have to make it to the playoffs. And this is the outcome that we're getting from Dewa. Oh man, it's so heartbreaking for Dewa.
Truly is. From the opposite in the standings, actually, Dewa were up top in top 4, and Evo's Glory were down in the depths. And now it has fully swapped. Season 13, ladies and gentlemen, where teams can go back and forth at any time.
So let's hear what the victors have to say. Let's hear what Evo's Glory have to say. I'm getting distracted by that fan, but here's the intro, ladies and gentlemen. Bude Clara, take it away.
Senyum untuk minggu ke-7 bagi Evos Glory. Mereka berhasil menutup minggu ini dengan kemenangan demi kemenangan. Congratulations. Gimana? Sulit gak buat kalian match penutupan minggu ke-7?
Ya sulit sih. Dewa kayaknya udah ngebaca permainan kita.
Oh ya? Apa yang gak dibaca? Apakah dari hero-nya atau dari memang kamu susah gerak tadi?
Rasanya susah.
Bentar, kayaknya linkmu set kemarin katanya agak sedikit tremor. Hari ini gimana pakai linknya?
Ya mendingan lah, nggak tremor dikit.
Nggak tremor dikit, better. Tapi ngelihat link kamu pick lagi di game ketiga seperti halnya kemarin. Apakah itu hero yang kayak lagi momen krusial, lagi momen-momen yang menentukan seperti itu? Hero spesial kah?
Enggak sih, lagi pengen pakai aja udah.
Lagi pengen pakai aja. Bukan hero ayo lagi mepet nih, kepepet gitu.
Enggak lah.
Enggak, tapi Anavel, Bude ada penasaran sesuatu sih. Anavel beberapa kali keluar sebagai ada MVP juga, terus wajahnya juga muncul-muncul. Anavel, ini gaya apa sih? Ini kamu doang loh yang gayanya kayak gini. Gaya apa itu?
Gak tahu, cuma disaranin fotografer, udah gitu doang.
Masa?
Terus?
Apakah lawanmu seperti ini?
Enggak lah, sebuah tim sama lah, sama-sama kuat.
Sama-sama kuat. Tapi minggu ini kayaknya ngelihat apalagi dengan reverse sweep. Di game pertama, kenapa kelihatan kewalahan nih dari Evos? Siapa yang jawab nih?
Fluffy mau jawab.
Fluffy ya, bener harus Fluffy sih. Kenapa game pertama tuh kalian kayaknya kesulitan gitu? Nggak hari ini, nggak leg 1.
Mungkin dari kitanya belum panas kali, kayak masih baru bangun tidur kan muka-mukanya. Jadi kayak ya nggak susah lah buat disiplin kayak gitu.
Oh gitu,
ya.
Jadi harus wake up call, wake up guys, harus dibangunin. Tapi cukup mengejutkan nggak sih dengan Akainya Fluffy muncul lagi pakai arrival. Pada langsung heboh MPL Arena semua caster English Indonesia muncul lagi. Ini kali pertama Akai EXP Lane kamu berani membawakannya di season 13. Kalian tuh berani bereksperimen.
Ya itu mungkin kayak udah hero power gue sih Bude. Jadi kayak udah kayak make aja Akai. Dari coaching staff segala macem itu nyuruh Akai bagus gitu.
Walaupun gak ada player lain yang pakai EXP Lane kamu berani.
Ya.
Berani melawan yang biasa-biasa aja pakai hero yang gak biasa.
Ya nanti nextnya bakal kayak mungkin Nolan XP atau Link.
Link ya, rebutan sama Navel nanti ya.
Ya tukeran nanti sama Navel, fleksibel.
Serem kali ya. EXP Lane Link, siapa yang mau lihat ya? Deg-deg tapi yang lebih deg-degan pastinya adalah Evos dan juga Evos Fam. Karena kemenangan hari ini berarti mengubahkah atau tidak? Semuanya udah teriak naik-naik, yuk kita cek bersama-sama berada di mana posisi. Wait. Bentar. Kayaknya kalian muncul awal-awal di posisi pucuk bawah di 9. Meranjak 5 poin di minggu yang ke-7. Ceritain dong perjalanan kalian sampai ke posisi 4 dengan kemenangan 6. Siapa tuh? Gimana perjalanan kalian dari 9 sekarang di posisi ke-4?
Kenapa?
Gimana perjalanan kalian yang awal kita muncul, kalian ada di posisi 9 dan sekarang udah ada di posisi 4?
Ya kita jalanin kayak biasa lah, try hard, berusaha menang, dan alhamdulillah dikasih rezeki lah.
Alhamdulillah rezeki. Tapi berat gak sih buat kalian untuk meranjak naik ke atas?
Berat lah pastinya, berat. Apalagi kan maksudnya tetap ada pressure dari kita skornya 0-4 dari minus. Terus ya bersyukur lah. Tapi tetap fokus ke depannya supaya bisa menang terus.
Supaya bisa menang terus dan tiket playoff tinggal tersisa 5 nih. Kemarin Bude sempat ngobrol sama Rebellion juga. Duo biru tektokan nih pengen playoff bareng. Iya kah? Duo biru untuk Evos dan juga Rebellion?
Amin. Siapapun yang kita maksudnya nggak terlalu fokus sama tim lain kayak gimana sih. Yang penting tim kita lolos dulu lah.
Yang penting lolos. Dengan presentase yang pastinya harusnya naik juga ya dari sebelumnya. Karena dengan kemenangan kalian untuk sisa 2 minggu lagi. Akankah kita melihat hal-hal unik lagi dari kalian? Gimana kalian menghabiskan 2 minggu lagi nih? 8 dan 9.
Ya tetap latihan kayak biasa. Terus juga bersiap dari coaching staff mempersiapkan strategi. Kita player berusaha mengeksekusi gameplay dari coaching staff. Nah kayak gitulah.
Nah apalagi kita ngelihat tadi juga ya. Dreams, hero-mu dipakai loh. Hero-mu dipakai juga oleh Dewa, oleh Drian. Sekarang Carmilla bakal happening kah?
Mungkin bisa lagi sekarang meta.
Kenapa? Apa nih? Apa yang menyebabkan Carmilla menjadi bersinar gara-gara kamu kah? Atau ada hal lain yang kita nggak tahu nih?
Gara-gara repatch sih, patch baru.
Mengenakan buat Carmilla?
Ya.
Iya. Dan kalian menjadi pionir. Nggak masalah kah kayak oke yang kalian pakai mungkin nanti bakal ada EXP, Akai lagi. Segala yang kalian sudah pakai diimplementasikan untuk tim-tim lain. Kalian nggak panik, nggak?
Gak apa-apa sih, biarin. Kalau emang mau coba aja.
Coba aja. Dan kelihatan banget di sini Evos seperti nggak ada takutnya, nggak ada keraguan. Karena dengan kemenangan mereka beruntun-runtun, sekarang posisi 4. Iya, yang di pojok ngantuk ya Fluffy ya ini ya. Coba Klokkunnya dibangunin dulu. Kamu kalau bobo yang bangunin siapa Klokkun?
Jamet. Dreams.
Dreams yang bangunin kamu. Hari ini ngantuk atau enggak buat Klokkun? Ngantuk? Habis menang masih ngantuk nggak?
Enggak.
Berarti kalau lagi nggak ngantuk makin serem ya dari Klokkun. Klokkun, happy birthday Klokkun. Kamu ulang tahun. Klokkun, udah dinyanyiin. Pengen hadiah apa nggak sih? Mungkin dari teman-teman atau ada hadiah seru nggak buat kamu season 13 ini?
Semoga playoff aja.
Oh, hadiahnya pengen playoff. Dikabulin ya teman-teman semua ya, Evos ya, Evos Glory. Amin. Tapi di hari ini kalian juga ada yang spesial kayaknya dari deretan selain ada talent, BA dari Evos. Ada Ma Evos yang hadir bersama dengan Evos Fams juga. Bagaimana kalian hari ini spesial banget penutupan minggu yang ke-7. Ada Emak Evos. Gimana kalian ngelihat support sistem kalian hadir seramai ini?
Ya terima kasih lah buat Evos Fam yang udah ngedukung kami dari awal.
Dari awal. Ada Mak Evos juga loh.
Terima kasih juga buat Mak Evos. Selalu dukung kami pasti.
Wow. Dan Mak Evos di sini membawa kebahagiaan juga. Dan begitu pula dengan Evos Glory memberikan kebahagiaan buat Mak Evos. Menang dengan 2-1. Next week-nya. Siapa yang paling kalian waspadai? Untuk next week kalian, next lawan kalian.
Ya semua tim lah yang pasti kami waspadai. Semua tim sama rata.
Semua tim sama rata. Jadi siap-siap untuk semua tim, siap-siap untuk Evos untuk next week. Dan hari ini telah berakhir untuk Evos menutup minggu yang ke-7 dengan 2-1. Congratulations Evos dan Caster. Kemenangan yang lagi reverse sweep dejavu seperti leg 1, silahkan.
You did it right, finally, you know?
What do you mean?
We know the rebellion thing, you know, or something like that. So finally did, you know,
The girl playstyle? Yeah, the girl playstyle, but the real roar. So Evos did it. 2-1 is how they got it done.
GGWP to Evos Glory, man.
Even Ma Evos was here in the building. It's been a while since she has joined us in MPL
Maybe
Arena.
she's watching at home.
Huh?
Maybe she's watching at home.
Yeah, probably, you know. She has her own work, she has her own things to do, but she comes by as much as she can to support Evos Glory. And so far, this is, I think, the first win with Evos here, present, since she's been, you know, here.
So that was her.
That was her, yes.
Yeah. Just,
Oh, that was her?
Yeah.
What?
I wasn't
the one roaring.
I wasn't completely sure, but yes.
I thought it was the
Evos.
kid.
What?
I thought it was the kid.
No.
The kid with the phone in the pocket.
Yeah, that kid.
No, that was my Evos. I wasn't that sure. I wouldn't want to misidentify her. But if Mirko's confident, he has good facial recognition.
But I'm confident that Annabelle deserves that POTM.
Oh yeah, man.
POTG from game number 2, and then POTM and G, if I'm not mistaken, for game number 3. See, that's a little kid. He just passed us anyway.
5-2-3.
926 GPM, by the way.
I mean, that's pretty high.
Side lanes, bro.
Exactly. Here's a clear the match highlights by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. Look at that, man. This guy has the moves, and of course, this is just a great adjustment here. I've been wanting to see a composition like this for a long time, right? An assassin, but then you have to add that tankiness somewhere else, that tankiness and utility. And for Evos in this game, it's that XP-late Akai we haven't seen in a long, long time. He did claim in the interview it's his signature pick, and in the early game, it was definitely the biggest problem for the side of Dewa, where they're trying to look for a chance here. So even though he's not a jungler, the fact that he is on the team means that he can still use it to save effect. This was very, very close though, by the way. I think Drian popped the conceal there to survive. But the fact that afterwards, after losing many members, Evo still found ways to get full value. And afterwards, these fights, they're so much more dynamic, right? And that's what we're saying is the strong point for Evos. Deciding when to go in, when to back out. Right here, man, it was just all in. It looks kind of sketchy. And even here, without a jungle, they know exactly what to do, man. Chunk down the Lord, get it low. If he wants to contest, punish him. Evos knows they have card control, and that is what they've been always using again and again, even here, to really just swing the tides of battle in their favor every single time.
I also want to say that the Manu and Fury was also a big, big problem for Dewa United when they wanted to go for these neutral objective takes or these team fights. Because let's say the heavy spin baits out the Purify from Watt, and then after that it's layered with the Manu and Fury, so he can't get out of it.
Exactly.
And even it kind of looks like Lim Kochol, dude.
What?
Kind of.
Really?
Dude, I just like noticed it while you guys were talking. I'm sorry for cutting you guys off, but like, uncanny.
It's just a different color palette.
Yeah, if Annabelle gained a bit more weight, that would have been...
They have a different skin tone.
That would have been Lim Kochol, bro.
That's factual.
And also Annabelle's like kind of skinnier, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So if he gains weight, that's just Lim.
So if he gets a tan and he changes his aspect ratio to 4:3, he becomes Lim Kochol.
Absolutely.
I don't see it.
Not yet.
Okay,
don't see it.
we'll give a side-by-side comparison backstage, but more in the game, man. Like you said, Eterna, two big tools, usually only one available, a heavy spin and a Minion Fury. In that last fight, by the way, even though Fluffy went in with a heavy spin, Watt did not activate the Purify. It's only after, when it's layered again with the Minion Fury, is where he comes in and he's forced to use it for that knockup.
And don't forget, Clockun for most of the game, sure there were moments when he used the IMU for Novaria, but he mostly used it for the Way of Dragon. So that's 3 CC.
This is a lot of CC. And that way, right, Evos aren't forced to use any of the utility tools to really threaten Gary. Because, you know, as an assassin, the Way of the Dragon is just so annoying to deal with. The fact that Clockun can have access to it occasionally means that Gary also occasionally gets just denied from everything.
The last pick, Akai, was just great, right? I mean, seriously, Gary, I like the Fanny because, you know, it's something new, but I think with that Akai pick, even without the Akai pick, we kind of knew that, oh, it's going to be tough for him to secure his own purple buff. I think if Evos went for a Paquito in the XP, it would have been even harder for him to get the purple early.
I guess.
So with that, let's take a look at the comms, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear the White Tigers roar.
Rival aja, rival. Rival aja, Rek. Gue tuh. Gue buka nih, gue buka. Vanisi.
Awas ya, pelan-pelan.
C2 aja.
Nah, ini nih.
Fredin. Gak sempet baru tuh Fredinnya. Lo banget Fanny-nya. Nice. Biru aja.
Kalem lagi, boy, santuy. Disiplin aja, guys. Santai. Udah enak buru-buru, iya. Nggak usah buru-buru, kalem.
Kita menanti kalian, boy.
Nikmatin gamenya, boy.
Yoi.
Dia puri ya, tapi dia puri. Ayo.
Aman, gue langsung ke atas.
Cok, kocil. Gue jauhin sini.
Riki. Gulti. Gue flicker. Nathan Puri. Fredin mati. Nathan tadi gue angkat. Gue agro tower.
Sabar. Nice.
Dadah. Endboy.
Nice.
That was the golden moment by UBS Gold, by the way. Just wanted to put it out there.
Yeah, I think they knew there was a big...
like a banner.
Fun fact is, you know the content that was uploaded by MPL ID about Dream Team?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, people were fighting in the comments about the roamers. They're like, no, Yaoi's not a rookie. No, Vin is not a rookie.
Wow.
AKA they don't.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yes.
Like reading is difficult.
That
but you know.
Reading is kind of difficult, but.
What's not difficult?
Click Indomart.
15,000.
15. So 15, wait, click on Indomart is not difficult, or 15,000?
15,000 isn't difficult to
really?
obtain.
Okay.
If you use the Retri discount code.
That's because you're rich, Eterna.
No, that's absolutely not what I meant. I meant it's easy because if you use Click Indomart, it becomes easy.
You get
So
that
confused
15,000.
now.
1,000 plus?
14.
That's 1,014. 1,000 plus 14,000.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Is 15,000. If you guys use the discount, the code discount click and DMPL. That's a new code right now. You guys can get a 15,000 discount off of your order. Call it a retribution because it takes away, a part of the price of the product.
It's more
You know
reliable.
what? I haven't drank coffee at all today, and that's why I think I'm feeling a bit snoozy right now. Whoa! Can I also get a 30% discount for my coffee?
Use that code, man.
All
Where's
you
my
have to do,
coffee?
it's right beside you.
See, this is why it's still full, ladies and gentlemen. When you usually see this pop up, it's already usually empty. I need to drink this coffee real quick right now.
Yeah.
Mirko takes it like a shot, right? He just goes.
Mirko's
it's
gonna
already at
chug
half.
it on screen right now
Whoa!
It's already at half.
because it's so good.
What? That's unbelievable, ladies
What
and gentlemen.
sorcery is this?
He just deleted 30% of that cup, like you can do with the code DISCON30PC.
This is how we do it, man. Now I'm energized, and you guys can get the 30% discount code, DISCON30PC. Do you want the same energy I have? This is the answer.
How is it? Is there a hole?
Like a magic trick.
Technically, there is. I put a straw in there. Right?
You know that is not what she meant.
But you know what I meant?
What?
I meant the MICC Season 2. MLBB Indonesian Community Cup Season 2 starts now. The registration will be from May 1 to May 27. So don't miss it, okay, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to register because the total prize pool includes bonuses and diamonds, while the winner of this season will advance to MDL Season 10, and they will be able to watch M6 finals in Malaysia. All you need to do is scan the QR code down below over here and register now. Please. Wouldn't you want to watch Mirko casting live in Malaysia for M6?
How do you know Miracle will be going to M6?
Wow, I mean...
Who doesn't? Who actually... He's joking with us, right?
What? It's not confirmed.
It's definitely
Dudes.
confirmed. No way.
It's so
It's
far
not
away.
The
possible.
Malaysians love you way too much to not force the hand of the MPL to bring you
Can
to
you
Malaysia.
bring me nasi lemak, please?
If you give
I'd
the nasi
love
padang
nasi
to Yawi,
lemak.
I will give you nasi lemak.
Has that happened yet?
Who says to say it hasn't?
Ooh.
I know Yawi. I'll text him after this.
Go ahead.
We shall ask for
You want to use my
confirmation.
phone?
Oh, so that's who you were
No, I
calling
wasn't. I'm
earlier.
joking. No, don't say
Okay, I
it.
thought it was Beloyski.
No, I don't really talk to Beloy. He's nice, but I'm shy.
Whoa.
He's nice, but you're shy.
Nice guys finished last, ladies and gentlemen.
So why are you not shy with Yawi?
Confirmed. Because he's not nice.
But there it is,
Bad
ladies and
boy,
gentlemen. Match number 1. We do still have 2 matches ahead of us. And don't forget to close out this amazing week. We're going to have the Royal Derby.
Oh my goodness.
Leg 2.
Number 2? What happened in leg 1?
Leg 1? You want to know what happened? It was a 2-0 by Onic.
And that was with Albert, who got a maniac on carry on game 1 or 2. Game 1.
Yeah. 13
Will
minutes
Albert
game.
play again? Will Albert play as a jungle?
Will RRQ fall into the red zone?
Will RRQ play Lemon, Versick, Vin, Banana,
Will they
Bunny,
go back
QT? We will never know.
All these questions, man.
Versick?
Will Rec play? Will Rossi play in the next match as well? Ultra
Oh.
versus Geek Fam? Will Marky, the solution?
Is Beloyski playing?
Yeah, I don't think there are any
Yeah,
others.
okay. I thought we were just saying random stuff.
No, it wasn't random.
I thought you were being random, so I
No,
just...
nothing was random.
Beloyski.
Marky Chidera, because you know
Yeah,
there are two
okay.
in the same role. Wrecked Rossi.
Will Anaya play? That's a different team.
He is... Gary already played.
If you know what I did to Marky a while back, you know. It was just right after a Geek Fam match.
Okay.
And I saw him like, yo, what's up? And reflexively, I'm like, are you gonna play? And then like after he's like, no, bro, very funny. I'm like, what's that about? After I went back to the back room, I'm like, oh wait, they just played. What am I doing?
Oh my god, so cringe. That is actually so
The pain,
cringe.
Marky, love you, man.
I need time to like recuperate from that.
I haven't
role.
apologized to him directly, by the way. So if he hears this from broadcast,
Oh my god, that happens, man. I mean, that That is an Arashi move right there. That is a certified Arashi move. I hope Marky knows that it's an Arashi move.
I
It's
can't
not
do
a.
this.
He wasn't being sarcastic or anything. That was just an Arashi move, man.
I can't do this. I can't do this.
You can't do this? All right, then you guys who can't do this either, who got secondhand embarrassment after what Arashi said, it's okay. It's all good because we're going to head to a break where you guys can recover with me and Eterna and Arashi. Arashi will have to recover from that too. He needs to apologize because we're going to meet him after this, but we're going to go to break. I got you. It's okay.
What's going on?
It's
How?
okay. We got you.
How does that happen?
It's an Arashi move.
Actually.
Yeah.
I was making conversation.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Streamingnya MPL teman-teman ya. Jadi kalian bakal ditemenin sama Kolio sambil menunggu match berikutnya teman-teman, di mana ada Alter Ego dan juga Geek Fam. Dan kali ini di MPL Takeover Kolio tuh mau menjelaskan sesuatu nih sama kalian, bahwa Hellcurt kemarin ini baru di revamp teman-teman. Jadi banyak yang nanya nih, entah itu di konten-kontennya Kolius pribadi ataupun juga di postingannya MPL. Min, Hellcurt itu kapan sih boleh dipakai di MPL? Terus Hellcurt ini potensinya jadi apa sih? Nah, Kolius tuh mau ngasih tahu ke kalian semua bahwa Hellcurt ini juga bisa dibikin jadi roamer. Untuk dari itu, langsung aja kita kasih tutorial singkat aja kira-kira apa yang bisa dilakukan sama hero Hellcurt. Bisa kalian lihat di sini ya teman-teman ya. Kalau untuk dari segi itemnya teman-teman, ini yang Kolius pilih, ada di paling bawah. Jadi cara mainnya adalah dia mirip sama hero Natalia teman-teman. Kalian harus bisa mempick off hero-hero lawan yang memang tipis-tipis. Setelah itu kalian bisa melakukan pressure nih ke jungle lawan. Terutama kalau lawannya itu pakai jungle misalnya assassin ataupun marksman. Apalagi pasifnya Hellcurt yaitu Prowler itu bakal nambahin movement speednya Hellcurt, nambahin stack dari skill 2-nya Hellcurt. Ini yang bakal ngebuat Hellcurt ini playstyle-nya jadi mirip sama Natalia. Lalu setelah Hellcurt ini nge-take down hero lawan, dia kan langsung aktif mode conceal. Jadi kalian tuh nggak perlu pusing lagi untuk out nih atau keluar dari pertempurannya. Kalau memang kalian bermain hit and run. Nah, biar lebih jelas lagi, nggak perlu lama-lama, kita masuk aja dalam in-game ya teman-teman ya. Jadi kita bakal langsung mainkan saja. Di sini Kolius dibantu sama temennya Kolius ya. Ini ada partinya Kolius juga untuk ngebantuin biar lebih cepat dan lebih gampang teman-teman untuk ngasih tutorial Hellcurt roamer ini teman-teman. Dan kira-kira bagusnya lawan apa aja sih Kolius? Contoh, sekarang kan kalau kata Kairi 4 kata lucu ya, meta assassin is back. Jadi memang assassin ini banyak yang udah mulai balik ke meta teman-teman. Contohnya apa aja? Ada Link, memang Fanny yang sempat kemarin digunakan. Terus kan Joy memang dari segi prioritas turun ya teman-teman ya untuk hero Joy itu sendiri. Tapi masih ada beberapa hero assassin lagi yang mungkin bisa digunakan. Seperti misalnya sempat Kairi dari Onic kemarin tuh pakai Hayabusa kan. Nah, Hellcurt ini bisa banget untuk menekan mereka. Ataupun kalau sisi sampingnya ini menggunakan hero-hero marksman tipis. Misalnya ada Ixia, misalnya ada Clean gitu-gitu. Nah itu bahkan Nathan itu pun juga bisa untuk di pressure nih sama hero Hellcurt-nya teman-teman. Ini sambil aku bacain kolom komentar by the way. Jadi tenang aja kalau kalian ada yang mau nanya-nanya boleh banget. Sambil kita bakal kasih tutorialnya teman-teman ya. Sambil kita pencet roketnya. Biar kalian ngerti nih, kira-kira potensi Hellcurt ini kemana. Jadi, apa ya, bisa dibilang tuh intinya tuh playstyle-nya itu mirip sama Natalia, mirip sama Saber. Saber juga mirip sih, cuman memang Saber lebih ngeburst dibandingkan Hellcurt. Tapi, Hellcurt unggul dari segi rotasi, teman-teman. Jadi, rotasinya tuh kencang banget untuk dari early game, untuk bisa kasih pressure ke lawan. Dan ini ketemunya lama juga, padahal klasik guys. Padahal kita mainnya klasik, teman-teman. Sambil kita menunggu nanti teman-teman ya. Nextnya ya ada Alter Ego lawan Geek Fam, teman-teman ya. Di sini Geek Fam ini lagi ada di zona UGD ya, atau urutan gawat darurat. Sedangkan Alter Ego juga sih. Jadi kedua tim ini memang harus benar-benar bersaing banget untuk menang. Ini sambil nunggu nih 26 menit 30-an detik lagi menuju ke next match teman-teman. Tenang aja. Persik mainin dong. Amin, nggak tahu kan kita belum tahu line up ntar malam ya RRQ Onic ya. Kita masih belum tahu line up-nya siapa yang turun. Siapa tahu Persik nanti bakal muncul. Keras duta listrik yoi. Ada Ikhwan Gilang di kolom komentar tuh ya. Kita sambil menunggu nih. Nih ketemu roomnya lama juga ya padahal klasik ya. Nathan lagi bagus banget ya. Iya. Jadi kalau ada dari kalian yang nonton konten TikToknya Kolius yang paling terakhir, itu kan Kolius ngebahas tentang tier list hero gold laner yang kira-kira prioritas untuk kalian ambil. Nathan dan Harit itu kenapa prioritas? Karena sekarang tuh hero-hero tank jungler seperti Baras ya dan juga Fredrin itu kan nggak mendapatkan magic defense growth. Physical defense growth-nya mereka dapat tapi magic defense growth-nya nggak dapat. Terus item magic defense itu pada di nerf guys. Jadi damage-nya itu masuk pol dari Nathan sama Harit. Kalau Roger juga termasuk prioritas menurut Kolius karena memang dia adalah marksman paling sustain di gold lane saat ini. Gitu. Tenang aja. Hellcurt bagus untuk Roam. Nah nanti kalian sambil lihat nih ya. Ini sambil kita nyari roomnya agak gak ketemu-temu juga nih. Padahal kita main klasik. Ya mau nabrak boleh banget guys ya. Ini live kok ya. Jadi bukan rekaman dari MPL ini live. Kolius sambil take over dulu. Jadi ini sambil menunggu breaknya 25 menitan ya. Sambil persiapan juga untuk next match. Kita bakal kasih tutorial Hellcurt ROM-nya. Lolita Ward gak bagus banget. Lolita bahkan sempat dipakai Drian. Kemarin juga sempat dipakai siapa ya di minggu ini ya. Itu masih sempat muncul Lolita. Kenapa Lunox gak laku? Nah ditunggu Adit. Lunox itu potensinya bisa di gold lane nanti. Jadi kamu tunggu aja. Menurut Kolius, Lunox mungkin masih ada possibilities untuk nantinya muncul di MPL. Carmilla Jungler beneran bisa meta atau coba-coba kok? Menurut Kolius jujur Carmilla Jungler tuh lebih ke situational sih. Akhirnya kita ketemu room. Let's go. Enggak, ini sambil kita, aku mau tutorial Hellcurt ROM guys ya. Aku mau kasih tahu kalian tentang potensi Hellcurt untuk jadi ROM. Ya, gak perlu lama-lama, kita pick aja guys. Nah, untuk emblemnya biar kalian jelas ya, aku sih pakainya Swift di sini. Terus juga ada Master Assassin sama ada Lethal Ignition. Ini yang menurut Kolius mungkin possible untuk bisa instant kill lawan nantinya. Terutama attack speed Hellcurt juga lumayan cukup kencang ya teman-teman ya. Terus kalau untuk itemnya, nih bisa kalian lihat sendiri di sini ya. Aku lebih milih untuk Blade of Heptasis. Ini situational ya. Demon Hunter Sword ini bisa kalian build kalau lawannya tebel-tebel. Tapi kalau nggak tebel-tebel, menurut Kolius kalian bisa bikinnya Hunter Strike atau bikinnya tuh Blade of Heptasis. Nah di sini juga ada Corrosion biar namanya attack speed. Ini penetrasinya Malefic Roar dan yang terakhir ada Immortal yang nantinya bisa kalian ganti-ganti mungkin Rose Gold atau yang demen Crystal tuh bisa pakai Winter Truncheon guys. Let's go ya. Cara lawan Nathan di late game kok harus hero yang memang bisa ke belakang dan CC. Jadi memang harus ada shout caller yang maksudnya kompak dari gerakan teman-teman kalian juga untuk bisa bikin kayak ketika memang Nathannya ketangkep itu harus di burst gitu. Harus secepat mungkin Nathannya tuh di take down. Karena kenapa? Nathan punya entropy guys. Skill ultimate-nya untuk dia kabur. Bahkan backup untuk Nathan juga pastinya lumayan cukup kenceng. Secara teori seperti itu. Cuman memang prakteknya kamu harus lihat draft juga guys. Misalnya dari segi draftnya ini teman-teman ini ada yang bakal ini enggak gitu, ada yang bakal nge-backup Nathannya enggak, siapa yang harus di take down duluan, apakah langsung incer Nathan atau dipisahin dulu gitu-gitu. Let's go nih ya. Hellcurt ROM penghancur turret Kolius, betul Rifki, betul banget. Hellcurt ROM itu bisa banget buat ngancurin turret. Dark System gak tuh Hellcurt ROM, nanti kalian lihat sendiri nih ya. Ini kita gak tahu juga nih, semoga tidak cosplay jadi Dark System kalau untuk level-level awal sih biasanya aku langsung ngambilnya skill 2 aja guys. Terus karena kita mode prowler guys, jadi rotasinya ini bakal kenceng. Kita bisa langsung rusuh guys sebenarnya. Aku bawanya petrify, jadi harusnya masih bisa selamat kalau sampai di geng lawan. Aku langsung ke orange buff lawan. Karena nih, Rito Warner di sebelah sana guys. Kita samperin dulu aja. Kalian lihat damage Hellcurt Rom guys ya. Kalian lihat guys, sabar. Kalian kalau bisa curi, karena aku punya masih petrify, aku masih belum aktif. Ya, lihat ya, kita langsung di backup. Kalian lihat guys ya, langsung hilang lawannya guys dan mode prowlernya langsung aktif. Kita langsung dapat per skill. Ini gunanya apa sih teman-teman? Ketika kita di sini, kita tuh ngasih info ke teman kita. Oh, lawannya ini start merah dan lawannya Alucard. Gak banyak crowd control yang bisa dihasilkan sama lawannya. Jadi kita bisa langsung hajar kayak gini contohnya nih. Darah dia lumayan cukup sekarat kan? Sini kau. Kusik ke kau. Sabar ya, kita belum level 2 guys. Hati-hati petrify kita udah cooldown. Dari dark system kita nanti kalau seandainya ini. Dapat gak? Nggak dapat. Langsung kita isengin aja dari cowoknya ya. Ini kalau udah mode prowler gini tandanya guys ya, tandanya nggak ada lawan. Nih ya, kalau kasih tahu tips untuk menggunakan Hellcurt. Kalau kalian lagi kayak gini darahnya regen dan tiba-tiba dia meledak gitu, itu berarti ada lawan guys. Jadi ini sebenarnya Hellcurt bisa buat open map cuy. Jadi misalnya ada lawan di rumput gini, itu langsung bisa ketahuan sama Hellcurt-nya guys. Ini mode prowler, lihat nih ya. Ini mode prowler, ada yang di rumput gak nih? Kalau dia masuk rumput dia bisa langsung ketahuan guys. Tapi kita bisa langsung ke Layla dulu. Lihat damage-nya. Siapa yang bilang Hellcurt gak bisa roam guys? Tunggu, temanku jauh nih guys ya. Kita lihat dulu guys. Teman kita jauh. Dia aja. Tunggu dulu. Kukira buy one, ternyata bawa kawan guys. Ya. Nye. Emang kau aja sih yang bisa bawa kawan kan? Sabar ya. Sakit bang. Nah tuh, matiin. Nah, gitu guys. Masya jungler bagus gak kok untuk sekarang? Kayaknya udah Masya lebih enak kayak main kayak Drian gitu gak sih guys? Jadi roam dibandingkan jadi jungler ya kalau menurut Kolius ya. Roam yang bisa ngasih pressure kayak gini Hellcurt ini nih. Burem banget videonya. Aman harusnya sih di nih. Sabar ya. Nih. Kita bisa nunggu di sini. Kita bisa nunggu, harusnya ntar bakal ada yang dia ke arah bawah guys. Si Zasknya. Tamus agak tebal. Kita kalau bisa kita hajar tuh hero-nya yang agak tipis-tipis aja guys. Bawah kita mau diserang, kita masih cukup aman. Hilang kau cuy. Hilang kau cuy. Damage kita terlalu dalam ini guys. Nah, kita jadiin ini dulu nih, Fury Hammer guys, biar ada penetrasi. Petrify. Yoi, gak apa-apa kita gak dapat kill guys. Kalau memang bisa dapat killnya dikasih ke teman lebih bagus, karena kita roam, inget guys. Yang penting item kita jadi guys. Mode prowler lagi. Sambil nungguin stack. Ada nggak? Nah dia ada nih, ada nih lawannya. Tuh kan, kalian lihat guys. Itu cara nandain lawannya ada atau enggak guys. Kalau modenya aktif kayak gitu meledak ya Hellcurt-nya ini bisa banget jadi roam makanya. Berarti ada lawannya di rumput. Bukan pakai map hack guys ya. Bukan pakai map hack, tapi karena pasifnya Hellcurt guys. Varsha ada potensi masuk meta gak kok? Ada. Yang penting nggak banyak hero dive in, Varsha bisa muncul guys. Iya. Ayo bang. Tidak bangku. Rame cuy. Backup kita mana? Wis, disepak ya. Cow ulti. Kita kasih info dulu. Nah tuh, ini sih sampai 14-0 gini guys. Karena pressure dari Hellcurt yang begitu besar juga kan guys. Nah, sabar, kita aktifin mode prowlernya lagi. Sambil plating, nah ini ada lawan harusnya. Tadi aktif soalnya, di kiri dia. Ini Hellcurt roam ini penghancur turret guys ya. Cepet banget. Hilang deh guys. Masuknya sendirian soalnya nggak ada backup temennya. Sambil kita cari lawan, jalan-jalan di map, cari-cari ke rumput. Petrify, nggak gerak ya guys. Tuh. Nah, bisa jadi jungling juga deh kita dah. Aduh, dia juga loncat guys, flicker ya. Pukul guys. Gila ya. Pokoknya rotasinya guys ya, ini jadi cepet banget guys. Dan kunci dari Hellcurt Rom adalah rotasi, jangan diem aja. Karena dia kayak Natalia guys, kalau bisa cari info. Wah, dia hilang guys. Akhirnya kekejar. Jangan lupa Kolius, itu skill 1 bisa terrify. Betul. Kalau memang kena pas lagi dari mode Prowler, itu bisa ngasih efek terrify ke lawan guys. Roam sih, cuman kalau kita tabrak, udah bisa sabar. Cooldown. Langsung hilang dia guys. Turtle kita mau up lagi. Ini kita sambil gerak lagi aja, karena kita bukan junglernya guys. Kalau kita junglernya mungkin kita udah bisa setup di Turtle. Nah kita bisa open map rumput kayak gini nih. Ini bisa mati gak ya? Nah kena terrified ya. Nah damage kita soalnya udah sakit banget guys. Dan aku bikin DHS karena kenapa? Nih ini lumayan tebel ya dari Tamus ya guys. Jadi aku butuh damage biar bisa ngasih damage ke Tamus ya guys. Di sampah mulu ya. Bukan di sampah sih, kita roamer guys. Jadi apa ya, kunci atau job desk dari roamer tuh bukannya untuk mendapatkan kill point juga guys. Kalau bisa temennya yang lebih fat nggak apa-apa gitu. Tapi kalau kita bisa dapat kill point, why not gitu. Ada di sini. Nah, lihat kena terrified lagi guys. Double kill langsung Hellcurt ya guys. Ini bisa langsung kita engage secepat mungkin. Nah, dikasih loh, pelit banget teman kita guys ya. Orange buff-nya nggak dikasih guys. Padahal kita damage-nya bisa ini. Kapan Gatot bisa meta? Ah, kita tunggu ya. Kalau dia juga kangen sih, misalnya Gatot bisa meta kayak dulu mungkin. Ada orang nih. Oh, muncul di turret. Sabar, lihat tengahnya udah mulai ini. Panik kita bener-bener agak merajalela. Awas nih, kita bisa. Ya, kita ter-take down sendirian dong. Ya, nggak apa-apa guys. Tuh, tuker guys ya. Langsung tukernya 2 guys. Tuh, ini namanya ilmu trading. Walaupun jadinya harusnya kita 0 kill sini, lawannya jadi dapat kill guys. Yang tadi nge-kill kita itu, oh untungnya Chow. Chow adalah rom dari lawan. Jadi ini rugi guys bagi lawannya. Yang nge-shutdown, soalnya Chow-nya shutdown guys. Counternya apa Kolius? Bisa pakai let's say Kaja, bisa pakai Franco. Hero-hero crowd controller sih guys kalau menurut Kolius. Yang memang efisien buat nge-counter Hellcurt. Karena Ruby juga bagus banget tuh buat nge-counter Hellcurt. Karena kan silence Hellcurt sekarang udah nggak ada ya guys ya. Jadi ketika Hellcurt masuk, itu bisa langsung dihajar guys. Jangan dikasih lepas Hellcurt-nya. Tuh lihat damage kita tadi, darah Alucard full loh guys. Darah Alucard masih banyak banget tadi guys. Sabar, Zasknya lagi pakai ulti. Lawan bot, lihat namanya orang guys. Kita ada komputer sih. Ada nama komputer guys, tuh Zasknya pakai nama komputer gitu. Jangan. Lance meta nggak bang? Kalau di ranked masih bisa dipakai banget. Cuma kalau di MPL Lance itu sebenarnya buah si malakama sih. Jujur, maksudnya kayak misalnya kalau lagi bagus, tapi kalau memang lagi ini, ya ampun masih diambil juga sama temen kita guys. Tapi kalau memang kalian fail snowballing dari early game, itu bakal bahaya guys. Kita record dulu guys, dulu. Alu bisa nggak counter? Ini Alucard malah kesiksa sih guys. Sebenarnya Alucard bisa counter, tapi gini, kunci dari Alucard adalah kamu harus punya hero-hero yang hero lawan tuh nggak ada di draft itu burst damage atau banyak crowd control guys. Nah Hellcurt itu termasuk hero burst damage. Jadi Alucard harus hati-hati. Ini kita solo lord aja nih, kuat nih harusnya. Bayangin guys, hero roamer yang bisa solo lord apa guys? Natalia aja nggak bisa, Saber aja nggak bisa guys. Hellcurt sih guys. Memang lama sih tapi karena kan kita nggak pakai ini guys ya, emblem yang buat ngelord. Ngapain kok di sini? Ya aku lagi MPL takeover guys. Jadi kita bajak streaming MPL. Sekalian ngasih tutorial ke kalian gimana sih cara mainin Hellcurt Rom. Aku sambil cari di map. Kalau di sini ada hero nih, ke rumput ini ada hero, pasti pecah prowler ya guys. Atau pasifnya pecah. Ke kiri lagi, kembalikan meta Alucard. Nah ini ada nih, tuh. Ulti bang. Balikin yuk. Sabar, kita tarik ulur guys sambil nunggu mode prowler aktif. Di sini ada hero kan tadi? Oh nggak ada. Nice. Backup yang sangat manis. Hilang dia guys. Sampai cuma dapat 50 gold kita guys ya. sampai cuma dapat 50 gold. Pelan-pelan. Kita ambil, kita barisin bentuk huruf V. Oke. Langsung kita aja guys. Nah, gimana guys? Kalian lihat kan, itu dia potensi dari Hellcard Rom. Kesimpulannya, pilih itemnya kalau bisa burst damage. Karena kalian itu tipikal yang bisa nge-pressure lawan. Jadi Hellcard agak sia-sia nantinya kalau kalian bikinnya itu bikin item tank. Yang kedua, kalau sih pakai dire hit ya, untuk blessing Romnya. Terus, gaya main itu mirip sama Natalia. Kalau Saber tuh kan memang dia jalan pakai ulti. Nah, tapi kalau Hellcard ini lebih ke in and out deh. Karena ketika dia dapetin point kill, dia bakal conceal. Kondisi yang bagus untuk menggunakan Hellcard Rom tuh seperti apa, Kolius? Ketika lawan pakai assassin, ketika lawan banyak pakai hero tipis, teman-teman. Jadi mungkin itu aja tutorial dari Kolius. Semoga berguna buat kalian, teman-teman ya. Buat yang mungkin penasaran, bisa dimundurin lagi streamingnya dikit sambil nunggu breaknya untuk melihat potensi dari Hellcard Romnya. Jadi Kolius izin pamit undur diri. Thank you so much buat teman-teman yang udah nonton, dan tunggu match berikutnya ada Alter Ego dan juga Geek Fam. See you di acara lainnya. Sama-sama aman banget ya, berat.
Keduanya terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah
Tuh, kalau bisa musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin dia.
Oke.
Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin dia.
Oke.
Nah, Jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua
Para super fans di MPL Arena dan juga ada di rumah, tentu saja di match kedua di MPL Indonesia Season 13. Ini adalah hari yang terakhir di minggu yang ke-7 di mana pertarungan kali ini akan mempertemukan dua tim yang berada di zona merah. Akan ada Alter Ego dan juga Geek Fam yang harus berhadapan satu sama lain demi mencari poin kemenangan. Melihat betapa dinamisnya klasemen sementara, satu kemenangan saja tentu sangat berarti untuk setiap tim yang beradu. Kita sudah melihat di match pembukaan, kemenangan Evos membawa mereka naik di posisi keempat. Tentu saja match kali ini sangat berarti dan sangat mendebarkan untuk semuanya. Tentu saja acara yang mendebarkan ini karena dukungan para super fans dan juga para sponsor. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Munton. Presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold, dan juga ada partner in esports kita, ada Dunia Games, GamesMax, Ora Imo, dan juga Telkomsel. Bersama dengan supplier Indomaret, Point Coffee, Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus, dan juga Saturday. Last but not least, our government partner PBSI. Hari ini dengan posisi 7 dan ke-8 yang akan bertemu di match kedua. Kira-kira siapa yang bisa ngedapetin kemenangan ini? Karena kita melihat Alter Ego satu-satunya tim yang punya 5 kali.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13!
from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Alter Ego and Geek are dangling over a cliff. Their right hand holding on to the edge, while their left outstretched, searching for a miracle. With the darkness of the red zone looming beneath them, who will be pulled up first? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second match of the day. We are now entering week number 7, day number 3, the final day of this week. And you are now watching the English broadcast here with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko, as well as Arashi. Before we get into it, however, we do want to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Our official e-wallet, GoPay. Our official gold partner, UBS Gold. We also want to thank our partners in esports, Duna Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, Telkomsel, our suppliers, Inamart, Point Coffee, Neo QLED, Super Smart TV Plus, Saturdays, and of course, thank you so much to our government partner, PBESI, for without all of your help, this tournament would not be possible. So here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the second match of the day. We are going to be seeing Alter Ego and Geek, both teams in the red zone, fighting for survival, fighting to keep their dream alive in their playoff run of Season 13.
It's so close in the bottom of the standings right now. 5-6, 6-6, all the way from the 3rd place all to 8th, I would say. Even 9th, technically. If they only need to get a few more wins here and the teams up top lose just a few more matches, it can flip. We can see Dewa make it, we can see Aura not make it, but mainly we're going to focus on the 2 teams who are still in the red zone, desperately trying to climb out of that cliff that they're dangling on, as Eterna mentioned earlier. Geek Fam and Alter Ego. Alter Ego being in a worse spot, 4-8 compared to the 5-6 record of Geek Fam. But also in playstyle, I think it kind of reflects their understandings. Alter Ego have been so template. Geek Fam also kind of readable, but still in their gameplay a bit more multi-dimensional. There's still more of a, a glimpse of brilliance from Geek Fam.
I think for sure they have this bit more flexibility in their strategy, and they have some very interesting combinations that they occasionally just bring out onto the table and surprise us with. Like even back then, when the first time we saw the Novaria and the Selena, right? Moments like that, they can still come. That can still happen right now with the meta still shifting around and a lot of teams just finding all these unique picks. But here's the poster here. Out of the red zone is the target. Out of the red zone is the target for both these teams. Is the blue side the key? Who can escape from the red zone? Is it gonna be off the back of the blue side? Because for both teams right here, they really enjoy playing on the blue side. Although the win rate is 50% to 42%, but hey, that's the best they can come up, they can get in that situation. It's definitely something that is gonna play a factor here in how both of these teams draft, unless the recent changes or the recent shift in popularity for different heroes has changed that.
I think for now, looking at the total games also, right? I think for Geek Fam, they have been trying a lot of different compositions. Kind of the same for Alter Ego, experimenting and trying to utilize that creativity. But we've seen changes over changes for Alter Ego, not just in their drafts, but in their lineups too. Sully Boy coming into the fray, replacing Krite, Rekt, and replacing Rossi. And even yesterday, we saw Highs play again. And to this day, we still don't know what the best lineup is for Alter Ego. For Geek Fam, I think it's very clear already. But they've also been changing technically, right? We thought it was Hazel for the longest time. Now we've seen Ray get a lot more game time compared to Hazel. So at this point, it's kind of a coin flip. Who's going to play today? Will we see Rekt again with Highs? Will we see Rossi with Nino? Will we even see Sully Boy for Krite?
And the thing is, that's not exactly what you want coming into week number 7. Still unknown what lineup you want to be picking up today. But we are going to see their normal lineup, right? Pai, Taz, Krite, Rossi, as well as Nino. So we don't see Rekt, we don't see Highs, nor do we see Sully Boy. Let's hope that that is enough. Let's hope that their synergy is on point and their chemistry is there to be able to win against Luke, Ray, Aboy, Beloyski, and Chidera. So again, no Hazel. they've opted to go for Ray once again. Very interesting.
Sure is an interesting call, considering some of the opinions we've seen on the desk so far. We're walking to the stage right now.
Fighting for dear life, dangling on the edge of a cliff. The Geeks have to find a solution. The solution bench though, but with Ray, will he be the retribution for Geek Fam to come back up against the three-faced mask with a very similar road ahead? It's Geek Fam!
Number 7 on the standings right now, out of the 9. They desperately need to secure a win for this team if they want some sort of replication of their success last season. Remember, these are the runner-ups of MPL ID Season 12, and yet here they are today, down at the bottom, beneath most of these teams.
Season 13 has been a cruel mistress to everyone, Geek no exception. But Alter Ego, we'll see what they can bring to the table today.
Back to the fundamentals, back to the lineup. It started off Season 13 with a win streak. Rossi, Nino, and Cry back in commission. With Pi and Taz, the three-faced mask look to reclaim that win streak that was once theirs. Now on a 5-lose streak. It starts now if they want to change their fates. Alter Ego Esports!
Currently standing below Geek Fam in the standings, number 8. This team is a team that has the highest amount of lose streaks so far, 5 times in a row. Let's see if they can finally procure themselves a win. As we all know, ladies and gentlemen, it's getting even more imperative than ever.
Especially right now with the changes, there's a lot of chances for both these teams to come up with something crazy. We've said that before, and now with the coaches on the stage, headed by our Marshal, Dainang, Bluffsy and Nafari will have to try and outsmart each other. With the pressure ramping up, knowing that this is now a fight not just for glory, but also for survival, you can expect the most desperate of measures for this desperate situation.
It's still the choice for Alter Ego to deploy Nafari, and ours, no Aldo still for Alter Ego, just like yesterday, but with a different lineup. What's the plan here for Alter Ego? What do they need to get done up against Geek Fam, a team who, again, have been quite okay, but their drafts have been very, very unique. Estes, Florin as well, very healer-based.
Seems that they're thinking that there's a bit more value to be gained there. If you look at the average KDA, Alter Ego holds quite the significant difference compared to Geek. But Geek, they're all in on the team fights, and they really use that neutral objective to try and go for it. Alter Ego has a much more aggressive, chaotic style. Now we've seen in today's matches alone that both can work depending on the situation. And if you do have a plan to go with that neutral objective style or that chaotic, long distance, macro heavy playstyle, both can work, but the setup, the preparation all the way from the player's mind into the drafting phase has to link up together to set up for that victory. Here's the keys to victory though for Alter Ego. Respect Beloyski's healer and win the mid lane trio matchup. They want aggression, it has to begin from there. If you go aggressive on the side lanes without the mid lane jungle roam pressure, then you're only gonna get counter ganked, counter initiated on. That's never the way to go. So going with that strong, heavy roam style with a lot of tempo and look for a gold lane fighter, this might be the right time to go for it if they really want to try and leverage every single thing they can get their hands on to really get all the winning lanes, the winning matchups, and crush Geek Fam before any kind of smart team fight macro situation comes around. The keys to victory for Geek Fam though is seeking Florin alternatives to Beloyski's healer roamer. He's been very intent on playing this Florin, and he's had good results, but he needs alternatives if he wants to stop being targeted in the banning phase, in the pick phase as well. And of course, you have to re-exploit Luke as a playmaker. Recently, with Beloy going for those healers, someone needs to step up to the plate to start the fight, to go for the dives. Luke has been able to do so impressively, but he requires the right tools to do so.
We do have a caster POV by this man called Mirko. Not really familiar who that is, but He says, please, Bluffsy, maximize Luke's potential with his playmaking hero, Mirko, on the desk. What do you think Mirko on the caster POV means?
I think he means, you know, let Luke do Luke things like we've seen in Season 11, Season 12 as well. When you get him on the Lapu Lapu, on the X-Borg, on the Arlet, these playmaking heroes, over, you know, the carry heroes, because he tends to carry usually on playmaking heroes instead of the real carry heroes. He plays really well on the Yutong as well, so give him these heroes instead of the Benedettas, the Paquitos as well that we've seen from him. And I think it's very clear from the results of those matches where he did get the Benedettas, where he did get these specific heroes that he doesn't do too well on it, right? So go back to what works. Luke is a phenomenal XP lane, very high potential to be the best XP in Indonesia. So utilize his strengths.
By the way, happy birthday, Rasi.
Oh,
happy birthday, Rashi?
Not Arashi.
Rasi.
No,
Rasi.
no, no.
Happy birthday, Rasi.
Rasi. There you go. Today is May 5th, 2024, and Romer from the Alter Ego team, Rasi, is celebrating his 23rd birthday.
So young.
10 years younger than you, Eterna.
I am not 33. Did you know your viewers are coming onto my streams, by the way, saying that I look 40?
What? What? I
They're
never
like,
said that.
Mirko,
I never said that.
That is out of
I'm
pocket.
Mirko's
That is
viewer,
out of pocket. All right.
and you look 40,
I'll have
by
to
the way.
clarify.
How old are you?
Eterna.
Because Mirko said you're
I
40,
need to
and I'm like,
apologize. Eterna.
wow, thanks.
So everybody watching, Eterna does not look 40. I said 60 on stream.
The public rewarding from Mirko. I don't think that was exactly an apology. But hey. Okay. Oh, wait. Immediately straight into the drafting phase. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy S24 series, where already the Lohi is banned, but the chip is still available.
By the way, this is a fun fact. Last time that both of these teams met, it resulted in a 2-1 victory for Geek. That was a reverse sweep. But the one thing to note that was a pattern was they always went for the first pick Fredrin, and when they did, they won the game. So I'm not sure whether or not the Fredrin will be contested in this particular match, or it can come through once again. Luoyi's been banned out, so that does leave one more slot open. The Matilda has yet to be banned out, but so does the chip. Do Alter Ego want to let it go?
I think on paper, Alter Ego will do better with a pick like the chip, but a lot of teams are wising up to that strategy, right? With the chip just being so decisively so oppressive in the Land of Dawn, a lot of teams have found, or at least crafted, some kind of countermeasure. But with Matilda selected over the chip, now Alter Ego won't have that Matilda available to pick up either.
Oh,
That's the first time, right?
Yeah, first time chip pick for Geek, but remember, just want to let you guys know, maybe if we had a different caster POV, it will probably just be KB with a quote, chip sucks. That's what he thinks right now with all the counters that are available to go up against the chip. Yesterday, chip stood at a 0% win rate. That was how bad it was, because everybody finally understands how to counter it. And we'll see for Geek Fam if they have the winning formula for the chip. Valentina pickup though for Alter Ego.
Only the Valentina. It's going to be followed up with,
Straight
a
away.
very early Carmilla. Wow.
This is the way.
This is the way?
Yeah. Against the chip, this is how Evos was able to fully counter it. You try to group up together, and the Carmilla just takes advantage of that 100% of the way.
Yeah.
Certainly a good option for now. We'll have to see. For Geek, knowing that now the threat of clumping together and being comboed is a big problem, what will they have to supplement this playstyle?
I mean, technically, can't they pick up something like the Faramis to protect them when they are clumping up as one?
That's where the Valentina comes in. That's probably all thought out. But with the Natan coming up with the Barats as well. All right. So they're supplementing the long-distance mobility of the Barats with the chip, technically, if they really want to go for that. When it comes to the neutral objective, though, we've talked about this earlier. Comes to that kind of proper setup, Lord Dance situation. I believe for now, Alter Ego has more of their cards hidden, but they do have to reveal one more pick right here.
Usually it's the Roger for Alter Ego in the first phase. They really like to pick up the Roger because it's a good flex pick for them. They can go for it in the gold lane on Nino. They can also utilize it in the jungle. And for the most part, we've actually seen it in the jungle for Taz. Up against an Natan, you want to have a bully. They go for the Claude instead here in the gold lane to try to out-farm the Natan.
Okay, they also want to make sure that they're going to be able to secure an okay lane against the Natan, especially before the second phase, before it gets taken off the board, before it gets banned out by Geek. Alter Ego now, they're going to start in with the bans. What do you predict it to be? Okay, fair miss. So they still don't want to risk it, even though they have the Valentina. They still think that the Faramis is worth to ban out.
That might be just them being concerned about the difference in damage output compared from the Claude compared to the Natan. I mean, the Claude has a blazing duet for sure, but with the Natan, especially when everyone's clumped up together like that, your basic attacks shred through multiple people at the same time. That is something that eventually will add up the longer the game goes. Now for the side of Geek though, do they want something else to supplement the healing, right? We talked about the Florin being an option. It is not banned away, so that is still something that Geek can use in combination with the grouping coming in from the chip.
Are we ramping up to an assassin pick? The Masha ban, Geek picking up the Barretts. By the way, for Natan, is it good to pick up something like a Lolita?
Yes.
As a roamer.
Yeah, that was the answer to the Natan by Bigatron up against RRQ, who loves playing the Natan, and it was a good strategy to implement. It was also, though, however, comboed in together with an Alice and an Angela. So you have so much more damage to put in over to the back line as well as you dive, and so much more sustain so that the Natan can actually burst you down.
But remember, right? They're trying to counter the clumping up of Geek. I think Lolita in the mix would actually be of high value. But Alter Ego go for the Yuzong pick first. Being able to dive into the back line, try to punish the Natan. It looks like that's what they're aiming for, especially Geek has not yet opened up their mid laner.
And now, two final picks for Geek, and Alter Ego have a chance to really hide their final pick here. For Geek, it has to be something that's a bit more well-rounded, knowing that one more pick from Alter Ego here can really change the trajectory of how a team fight goes. Already with two strong frontliners and one backline defense, I feel like crowd control, I was going to say, would be great. Vexana definitely fits the bill. Also, kind of vulnerable to the Yuzong, but with a Purify, you can cancel out the whole engage. The Furious Dive can be all negated after the Black Dragon form. And with a Ruby, they're set up to group together and protect that Natan.
So Ruby EXP?
Yep.
Okay. Against the Yuzong in lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sustain versus sustain in that XP lane. We'll see how the Ruby does. I think it's more of a passive pick. Also just go and farm out, clear out, and then try to rotate with that CC to enable the rest of the team. And also, it's kind of good punish. For Alter Ego, they don't have a lot of range. Even the Claude, not the super crazy range that you would expect from even a Natan. So, punishable by the Ruby. It's also a good deny pick because for Alter Ego, they love playing that and roam. And technically, the Carmilla is still a flex that can go to the jungle. Baxia, last pick for Alter Ego.
All right. I was banging on the Lolita. I was excited. I wanted to see if it worked out, but no Carmilla jungler just yet. It's going to be Carmilla in the roam, Baxia in the jungle. So in the keys to victory, it was mentioned that they need to have the mid-trio prio. Does Alter Ego have the mid-trio prio with this composition?
Valentina, Baxia, and Carmilla. So they have a lot of very good skirmishing potential in the early game. And they do have a decent amount of clear. Compared to Chip, Vexana, and Ruby per se. I think the clear is weaker for Alter Ego, but the skirmishing, I think Alter Ego has a bit more to really throw around. And you're seeing the Revitalize come in for Rasi on the Carmilla. And a boy, he does not go for the Purify, it's all flicker. So vulnerable to the Petrify combo for sure.
So here we are, ladies and gentlemen, watching both of these teams slipping over the edge. Who will slip first in this best of 3 series as Alter Ego and Geek Fam look for their first win? Let's jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 1.
All right, looking at the emblems though, it's going to be Impure Rage again for the Valentina. Alter Ego, I think they do want Cry to be able to do a bit more damage, to still have some kind of mana sustain in the early game. Potentially thinking of going for a different item here, not wanting to be rushed into the Enchanted Talisman. Maloyski is babysitting in the EXP lane instead.
Yeah, this is an interesting start to the game here by Beloyski. Usually you would expect him, especially in this game, to go and babysit a ton. But QC for Beloy. Again, another new emblem that we are seeing for the chip. Rossi, though, putting so much damage on him. Also with the QC and the Revitalize, too, by the way. Rossi's just been loving this on the chip. And now on the Carmilla, it's Revitalize Nation.
This is a big hidden playmaking tool that hasn't been seen for a long time, but oh, look at that, top side.
A full gank onto Luke, first blood by Pi. Picks it up, even despite the early babysit.
I mean, you even mentioned, right, the mid trio from the side of Alter Ego. They're going to be able to maneuver on the map really quick. Rossi, technically, with skill number 1, has an additional amount of movement speed as well, but he's getting chunked quite low.
Nom, but the Revitalize actually helps him to heal back up all the way. Ray now caught in the bad spot. Still able to escape for a bit. That's a 1-for-1 trade. Only the roam for the jungler, though. Beloyski still wants to keep this fight going. Luke, still level 3. And look at Krite just shooing away the rest of Geek Fam as they get a better trade.
Luke actually commits the flicker to that. Did you see it?
I mean, it's kind of forced to in that situation. Alter Ego just forcing everything onto Geek Fam, especially Rossi. Knowing that he can move fast, he has good sustain and the Revitalize as well. He is just forcing Geek to commit a lot of time and resources to try and shut him down. And if you look at the emblems, by the way, earlier, 3 agilities on Nino, Rossi, and Krite. They want to be around the map. You know, they want to try and push the fight towards Geek Fam so that they are the ones controlling it, so that Geek can't really set up for a proper portal play.
By the way, why did Chadera opt for this emblem in this particular match?
The weakness finder.
Yeah.
Maybe he thinks that his team is going to have a lot more time just moving forward, and they want to save a lot of the utility in case the dive comes in. So when they're just moving forward and trying to get some advantage, I feel like Chadera wants a bit more of that, weakness finder effect in the middle of a short skirmish.
Okay, Ray actually gets out of the ultimate there, pops into Deathless Welcome, but Geek Fam will concede the first turtle over to Alter Ego. Taz securing the turtle for free.
All right, and we'll see later on how the fight breaks out in the late game, because Nino has a tenacity with the agility, so he's really expecting a lot of damage to come his way. So far, it hasn't really shown up, but for Chadera, along with the weakness finder, he also has the bargain hunter, so he is looking to try and get some value, start to snowball, and to really use that item power spike to commit to fights.
Did you see that stat? That's interesting. Yu Zhong, usually a pick that Pi does so well on, but so far, I guess this season, 0-3 record on the Yu Zhong. That was surprising.
It's kind of not something we expect from Pi, the guy who's usually so consistent, always performing despite how his team is doing. But I guess in the current season, it just hasn't been going so well for him. Or maybe perhaps it's just that some of these EXP laners, they just have to be more situational, right? Back then, Yu Zhong could generally be picked as a prio. Now it's a bit more situational. When you have good targets, when you have teams that really want to clump up so they can use all your spells and get big combos, I think that's where the Yu Zhong really shine.
Who's used the Yu Zhong with a flashy play? There's one player. Was it Kars?
Dawn did that.
Yu Zhong, Kars, Aran, Dawn.
I think Kars and Dawn really stand out among the rest, I would say.
Aran got the player of the game as well just yesterday.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's weird.
What,
I don't
Yu
know.
Zhong?
No, Pi.
Yeah. Yu Zhong has been finding a lot of success
That's
just
why.
recently.
I mean, because like earlier on in the season when we had to choose
Fluffy
our...
Yu Zhong.
There you go.
Yeah.
Because early on the season, I thought Pi was like my top pick for EXP. But things are looking great. It's not Danang, but it's okay. He's gonna shoot us into the land of dawn. Back into the game.
Second thoughts coming in from Eterna. Oh, never mind. Whoa.
Oh no, Pi, what the heck? This is unfair. Oh
we were just talking about him.
We're just, no. That was brutal, man. I guess. See you, Pi.
Oh, is there going to be a trade back, though?
Oh, beautifully done by Chadera. Not even the Purify used up, but he still has it right now. Popped in a Purify. Chadera with the outplay. 3v1, no problem.
That was just a very aggressive dive, and seems like Alter Ego, they're just trying to go for some more, but won't be allowed by Geek. despite the fact that the initial engage did not work out, they just dove straight under the turret against a Natan with Entropy, with a Purify. Definitely a weird call right there, but I guess that's how desperate Alter Ego is for some kind of value around the map.
Yeah, they thought they had a Brody, not a Claude.
They wanted to trade, but they couldn't find it. And it was a really good disengage, by the way, from Kite earlier on to make sure that Geek didn't find any more value on the map. But remember, Alter Ego still hold the objective takes. It looks like they want to look for another as they're starting to set up a boy NOD. Is that his first item?
Yes, it is. It's the penetration boots along with the NOD. Trying to limit down the healing, especially from Rasi on the Carmilla. And the Revitalize, that actually applies onto everyone on the side of Alter Ego if they're clumped together. So, not a bad item pickup, but it will lower the burst threat potential from this mid lane. And against Alter Ego, we already talked about how important it is to have some prio in that mid lane.
You see how we kind of been able to utilize this shortcut? They're actually not just utilizing it for ganks, they're also just using it for added map pressure. They had 4 members rotate up top, then teleport back towards the bottom lane, so that Geek Fam can actually get more pressure there. But now they're gonna go for a team fight. Beloyski in the back Ray, still with the retribution, securing the orange buff. Taz going on to Beloyski, that's a good stun, but Beloyski flickers out to safety. Alter Ego not able to find a trade, not just yet.
Man, Alter Ego, they're really trying their best to really find some value right here, but Geek is doing a good job matching it. But you can see the difference in the mindset. For Alter Ego, they're really forced to really stick together, whereas for Geek, they can go with a portal play. As Rasi here, they might go for something.
Spear's dive on the Beloy, no flicker for him, but he's still gonna be able to jump in, put the portal down, and that might just be the re-engage. Luke has entered the fray now with a flicker forward. Or not just a flicker, just a dash with the I'm Offended takes Rasi down. Rome for Rome.
Rome for Rome. I mean, it's still a great trade for both right now. But man, with Geek actually holding the gold advantage, coming into the mid game, where I think that they really want to try and get all these plays starting to roll, it's gonna be so much more difficult for Alter Ego. Even Nino here, he's trying to find some of his items. He's still farming up a storm, but he's falling behind and looking for opportunities to really come back into the game.
And with that being said, we're gonna take a little bit of a recap here. 7 minutes in, we do see that Geek holds a little bit of the gold lead. It looks like they're trying to funnel out in some gold for Nino. Let's see if that works out for him, because obviously Alter Ego's plan is to make sure that Nino gets that power spike way before Chidera does.
Well, right now with the turtle spawning, you already see Geek setting up for something. You asked about the weakness finder earlier, Eterna. It helps in dueling 1v1 against the Claude as well, because it lowers its attack speed. You can see Chidera here not really fearing for the all-in coming in from Nino, as the whole team really sets up for the turtle right here. This is Geek just getting this whole chip setup.
Luke now in front, Exodus welcome. Finding Taz, and that's a free turtle for Ray. Secures it with absolute class. Geek Fam now backing away as they've gone in. Ray gonna be caught in the Furious Dive and the Petrify. Taz now with the shield unity as well, but Luke is here with Chidera as well. The Entropy plays down, Beloyski with the flank now. Walking 2 members down, but Rasi has been isolated. Somehow, some way, Ray has survived.
That's an amazing outcome coming in from Geek Fam. And it was so fortunate. Oh no, Nino.
Ooh.
Okay, he gets out. Oh no, Luke!
Given the playmaking picks, and this is what he does! Luke with the Ruby, finding 2 on the board, and Nino falls. Now another pull back as Beloyski shoves Taz with a crash course and a stun. Mid lane siege possible. Taz pops into Poisson's. Luke goes in. Going around, Woking stuns him up, and the Eternal Guard locks him down. A boy is on a killing spree. And in the bottom lane, they are shoving that as well. Tier 2 threatened now as Geek Fam go for the purple buff, and they give it to Chad Era.
They're picking up all the scraps left, right, top, and bottom. This mid tower should surely fall, especially with how much damage Chidera is already doing in his siege.
Hello?
No way. No way, Beloy.
Okay. Beloy?
Rasi's coming.
Rasi is coming. Oh, Rasi took the kill.
Not ideal.
Unnecessary. Unfortunate.
Unfortunate for Nino.
But what are you doing, Beloy?
He's just doing his thing, man. It's Beloy things. going for more objectives. Alter Ego now, though, they're trying to make a play, trying to go for the trades while that chipped portal just isn't available just yet. Yeah, Eternal, you spoke a bit too soon right here, and Taz might be jumped on, might be picked off.
Nom nom nom, the Dino says as he puts Taz and chomps him up. The damage not enough just yet, never mind, my god! Another burst of damage coming down from the Geeks to take Taz down. Meanwhile, Mr. Chad Era still in the side lane farming and getting turrets, 3.2k gold lead.
And he also just obtained a Holy Crystal, Arashi.
Yep. He just has a lot of damage right here. No penetration just yet, but he also doesn't have a Wind of Nature. So in the middle of a big fight, the Yutong and the Claude can still make big plays happen. But for now, with all the control, Geek just immediately rushed down the first free Lord.
Look at Beloy. Could this be the BBB? The big brain Beloy play? No,
wait.
No, he's just chilling there. He's Vision. That's what he is right now.
He's just standing
He's
there.
a portal. He's an arrival. He's a battle spell.
So he's everything.
He is everything.
You're literally giving him all the labels available. Look at the boy with the glowing wand as well right now. In the middle of a fight where both teams are just trying to poke each other down, it's gonna be so valuable to have the glowing wand to just stop all that regeneration, especially with the regenerations they can pop for themselves.
Now it's back to a slow game for Geek Fam. All they need to do is shove the wave in together, and that's what they are planning to do. Wave, bottom, top, crashing together. Luke gonna be the one sent into the mid lane to clear it out, as Ray is actually sieging down that mid tier 2. Final tier 2 of this game will be taken down for the side of Alter Ego. Oh, good pull by Luke with I'm Offended into the Nom Nom Chomp. Ray pulled back as well. But now it's going to be Rossi who's still able to survive for now. The back line, Jadero with the Purify still able to kite back, and Taz is caught in no man's land. Terrify and more damage to come through from Chadera. Right now, caught in the I'm Offended, still able to dash away for now. Nino with a blazing duet, but no damage just yet. Chadera, Entropy, zoning Nino back away again. Up top, Rossi looking for the defense. Geek Fam want to go for this base turret, and Luke will provide some safety. Quite gets pulled in again, and Chadera cleans it up. Mega kill for Chadera. And they don't stop there. They want to go for more in the mid lane. They go. 2 base turrets.
Absolutely no solutions coming through from Alter Ego whatsoever. And you can see from the team fight that they did try their best. Pi opened up the Black Dragon form, tried to go in for some damage onto Chadera, but he was bursted down by the damage output coming in from that man himself, as well as a boy. At this point, with a 7k gold lead, how do they even try to hurt the backline if even Pi, whose job is supposed to be, can't even get to that point? He jumps down after the Black Dragon form, and he gets instantly deleted.
That's a late game Natan damage. The crowd control he provides for the team is not a stun, it's not a root, it's just death straight up. So Chidera right now can just stand there and just trade blow to blow unless he gets hit by multiple members just diving in together. Nino as well isn't really winning out when it comes to damage output. So he just finished a Malefic Roar after that fight. So hopefully if he comes in together with maybe Taz and Rossi and jumps on Chidera, they can find something.
You know usually how it's a journey, a great journey, to see a Natan farm from early game to get to the late game, to get to the power spike. It's not much of a journey here. He just got all of his items and he just shredded down the Lord.
What?
There's no journey here. It's instant, technically, for Geek Fam. For now, an Alter Ego, they're bamboozled. They don't know what to do.
Did he get the Blood Wings as well?
He went for Blood Wings. No Wind of Nature. That is his build right now. He doesn't care about the physical damage. Nope. He will trade it back with more. That is what he's aiming to do. As right now, Beloyski just really gaining some confidence, moving around, knowing that whatever happens, if he gets jumped on, his team will be there to trade it back. But an 8k gold advantage with Chadera, almost 2k ahead from Nino. The Lord comes through. This might be the final fight. Keep your eyes glued on Luke, because this man has been making the plays happen.
Again, just zoning for now. He has the I'm Offended, can pop it whenever he needs to. Goes in onto Rossi, and look at the damage from Chadera! He's melting down, Rossi! That's the tank! That's the tank! Even the dragon who's flying by gets absolutely deleted! When the Natan gets full items at 12 minutes, it's GG! And Geek Fam will take game 1 convincingly.
They strike first with that damage output again, right? I mean, we thought that maybe with the mid trio from Alter Ego, in the Carmilla, in the Valentina, in the Boxia, the fact that they're able to clear really quick, they have the movement speed, that maybe they have a bit more to say when it comes down to the neutral objective takes, the fights, the skirmishes, the ganks. But it was absolutely not true. I mean, nobody was able to shut down the Natan. There was a moment where Alter Ego was trying to, but even then Chidera was able to sidestep out of it, completely negating that pressure. What a beautiful, beautiful game by Geek.
They just have all the tools right there. They don't allow Alter Ego to get the ball rolling. They try to go with the sustained route, but Geek don't bite, man. They just keep dodging away from the unfavorable fights. They get what they need using the portals, and once they do have the goal lead, the advantage, the item power spikes, it was just over, man. None of the members of Alter Ego can stay in the fight for more than 1 or 2 seconds. That was an insane amount of damage just coming out the side of Geek Fam.
How the mighty have fallen. 4-0 start to Season 13. What looked to be a very promising season for Alter Ego after not making it to playoffs last season, and right now they are at the brink of not making it to playoffs. They're
and
dangling.
If they don't, Taz will be, will he be the first person? But like, the facts show that if Taz isn't able to make it with Alter Ego into the playoffs, it's gonna be his 3rd time. So it was with Evos Season 10, and then Evos Season 12, and now Alter Ego Season 13. I mean, there's still a possibility for Alter Ego to come back, reverse sweep, of course, but big props to the man you see on screen. It's a Luke.
It's Big Luke with the big plays, because he's a big man with big moments in this game for sure. Presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. All this is the beginning. He's just matching out the Yuzong in the lane, and afterwards, like we said, once he knows that, okay, I have enough regeneration, enough healing, enough tankiness, the plays just won't stop, man. He just keeps going in, and I believe the first big moment we witnessed was when Eternal was like, okay, he survives. Luke says, no, you spoke too soon, man. Scratch that.
I was like, whoa, jump scare.
That's what Luke does. When you give him playmaking heroes, it's almost like he's a different person. You give him Benedetta, right? A hero that needs to carry, needs to deal damage, and he's like, no, no, coach, take me back out. Give me CC, please. I need more. And then, oh man, this was just dirty. This one,
just make it the most unfair fight. But Chadera here,
Chad era,
dealing with the response. He just stood there. He just knows. You know, this is a Natan without defensive emblems, and he just stood there like he knows. Right here, though, that's where Luke, I guess, continues the plays, and with him being so sustainable, he can just stay there for a prolonged time, and that's a bit of an advantage for Geek as well. Their front line is having more ways to heal up after a small skirmish, and it just doesn't stop, man. And even though Rasi, part of the idea is probably to be able to tank up this much damage, look at how fast the damage is being outputted for Chadera. And Pai, before he can even reach the ground, I mean, a few seconds after he reached the ground in that fight, he gets completely melted down. And later on, we're going to see, before he can even touch the ground, right? It's almost like he shouldn't get close to Chadera before the Black Dragon form has expired and needs to go in afterwards.
But there was big awareness coming in from Luke as well. Like, other than the fact when he knows he's done his job to initiate like that, he also is very aware of what is happening with Chadera. Because in that previous team fight in the jungle, he instantly went back to cover Chadera. That bought Chadera time to deal the damage to eliminate Pai in the process. So, GG.
It's part of the problem for sure, man. The fact that there's a Ruby, there's a Vexana. You're trying your best to reach that Natan and stop him from doing damage. He has Purify, and you just stop by the Don't Run Wolf King. You're terrified, you're knocked up,
you're offended.
You're offended as well. So, Geek Fam has a very solid game plan here coming into this game. For Alter Ego, it's a lot more momentum heavy. If they were able to hardcore snowball using the very fast moving 3-man mid rotation we were talking about, maybe this game could have gone differently. But the fact that Geek Fam were able to dodge from the bulk of that and then match it using the chip, maybe now Alter Ego will have to respect this global presence a bit more, man.
Yeah, I think I gotta give massive props to the way Geek Fam utilized the chip, because we've seen it in a very one-dimensional way, used in a very one-dimensional way. Chip. It's been used to gank, and gank. And we did see that from Geek Fam. One time, they did gank Pi, but then after that, they completely just used the portals to have map pressure in both sides, and then they utilized it in a way where they kept on going back and forth. Like Ray teleported up, but when he knew, all right, there's nothing I can do here anyways, he goes back, takes a TP, walks up towards the turtle again, sees that it's being taken, and gives info for Luke to go to take the turret up top. So in a very new way, it's more of a passive chip compared to the the other ways to utilize it. And I think that's just because BBB, Big Brain Beloy, adapted to the situation. Alter Ego had a better clumped up team fight with the Carmilla. They were like, all right, we're not going to team fight. We're just going to look for pickoffs, for ganks, and splits. We're only just waiting for the Natan. Once the Natan was ahead, all right, you want to fight? You want to clump up? Yeah. He has a Purify. He'll shred everyone.
And shred everyone he did, man. 61,000 damage dealt, 900 gold per minute right there. Man was definitely a menace. And again, the audacity. We're looking kind of different there for just a bit. But the audacity to go against a team like Alter Ego, against a Yuzong, a Valentina, a Baxia, and to go with Bargain Hunter. He knows, like, it's shopping time.
Is that one of the reasons why he was able to farm up so fast?
Oh yeah, because we can see Nino, he was struggling to keep up, man. He was still finding farm, but I think he was behind like a whole item. And when that better 3 item power spikes, I think the fight's already beginning. So Nino did join a fight with 3 items, his core power spike. But even then, the threat of like damage being thrown back at the side of Alter Ego was just not enough. It was just too much for him to actually move forward and output the same kind of damage. So that's another advantage of an Natan. You do have range that you can play around with.
Well done by Geek Fam. Honestly, played really well. The execution and even the emblem choices, yeah. Because this, I would say, Chidera on the Natan, he plays it so well. We saw Brands with the same emblem set, but he played to team fight. This guy knows what he's supposed to do, right? He just farms, wait for that item, Bargain Hunter, to farm.
So before we get into game number 2 to see whether or not Geek Fam can go for a clean sweep, we are going to check out the activities of what's going on behind us at the stage. Bude Clara Mongstar, take it away.
Oh gitu?
Iya, gua kali.
Berarti masih memprediksi 2-1 buat Alter Ego nih ya?
Masih lah Bude. Kalau enggak gua udah besok SP1 sama kode Elwin nih Bude.
Prit!
Iya.
Predikmu selalu salah kayaknya setiap ditanyain.
Begitulah Bude ya. Gua kemarin udah banyak melakukan teori, cuman tetap juga kalah Bude. Pertama nih, gua nggak datang ke MPL nih katanya kan. Ya udah gua nggak datang, masih juga kalah. Terus kemarin gua dukung tim Evos Bude. Masih juga kalah Bude.
Udah ngedukung lawan tetap kalah.
Masih kalah. Tadi gue datang ke sini tadi rencana mau duduk ke penontonnya Geek Fam. Cuman gue ngeri besoknya Senin SP1 gue dari Kodel Win. Iya kan? Jadi gue di sini aja dah. Semoga Dani menang.
Semoga nggak ada teori-teori lain nih ya.
Amin. Insya Allah.
Udah anteng aja dulu.
Anteng aja.
Tenang aja dulu. Bener. Sebagai misalnya kayak Hazelnut mewakili Alter Champs. Kalau lagi ngelihat Alter Champs yang lustriki gini, apa sih yang dilakukan oleh Alter Champs?
Astagfirullahaladzim, anak-anak ini pada kemana ya? Gue mau nanya juga bingung ya. Anak-anak ini kagak ada nih yang dateng nih. Numbalin gue memang anak-anak nih ya. Cuman biasa lah ya Bude ya. Kita tuh selalu mendukung ya. Di kondisi Alter Ego mau di atas maupun di bawah ya. Ini jantung gue kalau dibedah nih Bude. Ada logo Alter Ego jantung kanan. Logo jantung kiri ini ada kode Elwin nih.
Oke.
Di usus gue yang atasnya ada Nino, ada Tas. Di ujung usus itu ada Pai. Nah, jadi gue tidak akan pernah membenci Alter Ego sampai kapanpun gue akan tetap mendukung Alter Ego ya, Buddha.
Mantap, jeroannya udah isinya full
Alter Ego. Udah.
Apalagi luarannya di sini.
Lihat, Alter Merge.
Itu dia.
Alter Merge semua ya. Jadi untuk teman-teman semua ini sekalian aja nih Buddha ya. Kita lagi ada diskon 50% setiap matchday-nya Alter Ego ya. Kan bisa cek aja ya di e-commerce 50% untuk setiap matchday-nya Alter Ego. Sikat Bude.
Sikat. Itu banyak loh Alter Champs yang datang masih pakai jersey-nya. Tadi Bude juga lihat di kolom komentar kayak pada ya udah menang didukung, kalah nggak kaget.
Gak kaget.
Gak kaget ya?
Iya. Cuman kali ini kayak menang sih kaget sih gue. Ini udah 5 kali ya kita lose streak dan 5 kali nih nggak tahu lah, semoga kita menang lah, kita mecahin ini nih.
pecahin apa nih? Pecahin apa yang ada lah situ dah.
Jangan ya, hati-hati nih, hati-hati Hazelnut, jangan. Tapi ini kan kedudukan sementara 0-1. Alter Ego ketinggalan.
Ya.
Kayaknya nih Alter Ego butuh disemangatin nih sama Hazelnut.
Ya.
Coba dong semangatin.
Nah, semangat aja lah ya, main tanpa ada beban, pokoknya santai aja. Udah, hajar aja udah, nggak apa-apa, nggak usah mikir apa-apa lagi, udah. Main aja udah, penting kita menang, udah itu tok udah.
Itu, nanti kalau menang Hazelnut mau ngapain emang?
Menang, cium kening Pai sih kayaknya nih.
Waduh, kayaknya baik banget ya. Akankah Pai dicium keningnya oleh Hazelnut atau tidak? Akankah Alter Ego bisa menyusul ketertinggalannya? Kita bakal langsung lemparin caster.
Langsung lempar. Caster. Udah yuk kerja lagi yuk. Caster gue udah gak mood bener gue.
Hello, welcome back from that short break. Was it a nice break? Did you guys eat already?
Did you enjoy the interview? What, you didn't understand it because it was in Indonesian and there were no subtitles? Fair.
This feels like a, a children interactive.
Yeah. So, did you enjoy it? Hello, we're still waiting for an answer, man.
But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, 1-0. Arashi's getting a little bit...
Arashi, don't cry.
It's okay.
I sneezed.
RRQ's not playing yet.
Not yet.
What do you mean?
After
Not
this,
yet.
RRQ will play.
I think it's a done deal. It's still a big maybe.
We didn't say anything.
We didn't say anything. It could be tears of joy, Arashi. Why are you assuming the tears are of despair?
Maybe it's of joy.
Exactly.
Because he figured out that he should download GoPay.
Oh, you only figured it now. Arashi, you had 7 weeks. 3 days every week. Scan the QR code, man. How did you only notice it now, man?
No, I've been using it.
Oh.
But I just didn't realize that the rewards, the rewards are just so valuable. It's like, wow, I've been so blind my whole life.
You know, like our North American friends, they say, the value, dude.
Oh my god. Anyway, with the GoPay app, you guys can actually stand a chance to win prizes of hundreds of millions of GoPay coins as well as smartphones every week. There's a Vote Your Champion activity, so all you need to do is just guess the winner of each match, and it opens 30 minutes before the match begins. So you guys can actually do that for the Royal Derby. And then, if you succeed in the guess, you guys can win hundreds of millions of GoPay coins and smartphones. So it's so amazing. There's also a daily quiz that you need to answer every day. The questions will appear every 10 a.m., so keep an eye out for that. And there's a gift arena, so every mlbb top-up can get 1 token, and then the tokens can be exchanged for prizes for free skins, and again, free smartphones. So guys, with all that being said, with so many activities that you guys can actually participate in to get all the prizes and reap all the awards, all you need to do is just download the GoPay app or scan the QR code by tapping back on your screen, your Samsung phones. Just a little. There you go. You got it. Congratulations.
Look at this guy. He wants us to wish him because it's his first anniversary. And his gift is the MPL date. So happy anniversary to Mr. Dude and Mrs. Women. Because I don't know their names.
Yeah.
Mr. Dude. Oh, what is this?
Don't forget jerseys?
Don't use the course.
Huh? Mas Ade, don't wear the jersey. Okay, so apparently for Mas Ade who's watching the restreamer, if you wear someone's jersey, it's a curse.
So it's like mere curse.
That's true.
But that's a bit stronger than the Ade.
But so far, I've been blessing. Been blessing real good. You want to know the predictions for this match as well? You saw it earlier. Yeah, exactly.
It was Geek, right?
Yeah.
Geek 2-0?
2-1.
2-1.
It looks like it can be a 2-0 though.
What was your first match prediction?
Evos. We're all correct this week, bro.
Well, okay. Let's focus on this game for now, right?
Okay.
Leave the audience in a bit of suspense. Here we go. Into game number 2, drafting phase, presented by our official tournament smartphone, where Geek Fam is once again first pick.
We had a poster about that, right?
Yes.
Blue side.
Blue zone, what?
Blue zone.
Blue side.
To get out the red zone, they need the blue side. That's a poster.
And it becomes a blue zone.
Well, seems like... Wait, so who made the choice here to go for red side instead?
Should be Alter Ego,
Yeah,
right?
the losing team. Alter Ego want to stay red.
Interesting option for sure, and they've immediately banned away the chip. Will the Loi also come through though? Some teams are content with are very averse to going up against one, but still content going up against the other global presence. So we'll have to see. I guess technically both these heroes are in different roles, and there are different ways to counter it in game, right? Outside of the drafting phase.
Minotaur, Matilda.
Gaze the
Double F.
stars and
Okay,
see.
so Louis gets prioritized in by Geek to ban out. Alter Ego should be forced to ban out the Matilda. Right?
I think so.
Unless they want to leave it open and trade. There you
Wow.
go. The Natan are going to be the choice. They saw what it was able to do, especially in the hands of Chidera from game number 1. They don't want to go for the risk. Geek now have the opportunity to pick up the Matilda in the first phase if they want to. But they don't. They go for the Barats first.
Marat's first pick right here instead of a Matilda. I feel like that would have been, the Matilda would have been so much more flexible.
Yeah.
But are Geek Fam just that intent on getting a Barats? Is it even flex? Because I don't think they want to put on Luke anyways. It's already locked in straight for Ray, I feel.
I think at this point, right, for Alter Ego, they have to take the Matilda.
They
Fredrin
gotta.
Matilda is the obvious choice. That is the most popular choice, it seems, when the Matilda and the Fredrin is up for the grabs. Last game, Fredrin was completely ignored in the first phase, which is very, very new. They went for Valentina Carmilla Alter Ego. So if it's not Fredrin Matilda, do they want to Matilda Bruno? So an early Bruno pick here for the side of Alter Ego.
I thought it might have been something more like a Claude, but I guess with a Matilda, they do want to be part of Brawls a bit earlier. We'll see what this means though, because for Geek, up against a Matilda, they must have had a plan to deal with this Matilda, man. There's no way they have it open without really prepping for some kind of response here. So already with a strong gold lane, with a great babysitting tool as well, they're going for Ruby that can technically still be flexed, and they're the ones taking the Claude.
Okay, Minotaur is still an option if Geek want to flex the Ruby into the EXP lane. The CC gets picked up for Pi. Bruno can go Purify, right?
Yep. Yes, Bruno can.
So are they just anticipating that Geek wanted to go for heavy CC again? Maybe give him a bit of a better time, especially when the Matilda gives him a little bit more of an advantage in the early game?
Yeah, I think they were anticipating a Minotaur pick because they didn't ban it out this time, Alter Ego.
But I guess with the Matilda, they thought they can really maneuver out of the big moment.
Wait, what?
But now, there's going to be more ways for... I mean, they can still go for the Minotaur still.
Geek Fam banned the Terizla despite the CC already being picked up. They're trying to... What? Where do they think the CC is going here?
Jungle?
Never seen
Gold
that.
lane CC?
The gold lane CC, maybe?
Bruno.
Oh, but there's Bruno, yeah,
Exactly.
wait. Hang on a minute. Mid lane CC?
I don't know. I don't know.
Baloy, though.
Yeah, let's take a look at his comment. Playing as a healer hero, it's just button pushing. But the timing in using ultimates and macros is what must be mastered. So basically what he's saying is on the support heroes, it's not as much as a skill mechanical hero, but what matters is the macro, the decision making, the timing. That's what makes a difference. But
big
here, Fredrin ban, Angela ban.
Well, for Geek Fam now, they have strong frontline already. I feel like the Novaria here could be a good pick. It leaves the Novaria a lot more vulnerable though, for sure, to a lot of dive potential. I do wonder, in the rowing position as well, the Minotaur is still available. I feel like some kind of crowd control would be good, man, because there's going to be a lot of aggression just flying through towards the backline.
Last time they were in this kind of situation, I mean, technically, yes, they can flex the Ruby. They can also go for an Estes. That's what they've been able to utilize. I think in the match against Evos. Oh, but it's a Masha. That, I don't know if it's where it's going, really, XP or Rome, but it is a Masha. Masha was actually banned out by Alter Ego. Last ban for them in game number 1, so anticipating this kind of pick. So yeah, there you have it.
Wow. Against a hero as he's not exactly immobile, but he doesn't really juke the same way, the same distance as a Claude or a Nathan the Bruno. So I guess the Matilda could be a big problem. But oh, they bring in an Akai to try and solve that issue perhaps. And set in stone, very aggressive teamfight composition coming in from Alter Ego. A lot of crowd control tools. But for Geek, they do have the range advantage. But when it comes down to the neutral objectives, it's all going to be close range. That is where Alter Ego definitely have a bit of an edge unless Geek can poke them down or send the Masha on an assassination mission.
But if we're talking about range, what range does Alter Ego have? Bruno, kind of. Valen, kind of.
Yeah,
Matilda, kind of. And I think that's heavily punishable by the Ruby. That is going... Okay.
Oh, Luke XP Masha.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So that's the first time we've seen Masha in the EXP lane this season.
Yes,
right?
First time. We usually see it in Rome for Drian.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Alter Ego's fate hangs in the balance. With the Masha being picked up, flexed into the EXP lane, a debut for the Masha. Will it work out or will it not? Will Geek look for a 2-0 clean sweep? So many questions. Let's see them being answered one by one as we get into the game. Geek versus Alter Ego, game number 2.
A potential clean sweep for Geek Fam to send Alter Ego even further down the depths of the red zone. But Alter Ego have a chance to possibly level the playing field now.
Now you have to think immediately, Luke on the Masha. We talked about this. The fact that he needs crowd control, playmaking to really feel himself. Now on a damage dealer, a bit more of an assassin pick.
Full damage, look at that.
To see how it goes. Yeah, Luke going in for all the aggression. He wants all that smoke. And Beloyski though, with the pull yourself together, he's gonna be trying to make plays as much as possible here. And that flicker will be a tool that the members of Alter Ego will have to take into consideration.
You can definitely see the change of playstyle that these players are looking towards with Beloyski's choice of emblems as well.
Look at Dewa, Master Assassin against this Bruno.
Whereas Nino's going for the tenacity, so a bit of difference in focus. That's going to give Chidera a bit more influence in that gold lane, but now look at Taz.
A level ahead, Ray. Datsun is welcome into Beloyski. Instantly don't run Wolf King. First blood. Wow, Geek Fam, straight up the bat. It's not just Luke. They all want smoke.
Definitely 1-0 already with a 1k gold lead. It is shrinking just a bit because of how these lanes and waves have been pushing. But again, already very aggressive from Geek Fam in the early stage of the game with 2 debut picks.
And the fact that they went for that play on the top side of the map where Pi on the CC, that usually is a lot more aggressive in the early game, wasn't really, was actually in the area, but he wasn't able to extend his influence all the way there. That's a free turtle for Geek, and Alter Ego, they just seem kind of lost. They're not really trading it for anything.
Taz is 2 levels below of Ray right now, with Beloyski constantly being a disruption.
Stolenheim offended onto Beloyski. Heavy spin used up to kill the roamer. 4-man rotation as well to get Beloy.
Well, they get Beloy and they get the kill in the hands of Nino, so double value right there. But they have to try and make sure that Nino can get to snowballing. They do want to make use of that mid-game power spike due to the itemization between that's different between a crit-based marksman like a Bruno than like a shred-based marksman like a Claude.
And with that being said, there's not much pressure being put onto the Bruno in the gold lane with the Matilda babysit from Rasi, but here we go, Ray.
This kill squad, oh, I'm offended into the damage, my god, now Luke! Thunderclap, say goodbye to Taz!
Oh!
Trying with the pullback though, Beloy and Ray brought all the way under the turret. But even then, Geek are happy with the trade in the bottom lane again. Chidera, 2v1, no problem. Nino just munching on that gold turret, but loses a lot of HP.
I think he just wants the gold as much as possible. He has the Has clause though, so getting low in HP won't be that big of a problem. He can heal it all back up. But man, in that EXP lane, we talked about Pi in game 1. Pi in game 2, able to get 1 kill, but for the most part, Luke is seemingly just a lot more aggressive and having a lot more pressure. And that's due to the backup coming in from his team, man. Geek Fam are trying their best to be as active around the map, and they're trying to pressure Taz away, get him behind before the turtle contest. so he can't really go for it.
Oh, Taz getting poked down. I'm offended, forcing the heavy spin here, and Taz pops in the heavy spin. Oh, Ray almost got the last shot to take the Panda down. Ray with retribution now to Detonus welcome. But Ray can't answer it with another Detonus welcome. Nino, one last shot to Beloyski, not able to get it done just with the worldie. And Geek, oh my god, absolute dominance here. 3 levels ahead, Ray, compared to Taz.
It's insane. Taz still level 5, Ray already at level 8, but the problem is he's utilized that retribution. Needs to buy a little bit more time to be able to go for the contest on the neutral objective. And it's actually worked out perfectly in terms of timing. The retribution for Ray is back, and there's absolutely no way that Taz can go for the contest. Even now, Taz is level 6. That's still a 3. It's back to a 3 level gap.
Oh, thunderclap and just a scratch there. Luke can go for more right now. He has another thunderclap. It's always going to be resetted as his HP bar gets depleted. Another onto Taz, a pullback from Ray. Luke can go for another. Pi is chasing him down now. Luke goes in. And Pi forced to use the vengeance, still chased down by Geek. Taz under the turret. Oh, a shot from a boy not connecting, but Ray will utilize his advantage even more. Into the enemy jungle he goes. Still 3 whole levels ahead of the Panda. The Dino.
Walking in solo, just undeterred. Despite having a Mathilda in the mix, they just can't match up. Look at this though. So, that's some damage coming in from Krite.
That's a really good punish, actually. With him being taken off the board, Beloyski should be the next one.
And I'm offended now. Dora Wolf King Krite brings him back. One last shot should do it. Beloy gets scratched by Rossi. Those booms able to secure another kill. 2 kills over the Alter Egos. They look to siege down his turret in the bottom lane. Nino gets it done. Gets the guiding win as well to get out.
But back to your point, Arashi.
Well, yeah, all things considered, I almost forgot the point I was making, how surprised I was. But Alter Ego, they do have still some good amounts of damage, especially against Shadera. He is being shut down, but he is a level ahead of Nino still, even though Nino probably has a lot more gold due to taking another turret. In the grand scheme of things, Taz is just suffering the full brunt of the aggression, but as a result, the other laners are relatively untouched. And when it comes to objectives, actually, Alter Ego are still equal when in terms of structural takes on the map.
Another siege attempt, but a thunderclap now. Oh, Nino, you cannot ignore this damage, brother! Forced to run away, still has a Purify, but Ray now catches them. Guiding win. And a stolen death is welcomed by Kratos and flickers backwards now, but Luke goes in for the thunderclap. Taz pins Luke and Ray down. There's a lot of damage to the world. He plays down as well, but Luke just gets out with a flicker. Nino looking for some more, but now the conceal from Geek to escape. Nino putting some damage down. Meanwhile, Chadera soloing the turtle, utilizing this space to go for the turtle all alone.
He can't finish it alone, right?
He can if he's given enough time.
Is he going for it?
It looks like it.
His team comes in, cuts off the response from Alter Ego.
What?
Even if they try to stop that, the team just rotates as well. That will be actually done in exchange for a turret though, hang on.
And another turret in the bottom lane, so Geek are playing it well. It's always a better trade for Geek.
It was looking equal earlier, but with that one turret taken as well, that is definitely worth it for Geek. Alter Ego, they gotta play around Nino right here. They have been sacrificing so much to let Nino online. Can they go for Ray here?
Oh, if they use all their resources on the tank, it's not gonna be good. Let's welcome use Dewa Chadera. We'll use the Blazing Duet. It's a vengeance now. It's Ray, brings 2 members back in. Krite won't be able to pop in the Detonus welcome. Chadera versus Nino with some damage, but Luke has entered this team fight now. The jungler traded in for the mid laner.
Looking pretty intense right here, man. Despite the fact that Geek Fam have had all the control and is sitting on a 2k gold lead, you have to wonder what's really going on, especially in the gold lane. Chadera now, with that sequence of events, have the Demon Hunter Sword as well, but Nino with the Berserker's Fury, he'll have a lot more burst threat against squishy targets though.
Uh-oh, boys, gotta be careful. Flickers back towards Chadera. And the Circling Eagle will get Rossi out as well.
It's crazy that Alter Ego are falling behind, and yet they're still committing to these fights. They're still committing to these trades, and it looks like every time they go for it, Geek gets something a little bit more favorable. I don't know what they're trying to do. Are they looking for a miracle in these team fights? I mean, they're so far behind.
We're going to Taz. And he's still saving the
He's gonna die.
Oh, the heavy spin used up now. Taz, one last shot. Gets out. But no heavy spin for a few seconds. Another window for Geek.
There's just so much damage on such low commitment from Geek Fam. They didn't really use too much. They weren't really forcing any battle spells, and they still were able to just slowly but surely melt Taz down. And that's a big problem right here. Taz is always denied with very minimal resource usage from the side of Geek. And if you look at the gold lane, despite the fact that Chidera has been hard farming, the fact that Nino has 2 kills, they're actually equal in gold. So Geek Fam with more turrets, more kills, or not more kills, but more control around the map, and yet they're still getting Chidera a lot of farm on curve.
2-man, I'm offended, is now the Circling Eagle. We placed down onto a boy. Oh! Ray almost got CC'd, and it was almost bad for Geek Fam. Pai gets chomped up. Nom nom nom. The vengeance not useful here in this particular situation.
Luke.
Now it's Luke who dives in deep, quite very low, and another shot onto Nino. Luke waiting for an opportunity, gets the health bar back, losing Beloy and Ray, trading it for Pai and a Lord.
But that was really good heavy spin cover from Taz to deny Luke that kill pressure that he ought to have earlier on. And that denied a little bit more away from Geek. But in the grand scheme of things, with the Lord already marching in the bottom side as well, it looks like they found their jam here, especially Chidera already has his core items, right?
Yep. Yeah, Chidera is sitting already on the 3 main items, the Corrosion Scythe, Demon Hunter Sword, and Golden Staff. So he can't be left alone. And the problem right now is, look at that damage, man. That's the problem. Taz is responsible for the heavy spin cover to deal with the Masha. He's responsible for looking for information, and he's also responsible for trying to contest with the retributions. They're putting so much responsibility in the hands of one player right here. The rest of the team needs to try and have more impact in the game right now. Talking about the items though, Nino also has a Malefic Roar, so he's going to be chunking, but he's also, of course, threatened a lot more than Chidera in these fights.
Is that a power spike for him? Has Nino reached a power spike yet?
I think the main power spike is the Berserker's Fury. He reaches an earlier power spike, but with the Malefic Roar, that's definitely still a big power spike, especially dealing with the main front lines, like Ray or Beloyski, when they really walk up to try and gain positioning in these fights.
Okay, so technically Alter Ego are ready.
No.
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 Not ready yet.
Not quite.
It's all about the timing, right?
Yes.
You should have secured the Berserker's Fury way earlier. You should have secured the Malefic Roar way earlier. Because now, yeah, he has a Malefic Roar, but Chidera just finished a Wind of Nature. The timing is just not right on that power spike. So Geek Fam have basically closed that window from AE.
We're talking about Chidera on the other hand. Chidera becomes the most, oh, wait a minute. Are they going for, oh, what?
Wow, Rossi, where did he go? Right gets poked too. My God, that damage.
What?
They deleted him before we can even talk, man.
Whose damage was that?
A boy, Ray, Chidera, and Beloy.
I mean, so it's a group effort. It wasn't like a 1v1 deletion. But man, that's supposed to be the person that's annoying, the person that can just stay in the front. Going with the Enchanted Talisman and the Flask of the Oasis, a lot more utility-based build for Rossi. It means though he does not participate in the frontline contest. Again, the only person that can do it is Taz and maybe Pai.
Even this. Even the damage from a boy. Just secure Divine Glaive, right? If I'm not mistaken.
From a boy?
Yeah.
He has the Divine Glaive, yes, along with the Lightning Truncheon and the Enchanted Talisman.
So like the damage is already ramping up. The penetration, you can already see him being able to chunk from such a distance. There you go, half health, almost on Pride.
Oh!
What?
I'm offended. And the flicker now, the Thunderclap right going to be deleted. Chidera! In the midst of it all, he's doing some damage, not even using the Blazing Duet yet. And Alter Ego are forced back. Luke is just recalling in the face of Alter Ego, and Geek get another uncontested neutral objective.
They're just not ready for it, man. They even used the heavy spin to try and stop Luke from getting that playoff, but it doesn't matter. Look at the taunting from Ray. He knows. He knows that the audience will appreciate that for sure, but Alter Ego, now they just force a turtle, and with the next Lord coming through right here, there should be several base turrets. At worst and at best, this can be the end of the game, man. Geek are that far ahead.
It's not just the end of the game. If Geek win this is gonna be the beginning of the end of Alter Ego in Season 13 as well.
The beginning of the end for sure for Alter Ego.
Geek looking for the zone. Baloyski getting shot once. I'm offended, not connecting. Alter Ego looking for an angle to possibly turn this around. But look at this wave manipulation. Beautifully done by Geek Fam. That was just one wave. Now with the Lord and another wave in the mid lane that is enhanced by the Lord buff. Easy 2 base turrets. Slowly but surely another wave comes down towards that top lane. Chidera on the turret. 3 base turrets. Baloyski with another attempt. Ooh, I'm offended, but if it doesn't work out, they can always just back away, and that is what they do. Clean, composed, poised.
They didn't even have to commit with any resource, like big resources,
Just
right?
I'm offended.
That's it.
That's the big problem the whole time in this game. Whenever they're trying to dictate a play and force Alter Ego to something, they don't use a lot of ultimates. So they can save all that for when the fight actually breaks out. Like we saw right there, all they did is just stand there, do some damage, and zone away at this point using damage alone. You see, a boy just hit this power spike. He also has the Blood Wings now. Even more magical damage coming in, and some survivability as well. So even if he does get targeted in the next fight somehow, he already has a solution for it.
Guys, this is a 9k gold lead that Geek have been able to obtain against Alter Ego.
More of a glimpse of that Season 12 Geek Fam. We all know that was super, super dominant as well in the regular season with Chidera.
Right, all the way till the end, it was Chidera. But hey, now we have to see. This is a different opponent, so Alter Ego can try and do something here. But with the chunks for 1k, 2k damage from a boy, there is a Matilda with the Flash of the Oasis, fortunately. That will help quite a bit. But still, Rasi went for the Blood Wings afterwards. He's not going for a lot of tankiness. Taz is still the sole frontline that's taking a beating right now.
And now the Lord is already up in just a few seconds. And the problem is Taz is still level 14. He just reached 14. Earlier he was 13, so he's still below if it comes down to the Retribution battle.
Oh wow, BOD. Oh, good pull down on the Taz, poke down instantly. Now has to use a heavy spin. Luke deletes Krite! With the BOD that he built, now Chidera is on pie, baited out the Vengeance as well. Alter Ego depleted of their resources. What the heck? Now I'm offended on the Rasi. Killing spree already secured by a boy as he marches forward. Now Nino running for the hills. Chidera, the Blazing Duet. At this point, he's just dancing with that Blazing Duet. He's just spinning around. Nino caught on the Astral Echo. Now pinned down. They're looking to take him out. The footballer now. A wind of nature, but what is it gonna do? When Luke just scratches you down, a complete wipeout. Geek Fam have done it, a 2-0 to send Alter Ego deeper in the depths of the red zone as they climb up.
The Gilded Hands favor the Geeks today, pulling them up in the hopes that their playoff dream stays alive. A 2-0 clean sweep by the Geeks today. Wow.
Luke wants it, man. He is absolutely angry. Setting up for his team in Game 1, deleting everyone in Game 2 with a double BOD Masha. Geek Fam just make a statement, man. They're on the bottom, but they will not plan to stay there.
Clean sweep. Geek extends Alter Ego's losing streak to 6. The highest loss streak
this season.
But it seems Alter Ego, they've lost their groove, they've lost their momentum completely.
Anything can happen.
How the mighty have fallen.
You can be number one day, and then fast forward 7 weeks later, you're at the bottom. What a turnaround. I don't think anyone expected this. Alter Ego, one of the tournament favorites coming in, especially after their performance from week number 1. The story has completely reversed on them. So it was Evos with a 4 times win streak, and then Alter Ego had it at 5, and now it's 6.
Man, Alter Ego.
Oh my god.
Condolences
to Alter Ego. because they have forgot how to win in MPL.
MPL.
Oh my God, that's brutal right there.
Yikes.
Oh, that's from an alter ego fan.
As they will have to read that. The players, the coaching staff from the back.
That looks grim in the back room. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be a different story for the victors earlier on. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk to our runner-ups last season. Let's talk to Geek Fam.
Geek Fam, mereka berhasil untuk memporak-porandakan alter ego. Dan melihat mungkin bisa dibilang ini adalah kemenangan yang spesial buat Geek Fam dengan 2-0 pertamanya. Wow, biasanya kita lihat kalau Geek Fam menang itu 2-1, reverse sweep. Kali ini 2-0 loh. Apa yang berbeda dengan Geek Fam hari ini?
Hoki doang.
Oh, hoki. Kalau pas 2-0 tuh hoki, kalau pas 2-1 menangnya kenapa tuh kalau 2-1?
Hoki juga.
Hoki juga. Di balik hoki itu apa?
Enggak, kita udah kasihan sama tim diri gitu.
Oh,
iya.
Seperti itu?
Ya,
jadi
udah kasihan sama tim sendiri.
Maunya 2-0, jadi ini memang udah kalian spot. Oke, kita nggak boleh 2-1 reverse sweep, tapi mau yang bersih.
Ya udah takut bude gak bisa playoffs kalau kalah lagi.
Shock nggak sih? Dari awalnya posisi 4, terus muncul-muncul di posisi 7.
Iya, ya, aduh.
Apa respon kalian pergerakan? Tapi Baloy,
Iya,
gimana sih?
kaget.
Kamu nanggepin ini dengan santai atau khawatir?
Apa?
Santai. Are you relaxed or are you worried about the classment? Because it changed so much.
Sedikit khawatir sih, soalnya kan total poin kita -5 kan. Sedangkan yang lain -2 kalau nggak salah. Sedikit khawatir aja, tapi tetap pede bisa playoff.
Tetap pede. Apalagi ini udah di set kayak oke, no more reverse sweep. Gonna take 2 zeros. Dan terbukti, jadi kalian emang udah nge-aim, udah gimana caranya untuk kalian udah ngasih nih 2-0 pengennya untuk mewujudkannya. Semudah itu kah untuk mewujudkan 2-0?
Gak mudah sih, cuman hoki aja tadi.
Hoki. Oke, hoki di tangan Geek Fam dengan 2-0-nya. Tapi kehokian mereka membuat posisi Geek Fam seharusnya berubah. Tadinya posisi 7, berada di mana posisi Geek Fam sekarang? Naik 1. Gimana?
Gak apa-apa, yang penting gak di zona merah.
Yang penting gak di zona merah. Tadi pertarungan berdarah mereka membuahkan hasil yang cukup baik di posisi 6. Kalian tersisa tinggal beberapa match aja, 2 minggu. Ada nggak tim yang mungkin kalian lihat, wah ini bisa jadi batu sandungan nih buat kalian nextnya? Di antara tim-tim yang tersisa.
Semua tim sih, gak terkecuali. Ya makanya dianggap setara aja lah.
Setara aja. Tapi kalau ngelihat posisi gini ya, kalian ngeliat ada sedikit perbedaan gak sih? Mungkin wow, Bigetron itu di atas, bedanya kok banyak. Posisi yang bawah, apakah bisa lebih mudah dibaca dengan segala yang mereka sudah lalui? Ada perbedaan seperti itu nggak? Posisi ini menggambarkan performa tim gak sih?
Mungkin 50% lah bisa menggambarkan, karena hasil akhirnya kan ada di playoff.
Baru 50% aja nih kalau di babak reguler menurut Chatira. Namun tadi kalau untuk alter ego sendiri, untuk sampai hari ini kita melihat banyak banget perubahan dari segi line up, dari segi permainan. Kalian bingung gak sih untuk ngebaca mereka atau gimana cara kalian untuk bisa melawan alter ego dengan cukup kuat seperti tadi? Tim yang bisa dibilang boleh Kak Dera minta bantuan, Luke gitu yang tadi ngedapetin MVP juga. Gimana ngelawan tim alter ego yang punya banyak perubahan?
Kuat sih, tapi kita yang menang.
Kuat?
Kuat.
Seberapa kuat alter ego tadi?
Kuat.
Ayo.
Kuat aja,
Kalau
tapi
kuat tuh kalian yang menang?
mereka belum dapat momentumnya mungkin.
Belum dapat momentum.
Ya.
Ada nggak sih mungkin tips untuk alter ego yang udah 6 kali lose streak.
Waduh.
Waduh, bagi tips dikit lah ya. Bagi tips dikit gitu untuk mencari momentum. Tips biar ngedapetin momentum?
Banyakin bonding aja sih, udah.
Banyakin bonding?
Iya.
Ada lagi?
Gak ada, itu aja.
Gak ada? Nah, ini rahasia ya? Disimpan sendiri aja?
Bener.
Kalau biasa ada tim lain tuh punya kunci kemenangan.
Ada Bude.
Apa?
Aboy, bukan tahu.
Aboy. Aboy kasih tahu dong Aboy. Aboy mau kasih tahu apa nih?
Gak ada.
Kalau Aboy mungkin Bude mau tanya. Biasanya tim itu punya juru kunci masing-masing. Kalau Bigetron mereka jawab, Cute adalah kunci, Ki adalah kunci. Namanya memang. Tapi kalau dari Geek Fam, ada nggak kunci?
Ray udah marah mainnya.
Wih
ya, udah on fire lah, udah on fire.
On fire. Gimana cara ngebakar Ray nih sampai jadi kayak gini, Baloy?
Dia mau prove himself aja, terus kita percaya aja dia.
Percaya kepada Ray. Dan ngelihat seperti ini hasilnya cukup baik untuk Geek Fam yang akhirnya bisa 2-0 juga. Untuk next week-nya, apa yang kita harus tunggu nih dari Geek Fam?
Tunggu kemenangan Geek Fam selanjutnya.
Tunggu kemenangan Geek Fam selanjutnya. Ini belum berakhir dan Geek Fam Unity juga udah rame banget di sini. Mungkin ada yang mau kalian sampaikan sesuatu, mungkin yang buat di rumah, mungkin buat yang jauh di sana.
Yang jauh di sana dukungan kalian tetap dekat sama kami. Jadi tetap dukung Geek Fam selama-lamanya.
Selama-lamanya. Dan Geek Fam Unity tentu saja turut bahagia dengan penutupan minggu ke-7 untuk tim Geek Fam. Mereka harus berjuang di minggu ke-8, namun untuk minggu ini mereka akan full senyum. Inilah dia tim Geek Fam.
It's a good day to be a part of the Geek Fammunity. Rising back up to 6th place out of the red zone. Just be like, woo!
They can't just be too relieved yet. You know, RRQ still have a match to play, and if they do win, they will rise back up, and Geek Fam will have to drop down. But yeah, I guess you could give them a bit of the joy, the Geek Fam fans, because RRQ will be facing off against Onic later on.
It's a tough matchup.
Speaking of though, by the way, Geek Fam having the thrill, amazing, very joyful. On the other side, we definitely still have the altered champs who unfortunately will have to accept the loss today. And Alter Ego, a whole lot of things to fix, a whole lot. And I think it might be too late to fix because it's been clumping up since week 1, these mistakes. Right. And these swaps even from the rosters. Who's the best roster at this point?
I don't know.
Exactly.
Right, Selivoy, Rek, Rasi. What's the other
Kais,
one?
Nino?
Kais, Nino.
You can sense some disapproval from the fans as well. Yeah. Alter Ego, they have one of the most passionate fan bases, right? That's no secret. But before we go on with that topic, let's look at the MVP player of the match.
Like, I love this because did he not prove that caster POV wrong?
No.
Masha is not a playmaker.
Technically on the Masha, he was not a playmaker. But I would actually say in game 2, he was not my player of the game.
Oh.
He's the player of the match though, in my opinion.
Oh, okay.
But he did have a better performance on the Ruby than the Masha.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that take.
For still playmaking.
But man, you went with 2 BODs. I saw the BOD, and then you were like, oh, he has a BOD.
Another.
Yeah, I was like, wait, what? I looked behind, there's 2 of them. That's insane. Here are the match highlights by official gold partner though, 2vs Gold. Man, from early on, they just knew what to do. Like they had like a book written down. Of course, there were moments from Alter Ego right here where they did make some plays happen, and Nino was keeping up in gold. But I don't think the idea for Alter Ego is to keep up. I think it's supposed to be taking over. As for Geek, they just know. Who are we focusing down now? Is it the jungler? Is it the EXP lane? Are we going for control? Or are we trying to go for invasion? It seems like they're all on the same page and they're all in agreement, which is why their plays just look so synergized right here. And as a result, Taz was just completely shut down, man. That man was not allowed to play the game at all. At every single moment, he's always getting jumped on, getting disturbed. interrupted, and unfortunately, he just didn't have the manpower to send someone to really save Taz from that predicament.
There were multiple times where he bought BOD. What was he switching that item for, I wonder?
What, Luke?
Yeah.
No item swaps, that's just him buying.
He just bought 2.
He just has to.
This is double BOD.
Did he swap for it? Because I saw him buy it 3 times then.
Oh yeah? Maybe he had another third BOD and then he sold it for like
Something
an immortality
else.
or something, but we'll have to recheck. We'll have to recheck. I don't know. It doesn't look like he did here, but yeah.
Because there was one before the pickoff when you were like, he just bought a BOD. Remember when you said that?
Yeah,
There was
right.
once before that. And then he bought the BOD again.
Oh my God.
And there was like another BOD after that. But I don't know what he swapped it for.
I guess he's 3 BODs. All to despair for Alter Ego.
He's trying to like figuratively and literally bring despair to Alter Ego. But man, no neutral objectives given, and even on the buffs, only 4 orange and 4 purples for Alter Ego,
So
man.
yeah, here. Barats, you know how it's like super good against assassins? Look what he did to Wadakai. With strong side laners, bro, and a strong trio mid.
Right.
Yikes. Yeah, you gotta, you know, agree that the Barats is just so menacing.
That's why it was first picked, yeah?
Oppressive. I guess that is why it's first picked. I guess they had a game plan in mind, right? We stopped Taz from playing the game, and we win. And it seems like, honestly, for Alter Ego, Taz is one of the, I can call him a star player, one of the main members that does make plays in the Land of Dawn, but he just was in so much trouble. Even in the end there, he wasn't even level 15, remember? There was a moment where Eterna just went like, he's still 14.
It was like 13, and then he just hit 14.
He was down 3 levels against Ray for like 80% of the game.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I've never seen Taz that punished, behind. Never.
Ray literally stomped on him.
He did. Never once did you see Ray on the Barats with 0 big guy stacks. He was always 10. Like he never really was in any point of like, oh yeah, I'm threatened. No, he was just like, yeah, stomp, 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 chomp, chomp, chomp. Greedy boy.
Big man Ray.
BMR. New mythical creature.
The carry though is gonna be a boy, and I do agree. Again, a boy on the Novaria is just always so good somehow. It wasn't an easy game technically for him as well. There are some moments here where he got threatened, he got low. Everything seems to always be within the scope of his calculations. So giving the Novaria up, that's part of why in the drafting phase, I was like, Novaria just seems kind of good here. I think that's just specifically for Geek though. With all that intelligence, with all the frontliners they would need to just walk into the jungle to disrupt Taz, to survive from any kind of counter being thrown their way by Rasi and Krite. It was just a matter of time, man. Alter Ego just could not find a window at all. And Geek Fam never made a mistake that is so costly that they don't get any value from it. At the very least, if they do get a member picked off, they can still find a lot more. It's still always a good trade, never even an average trade.
I'm looking at the sandbag. Taz.
It's so sad.
3 times? Is that what's gonna happen? 3 times not making it into the playoffs.
If they don't change something, then
Poor kid.
yes, Taz will have that very unfortunate record. Definitely a record that you do not want to have.
Definitely not, but what we do want is to hear the comms from a geek as we see the golden moment by UBS Pool. Let's go.
Mid dulu. Iya, lu telenya yang depan aja makanya. Biar gua. Dia ada ulti Ruby ya, guys. Kalau lu tele bilang loh.
Ya, gua gak mau tele sih, Cok. Jangan freeze aja habis ini, Cok.
Ya, dapat nih gua.
Jangan sabar, Chat.
Jangan sowan nih. Hati-hati ulti Ruby. Alin, Bida ada ulti Ruby.
Let's go ya.
Mati gua. Let go. Aman, Chan. Gua stun, Chan. Sambil mundur, Chan. Mati, bos.
Anjay, bener ya ini set gua.
Sabar, gua gak bisa.
Sabar ya guys, kalau gak bisa.
Tunggu ulti Ruby.
Balik.
Lihat gua ya, gua ada
Depan aja ya.
Nih, lihat boy, lihat. Gua lihat.
Kalau bisa olin Carmilla.
Iya.
Sabar. Nih Carmilla nih.
Gua stun lagi. Nice.
Depan.
Aman. Chandra. Mati lu.
Gak ada ulti gua. Power aja nih, Mas.
Bro.
Well deserved. It's wholesome. It's nice to see.
Man,
Finally, them
Beloski-
being able to get a win.
Beloski was feeling it. It was like,
Yeah.
like you can see how into it he is by how far his head bobs when he went for that.
Exactly.
Usually it's like
BBB.
Usually just like, you know, normal. He was going
That's BBB.
almost a headbang.
Beloyski Bob.
Big.
Big.
Then BBB.
Wait, what does it got to do with the Bob? Big Beloyski Bob?
No.
I'm so
it's Big
confused.
Brain Beloy, but in that particular moment, it's not Big Brain Beloy. It's just Big Boy Beloy because he's a big boy. You know, he was just vibing.
And KB is also a big boy. Here's his dream team.
King Boy, KB.
Provided by
King Boy.
by GGWP Media Corner. Surprisingly, a lot of blue.
Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, this is Dream Team, Rookie Dream Team. Why is Onic cheesy there? Because there are no rookies.
That are
no
roamers.
roam rookies this season, okay?
Yeah.
So unfortunately, we won't have the full rookie list here, but this is the Dream Team rookie version. Before you say, Kyrie better. You know.
Is this stated by Professor KB himself?
Do you agree?
Yeah.
Klokken di Guggenlutwi.
I think this is a very accurate list right now, so far.
Just ignore the roam, right?
Yeah, ignoring the roam, I think this is I agree. I think Go Good in the jungle, D, Gold Lane. I'm thinking about
who is he competing with though?
D?
Moai.
Moai, true.
Oh, right, Moai.
Natko.
Nacho, yes. Yes,
Who
you're
else?
absolutely right. Bunny Cutie.
Oh yeah, Bunny.
Oh, Pak Pulung's version as well.
Annabelle.
That's a good choice too, actually.
He did perform today.
Yeah.
Oh, did he call it? Is this predictions?
Did it bless?
Oh, Shaco.
Very interesting. Did Shaco even play this season?
Unfortunately, no. He hasn't gotten a single game.
Oh boy.
This season, but hey, last season, I would agree. I would put him as like a top rookie, definitely.
Okay, we have Don in the EXP lane.
Recently proven himself, yes.
You mean last week?
Yes. It's recent. I didn't say he was been proving himself since like 3 weeks ago. It's like recently, yes.
Okay, calm down.
That's exactly what I meant, Mirko.
RQ boy.
Depends
Anyway.
on how recent is recent, you know.
Gold lane D.
Yes.
Klokken mid. Mid lane.
Klokken mid ain't bad, I must say.
Because
Who else in mid?
Octa mid lane.
Oof.
Klokken.
I can't think of them like
Who
on
else
top of
in
my
mid?
head.
That's it, right?
Klokken mid.
There's no rookies
Yeah.
from Alter Ego or the gold lane. Speaking
Bunny
about
Cutie.
gold.
Moai. Speaking about gold, what do you want to say? You want to talk about the collaboration of Ube's Gold?
Yeah.
Because honestly,
How did you know that?
Well, I know that because I've been waiting for it too. But it's not out yet, man.
Why
It's still-
not?
I don't know. We
Wait.
have to wait for it. Again, good things come to those
Who may?
who wait. To those
who wait?
Oh.
who wait. And
Yeah,
Rashi,
that.
he waited last season. He got what he waited for. How did you get it? How did you follow all these updates?
I mean, you have to make sure that you keep updated by checking them out on at UBS Gold and at ubs.lifestyle. Or you can go to ubslifestyle.com or UBS Lifestyle e-commerce platforms to make sure that you keep up because they'll make announcements for sure, man. It's too big of a collab to just like leave the fans to just find for themselves.
Seems like Eterna cannot read the next segment.
What is
It's
that?
almost like she has given up on her own bad eyesight. Here, Eterna, put on those Saturdays glasses because for you guys back at home who also want either swag or good eyesight back to normal, you guys can go and check it out. Saturdays, the secret weapon for dominating the battlefield with the MVP collection that starts on the 4th of March. You guys can check it out. It's been available for a few days now then with 4th March, and www.saturdays.com is all you need to type in your browser to check it out. But hey, if you're not a browser dude, if you like social media,
I can read it now.
You can read it now?
Yeah.
What is it?
Follow at Saturdays.lifestyle on Instagram and TikTok. That's at Saturdays.lifestyle. for your
This
information.
really suits you, Eterna. Like
You're looking mighty cool, man.
You should make us a sticker on your stream.
Like a boss.
Or like deal with it.
Okay, this is deal with it or like a boss? This is deal with it. Or like a boss.
This is like a boss.
This is like a boss. This is strong.
You even lift, bro?
Do you even lift, bro? The douchebag.
Okay, that's enough fun. That's enough for fun for now. Because we all need a break, ladies and gentlemen, for
the Royal Derby.
there it is. So we'll be right back to bring you all the action. We love you. See you soon. The Royal Derby, guys.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main. Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main. Iya!
Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Better.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party.
믹스.
맥시같이가 온다요.
Hey, come on, come on. 오케이. 파워 게이다.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staf akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah, scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja with streak di tanganmu. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam santai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko. 같이 가면 돼요.
Hey, come on, come on. 오케이. 나와. 게이다.
Tuh, komisian musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi game.
Oke.
Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan jurus dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja with streak di tanganmu. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, komisian musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung berbagi game.
Oke.
Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Better.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam santai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
같이 가면 돼요. Hey, come on, come on. 오케이. 나와. 게이다.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan turis dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya! Akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Better.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
같이 가운가요. Hey, come on, come on. 오케이. 가와 게이다.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Better.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
싸운다요. Hey, come on, come on. 오케이. 파워 게이사.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan turis dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Tuh, kalau misalnya musuhnya di situ, jadi kamu langsung terbangin kayak. Oke. Nah, jadi kamu harus pakai skill 2-nya, terus pakai komik. Coba kamu sekarang main.
Iya, akhirnya aku naik.
바로 출동하겠습니다.
네. 직원이 곧 와요. 걱정 마세요.
Staff akan segera datang. Jangan khawatir.
Character select.
Better.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti.
MPL Indonesia Season 13 minggu yang ke-7. Inilah dia, The Royal Derby. Begitu bahagia tentunya hari ini kita menantikan momen pertemuan antara sang raja, Raja Langit dan Raja dari segala raja akan bertemu di leg kedua. Untuk pertemuan ini tentu saja sangat berarti untuk kedua tim. Dari tim RRQ Hoshi, mereka membutuhkan kemenangan untuk lari dari zona merah. Sedangkan untuk tim Onic, mereka membutuhkan kemenangan untuk mendapatkan 1 tiket babak playoff. Masih ada 5 tiket tersisa untuk babak playoff sehingga begitu mendebarkan untuk tim-tim yang belum punya tiket playoff. Semuanya menginginkan slot, hanya 6 saja total. Jadi semuanya harus bisa memberikan yang terbaik. Tapi tentunya yang terbaik di sini Bude Clara melihat semangat dari super fans yang ada di MPL Arena dan juga yang ada di rumah. Karena untuk hari ini Bude Clara ingin melihat semangat kalian. Tapi kemeriahan ini tentu tidak lepas dari dukungan para sponsor. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan kita juga punya partner in esports, ada Dunia Games, Games Max, Ora Imo dan juga Telkomsel. Bersama dengan supplier kita ada Indomaret Point Coffee, Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus dan juga Saturday. Last but not least, our government partner PBSI. Hari ini semangat dari Superfans Bri udah melihat. Mana nih? Kingdomnya mana nih ya? Kita lihat ya. Kingdom! Wow, itu dia Kingdom. Kalau Sonic mana nih? Sonic! Yuk kita langsung aja ya. Kita langsung Bude akan masuk ke tengah-tengah dari kedua tim Superfans. Karena Bude akan bermain bersama mereka. Loh, udah siap aja nih. Loh. Jadi Bude akan bermain pop quiz bersama dengan dua super fans ini. Dan tentu saja yang menang akan mendapatkan hadiah. Gampang banget pokoknya dari 1 menit jawab pertanyaan sebanyak-banyaknya. Siap ya Kingdom ya? Siap, mereka udah ngambil posisi dengan sangat gercep. Jadi kita akan mulai timing dari pertanyaan ketika disebutkan. Siap ya? Pertanyaan pertama. Siapa player RRQ yang baru masuk ke dalam roster di Week 7 MPL Indonesia Season 13?
Persik.
Betul. Next. Berapa piala MPL yang dimiliki oleh RRQ? 4. Cepetnya. Dari total 13 musim, sudah berapa kali RRQ lolos di posisi top 2 di akhir regular season?
6.
Net not. 9 kali. Mau jawab berapa kali? Net not 2 kali kesempatan salah. 9 kali. Banyak sekali. Siapa legenda dari RRQ yang telah bermain dari season 1 dan masih bermain sampai sekarang?
Lemon.
Nice. Dan waktu habis. 3 poin untuk Kingdom. Gak apa-apa. Tenang ya. Kita akan melihat bagaimana dari Sonic untuk beradu cepat menjawab. Weh, Sonicnya udah buru-buru nih. Maju, siap. Biar cepet, biar nggak kejauhan nih. Untuk Sonic, dari season berapa Onic selalu mendapatkan upper bracket di regular season?
8.
Net not. Berapa?
9.
Net not. 7. Di season berapa Suns mulai memperkuat Onic?
5.
Net not.
7.
Net not. 6. Siapa player Onic yang berasal dari Medan?
Kenapa?
Siapa player Onic yang berasal dari Medan?
Cewek.
Betul. Di season berapa saja Onic menjadi juara? Waduh. Abis ya. Sonic ngedapetin 1 poin dan ternyata 3 poin menang loh. Oke, bentar ya. Kalian hold dulu di sini. Ini hadiahnya ada 5 untuk Kingdom. Ini emang jagoan ya Kingdom. Kenapa?
Hoki.
Hoki. Jawabannya bener semua hoki itu ya. Jangan kemana-mana dulu. Bude penasaran soalnya ini kan akan Royal Derby yang kedua. Kalian ngarepin gak sih ada Battle of Assassin?
Pastinya Bude, kita pokoknya pengen yang seru banget hari ini.
Pengen seru banget. Kepengin pada pakai apa nih Battle Assassin-nya?
Assassin-nya Vanilling kayaknya lucu tuh ya.
Vanilling. Kalau buat RRQ apa?
Lancelot oke sih.
Jadi banyak ya pengennya ya. Bisa. Battle of Assassin. Mereka kepenginnya hero itu. Kalau dari Sonic gimana nih? Sonic kepengen gak ada Battle of Assassin?
Enggak.
Loh, kenapa kamu bilang gak pengen? Ada Kairi loh. Kenapa?
Pengennya Baxi atau nggak Fredin.
Lah, ini agak lain ya. Ini temennya bukan. Bukan. Pada pengen gak? Kalian pengen gak? Oh, oke. Ini menarik. Ini agak lain memang ya. Tapi ada satu pertanyaan lagi untuk tim Sonic. Tahu nggak playoff MPL season 13 di mana?
Nggak tahu.
Nggak tahu. Oke. Terima kasih ya Sonic. Coba Kingdom. Tahu nggak playoff akan ada di mana season 13?
Di Velodrome bukan?
Apakah betul? Yuk kita lihat bersama-sama, inilah dia. Stage Playoff MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Wow, betul. Yes.
Hebat, tadi bener, sekarang bener lagi.
Betul. Udah dapat tiket playoff udah.
Halo. Ini nih ya, tapi congratulations. Benar jawabannya, tapi menarik. Dari hint-hintnya kamu bisa dapetin jawaban ini.
Betul, karena kan dari WA channelnya RRQ tuh sering banget di-share kayak gitu Bude.
Menarik ya. Ini betul sekali, ini playoff MPL Indonesia Season 13 yaitu Jakarta International Velodrome. Jangan sampai kalian kelewatan karena pada tanggal 5-9 Juni 2024 kita akan berkumpul bersama di Velodrome Jakarta. Jangan lupa kita akan war tiket juga nih.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
The trumpets have sounded. The kings are calling. Their soldiers called to arms as the second Royal Derby is upon us. To bring you this match, the last match of week number 7 is the English broadcast. We have Mirko. And we also have Arashi. And the three of us will be accompanying you in this best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. The Royal Derby leg number 2. Who will win it out? Will it be the Kings of Kings or the Sky Kings themselves?
We don't know. Honestly, we just have to see how both these teams play it out. Onic with their assassin meta, and RRQ with Skylar.
And before we get into the nitty-gritty, we do want to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Our official e-wallet GoPay. Our official gold partner UBS Gold. We also want to thank our partners in esports. Dunia Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, Telkomsel. Our suppliers Innomar, Point Coffee, Neo, QLED, Super Smart TV Plus, Saturdays. And of course, thank you so much to our government partner PBESI. For without them, this Royal Derby would not be upon us today. Just beyond the horizon. And will it be RRQ falling down to the red zone beyond the horizon, or will it be a different outcome?
Looking at the standings right here, RRQ already down below Geek Fam after the results of match number 2. But that doesn't mean that they're stuck there right now, because this is where they can prove that they can climb upwards. And with everything being so close, there's a real good chance they can skip quite far ahead. But of course, standing in their way is number 2, all the way on top. So we have to see how this clash ends up.
Definitely. And to remind you guys at home, for those of you who don't know or aren't aware, Onic need one more win to be able to secure the playoffs, to become the second team to 100% secure the playoffs along with Bigatron Alpha.
Very close from getting there, but then now we can hear, even here, while we're still at the caster desk, the calls from the Kingdom, the chants from the Kingdom, and this is what really has empowered RRQ this season. Even when they were at 9th, they always had the support of the Kingdom that shines through. I believe with that support, they've been able to rise many, many times.
It still gives me the goosebumps, the we will not go down. But ladies and gentlemen, here it is, the Royal Derby. The question is, when we're looking at both of these junglers, Kyrie and Irad, will we be seeing the assassins today?
The stats really favor Kyrie when it comes to those assassin picks. Everything about 70%, Irad a lot lower, but we'll have to see. Right now for Onic, Lutpi, Kyrie, Sans, Keyboy, and CW going up against...
They mean business here with RRQ picking up Don, Irad, Clay, Brusco, as well as a Skylar. This is the latest formation we've seen from RRQ. Let's welcome both of the Kings onto the stage.
The Kingdom was destroyed, stomped down, burnt down by the Red Robots, the Red Raider. Yesterday, the Crown Prince and his soldiers set to rebuild back to make it to playoffs. One hope as the Kingdom chants. Ladies and gentlemen, RRQ Hoshi!
Rex, Regum, Kaon onto the stage right now. If we take a look at the standings, they are currently sitting at number 7. Last time when they met Onic, it was a 2-0. But it doesn't matter for the Kingdom. It doesn't matter for their people. They want answers, they want results, and they want to taste victory.
A familiar foe. Another Kingdom that sets forth to strike the Kingdom down once again, this time to perhaps end the Kingdom once and for all. The Thunderbolt from the skies, the Thunderstruck, the Sky Kings, the defending, the reigning champions of Indonesia. It's Onic!
Here they are to make a statement. Number 2 on the standings right now. Their choice of the Sky King in CW instead of Albert. The one we saw last time they went head-to-head against the Kings of Kings. Can they prove once again? Will this be their proving ground once again to show why Onic has made a name for themselves and why they are still respected up until this day?
Walking onto the stage right now with our Marshall, Dainang, Coach Yeb, with Adi in Tao, 2v1 against Zaya. Already outmatched in the standings, also outmatched in the numbers game. He's up against overwhelming odds, but that has never stopped him from performing before. But against Onic, we'll have to see if it is indeed inevitable. Let's see what kind of strategy we can expect from both these teams.
There is so much doubt surrounding RRQ, so much pessimism. But they have risen above that a couple of times already this season. Can they prove everyone wrong? Can they prove all their doubters wrong and win against the Sky Kings? If we're talking about strategy, we have to look at this, the VT. Let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen.
Gue pribadi ngelihatnya di si Onika sendiri, mungkin dari coach Chef-nya atau coach Adinya lagi mencoba merubah sesuatu gitu yang nggak umum, mencoba yang anti mainstream. Jadi mereka sampai ngorbanin beberapa match dengan konteks ayo kita coba. Jadi bisa jadi kemungkinan mereka udah ready aja buat main yang anti mainstream itu. Ya contoh jungle damage, mau itu assassin, kita nggak ada yang tahu lah ya.
Entah lah ya, kalau orang lain ngelihat Onic itu dia lagi underperform atau apa, gue ngelihat Onic masih spesial sih. Apalagi kalau memang terjadi antara matchup assassin, gak perlu diragukan lagi lah Onic itu bermain assassin kayak gimana. Jadi gue masih ngelihat Onic spesial. Jadi tanggapan gue ya tentu condong ke Onic pasti.
Hayabusa! Wow, itu dia The Battle of Assassin akan segera terjadi.
Ya Heskiel masih ada di area tengah. Aran menerima begitu banyak damage dan penalty zone yang dikeluarkan, tapi turtle-nya tetap langsung diamankan. Bahkan sekarang gugur dia berhasil langsung dihilangkan dengan sangat cepat.
Kalau untuk RRQ-nya menurut gue tetap bakal main di jungle tank. Kecil kemungkinan RRQ main jungle damage, terutama kalau ya ada Skylar.
Kalau RRQ udah bukan rahasia umum lah. Kita semua ngelihatnya emang kayak gitu. Skylar ini kayak ngelakuin semua job desk teman-temannya yang lain. Dia poking iya, dia di objektif iya, dia juga yang kayak finishing, dia juga yang ngatur lane supaya bagus gitu. Kayak satu orang untuk ngelakuin hal itu terlalu gila sih.
Kalau bilang kurang stabil sih, menurut gua belum terima itu sih. Mungkin kita struggle tuh gara-gara patch udah kayak ubah-ubah lah segala macam. Terus kita harus mencari strategi ini itu. Lumayan berat di kita juga.
Kalau untuk RRQ ya Irat jago assassin lah, show us lah. Maksud gua jangan takut-takut lah. Gua pengen kalian berani, kita berani lah.
Kalau adu assassin sih mungkin iya ya. Irat juga kayak gue lihat dia pengen adu assassin sama Kairi.
Ya. Kalau gua mungkin lihatnya lebih menarik lah, karena kan itu termasuk skill kan. Mungkin di sana lah letak fun-nya dan mungkin kayak itu yang menjadi entertain menurut gua pribadi ya, dan itu udah pasti bagus. Gue bukan bilang hyper assassin jelek, tapi bakal lebih nge-entertain. Gue berani jamin.
An assassin showdown already hyped up from that video from both of these coaches. Will we see it between both of these kings? The Sky Kings, Kyrie, will he be picking up the assassins? And will Irad finally show us a different layer, a different color to his gameplay?
We'll have to see. RRQ. They have utilized Irad on the Fanny once before in this season. They have tried to give him these assassins, and what better time than now to go up against Kyrie on those assassins?
Well, speaking of Kyrie, the keys to victory for Onic to ban a tank jungler and let this be a battle of assassins. And along with that, prepare counters for early pick heroes for Skylar, right? Force him to go and pick his hero early and then prepare counters for it preemptively. Or let him pick later, but then take out all of his options. That is something that Onic can definitely do. For RRQ, prioritize comfort heroes over counter picks at this point, because they have to focus on damage output and playmaking heroes to go all in. They can't really match Onic when it comes to that slow gameplay, the slow, calculative, strategical gameplay, because Onic is the best at doing that for the longest time, all this time. So for RRQ, they gotta break the pattern, they gotta do something crazy. A lot of people don't think they can pull it off, but maybe if they just go crazy, they go for the comfort picks and make it absolute chaos, they do have a chance.
I actually do have a fun fact on the keys to victory for Onic. So far, RRQ has a 100% win rate when Skylar's hero is prioritized in the first phase of the bans and drafts. So with that being said, if Onic understand this, there's definitely room to go for the counterplay, like you mentioned.
I mean, we did see the Lolita come through for Bigatron, and against any marksman or any hero with good projectiles, the Lolita has always been a solid option. With that already highlighted and explored by Bigatron, now you have to wonder if some teams are taking notes.
We're definitely in for an eventful match. What? Oh no! The Ling has already been banned by RRQ as we enter the drafting phase for game number 1, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Luoyi gonna be the choice of ban alongside the Ling from the side of RRQ, and Onic instantly take away Skylar's Claude as well as the Barrets.
Has the challenge been refused by RRQ, the Kings? It seems they do not want to challenge the Assassins of Kyrie.
We'll have to see. Maybe they're trying to push him towards a different pick. Still an Assassin. That is yet, we have to wait and see if that does get revealed to be the case. But for now, the Claude is banned away, but the Natan is still a possibility if they want to go for it. But that's where the counters start coming through in your mind, right? Do you think you want to go for the Natan when you know that there's some kind of trap, some kind of preparation already from your opposition? That is what Coach Zaya is dealing with right now.
I think before the match against Bigatron, when they were able to counter the Natan from Skylar, I think before that we'd be like, sure, for sure the Natan has to be banned out away from this man. But the fact that we've seen it having a loophole, definitely Onic understands this, but not so much for the Harith. So the Harith has been eliminated from that gold lane, and now RRQ have the first pick.
We've seen some junglers show up, and you know, you can't really pressure the side lanes already immediately. You go usually for the junglers, and then you translate that pressure towards the sides. But it's gonna be an Angela first pick for RRQ.
Sets up for possibly a hyper carry in the gold lane, that Natan, but for Onic, it's the Fredrin and the Natan. They take it away from RRQ, saying they can play it too with CW.
Oh, this isn't great.
Not at
now,
all.
Onic have the Fredrin that can still be flexed. We've seen Lutfi play it before, so there is still a layer of flexibility in Onic, but of course we've seen that Kyrie on this Fredrin has amounted to a lot of success as well, so even if they want to leave in the jungle, it is a viable choice for Onic to take. RRQ, with the response, they need to be able to secure a hero for Skylar before that lane gets a little bit too difficult for him. As we all know, RRQ, one of the main pillars, is Skylar.
It's no secret at all. I believe they have that in mind, but when they show the Roger, it can deflect to the jungle, but chances are it's going to be put in the gold lane. If it's already shown out this early, maybe they're also trying to just throw a curveball. They go for a jungle Roger, act like it's a gold lane, so that later on they can still pick that marksman. It's a bit of a risky play to try and play these mind games against Coach Yev as well as Coach Adi. But with the Mathilda still open, it is secured as well. I thought the Angela with a gold laner is going to be dangerous, but Natan and the Mathilda, that's also absolutely menacing.
But remember, technically this Angela and the Arlet still can be flexed.
Yep. So can the Fredrin though, technically for Onic. They can still pick up a cheesy assassin or maybe perhaps even a Hayabusa towards the end. So we have a comment here from Emperor Jonathan Liandi.
This is Kyrie already back to his prime when he picked up the Hayabusa.
Yeah.
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 We can't forget the yeah.
I think everyone yelled out the same thing when we saw the Hayabusa pick up for Onic, for Kyrie. It was a synchronized yeah from around the world.
Well, look at that. It's going to be a Kadita ban for RRQ. So they're really worried that there's going to be an all-in prio in the drafting phase to try and get heroes that can one-shot the backline members. Remember, it's not just Skylar, it's also Clay, who is known to play these high-ground, squishy, vulnerable heroes that the Kadita can absolutely punish.
Remember, yeah, the Eve, still an option, Novaria as well. But again, this Angela could still be a mid laner, so not really sure what to expect so far. Onic, however, have the last ban. Looking at everything that's going on, any predictions to the ban?
The ban's it's kind of tough right now for Onic. The safe one would just be to take away some of these, I would say, roamers earlier over the Minotaur as well. Technically, they have an Arlet and an Angela, so that's flex too. But they decide to take away the Akai, so already setting up for a possible assassin pick. The Fanny is usually what we, expect after an Akai ban like that, something that can just dive through without the threat of a heavy spin. And RRQ, they have a chance to ban that away as well. Unless they have a plan to go head-to-head. They just don't want to go up against Ling, maybe. They want an assassin battle, but just not against Ling.
I guess the Ling is just a bit too mobile. We've seen what Annabelle was able to do on it in the earlier matches. It's definitely not something you want to leave open. And so is the Fanny, apparently. Now we'll see, finally, is it going to be a reveal? Is it still going to be the last pick hidden, potentially an assassin for the side of Onic? That's a strategy they've used extensively.
Okay.
Oh
okay,
boy.
We're gonna set up with the Faramis first for Sans, I believe.
Yep.
So we have the Matilda and the Faramis age-old combo in their mid trio. Just waiting to see the next two picks coming from RRQ before they make a decision whether or not this Fredrin will be in the jungle or whether it will be flexed into the EXP lane. Meanwhile, for the side of RRQ, wait, technically, no. You can't flex a Natan in the jungle, right?
You can. We have seen it. We have seen it from, I believe, not in Indonesia, but we have seen it in the Philippines.
It's rare.
Blacklist Sensui.
Did it work?
Natan in the jungle and a gold lane Ruby. Yes, it did. They were able to come back in that game, and RRQ, they decide to not go for the assassins. The Valentino pickup to be able to withstand the Nether Realm and take it away also for themselves. But here it is, the decider. Will we see an assassin? Will we see a flex of the Natan? Or will the Fredrin just go to its natural place, the jungle, for now?
I feel like going to the natural spot is great, and now they have a chance to just pick a winning matchup to really shut down that EXP lane. I mean, I thought earlier that an X-Borg in these conditions, everyone clumping together can be so valuable. And against the strategic playstyle that both teams can bring through, that extra opportunity by sacrificing the Firaga armor could be used for great value. But it wasn't picked up by RRQ. It won't be picked up by Onic either. It's going to be a Paquito.
Okay.
Power wave, question mark.
Power wave.
It is. There you go. Paquito in the EXP lane. We have the Natan in the gold lane and Fredrin in the jungle. No assassin showdown for game number 1. But it's okay, ladies and gentlemen. There still could potentially be 2 more games ahead of us. But what do you think in general about the composition that both of these teams brought?
I feel like Onic has a lot more flexibility in how they want to approach things. So when the game is straightforward, it's just fights and fights, one team with a gold lead, the general stuff. I think RRQ still has options and have the Angela playmaking potential. But once it becomes strategic, once you can feint out, once you can flank on the sides, I feel like Onic has ways to do that even better.
Because technically Angela does have that potential, but in a 1v1 against the Paquito later on when the Lord fight starts to begin, that's when things get a little bit tricky for RRQ. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to the first game of this Royal Derby in leg number 2. The stakes are ever so high for RRQ. If they don't win this, they will have to swallow the red zone once again as we get into game number 1. Let's go.
No assassin battle in game number 1. It's still the utility junglers. But what's interesting is the fact that RRQ have challenged a very, very scary hero that not a lot of teams have let go towards Onic. That Matilda for Keyboy is something that is very, very scary.
Definitely something that Keyboy knows how to make the best use of. Looking at the emblems here, Sans and Keyboy going for the full agility within his blessing, trying to match the mobility from RRQ. Skylar going with the Master Assassin. CW unfazed with the Bargain Hunter and still the Weakness Finder. He is trying to go aggressive, perhaps win this lane even with the assistance of that Matilda, man. That is so pesky to deal with.
He wants to get that power spike as soon as possible, and technically speaking, their mid trio is still quite strong, despite being put against the Valentina and the Angela. The Faramis has good clear, it deals a lot of damage as well. Doesn't necessarily have to be too aggressive in the item builds, but still can dish out the damage. So we'll see. So far, they have been focused on this mid lane. There's still 20 seconds. Oh, he's actually receiving a lot of damage from Clay at the moment. Should be forcing a recall, and that does and should prevent them to go for an engage.
Well, Clay is going in for the Quantum Charge, not the Impure Rage we've seen in today's matches. So he'll have a bit more movement speed to play around with. And Kyrie with the Impure Rage as well. He's going to be able to dish out a bit more damage. The overlap, the mana that he's going to get from it will be transformed to healing. So in a sense, it's still a good amount of sustain, but it's not a good all-in option.
Oh, scary stuff in the mid lane. Brusco, very, very low. Forced to pop in regen. Meanwhile, RRQ make their move up top a bit faster. In the bottom lane, CW actually getting better of Skylar there. Irad jumps in with the shield unity, pulled back by the Shadow Stampede, and in the bottom lane, almost a solo kill there. CW tries to dive in. Irad already low. Lutpi looking for a flank as Brusco heals Irad back up. That's a flicker into the front, and that's a lot of damage placed down. A good Netherrealm steal with the IMU as the final slash comes down from Dawn. But RRQ will lose out in this neutral objective battle. Lutpi still going on, but wow, an attempt from Irad now knocked up. This might be a bad spot. Shadow Stampede to bring him back in his first blood for Kyrie, and Brusco is caught as well. Has a flicker to get out for a bit, but Kai dashes forward and finds the Appraiser's Wrath.
That's technically a 3-4-0 for the Sky Kings in the 3rd minute of the game, and you can already see the confidence seething out of Keyboy with those recalls. 2 people were taken down, plus they were able to secure the neutral objective. RRQ on the back foot.
So the stats earlier, Lutpi 3-0 on the Pakiro, Kyrie 9-2. And man, that fight, 2 sustain options and 2 heroes that can be beefy but also do damage. The Pakiro and the Fredrin. Wow. The combination is just what's so good for that early game turtle fight. But look at the talent predictions by Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Interesting.
The Indonesian desk, all for RRQ if I'm not mistaken there.
And Arashi.
And Arashi.
And me.
And Clay.
Ooh, still gets out.
Luckily, that was so close. Again, right, the damage between Sans and Keyboy is already a force to be reckoned with. They also need to be careful despite them having that regeneration coming in from Brusco. But as it stands, it's a 2k gold lead for the Sky Kings.
We'll have to see what RRQ plan on doing, man, because they do have a stronger gold lane, but Clay is just being pressured again and again. Onic knows that with the Angela and the Valentina, they want to exert pressure and maybe try and shut down Sans and keep him from roaming. But that's where the ganks come in, and it's really swinging the balance in favor of Onic.
Kyrie's just spamming the Appraiser's Wrath at this point, just trying to get as much poke as possible. Already ahead by 1 level, and even in the bottom lane, as Roger hasn't had the effect that you would expect against an Natan.
The lane was interrupted with, especially with Keyboy here, always just in the wings. Whereas Brusco has been more on the mid lane, with the golden already swinging in favor of Onic. And with Brusco now leaving the mid lane alone, you have to wonder if Clay is also going to start to feel the pressure. And if that happens, can they still go for a decisive fight in the turtle? Remember, against a Mathilda and a Faramis, tons of sustain.
Wait, Arad is 2 levels below of Kyrie.
Oh, 2-man final slash on a Keyboy. Still with the guiding win and a retreat by Kyrie. Dawn in the midst of it all, now pulled back by the Shadow Stampede. Another round comes in, but it's not going to be there, not there yet. CW is participating in the team fight onto the Natan very early on. Gets the weakness finder, he gets a double kill as he picks up a Starlium set in the 5th minute of the game. Sans with a pullback on Irad. Kyrie with the sandwich maneuver and a full dive with another realm under the tier 1 turret as Lutpi escapes. And Onic get an all-out win. It's 5-0 in 5 minutes.
They utilize the Netherrealm at the last possible moment to create miscalculation from the side of RRQ. Sure, RRQ was able to get a tower in the bottom side, but that gets instantly traded back with this mid-side turret, and that means that Onic have better control over the jungle as well as the side lanes from the side of RRQ.
They're just ruthless with it, and of course they're trying to bait using the Netherrealm, but it wasn't even required. That's why it wasn't really used in that fight. The fact that Keyboy alone is just managing everything is just so difficult to deal with. You see Sans here with the Necklace of Durance, lowering that healing coming from the Angela even more, whereas for CW, already with the Starlium and the Feather of Heaven, he has a lot of shred if he's left to his own devices.
Now a desperate attempt at Lutpi's life in the bottom lane, but he just gets out. RRQ scratching the turret down, but now Kyrie enters the team fight with Keyboy, brings someone back as well. Brusco out of it, and gets caught by the circling eagle. Irad with the shield unity to escape. Brusco is down. Another time this game. 2 times. 6-0 start. 3-0 for the Natan that needs to scale. It's snowballing Natan.
That was a very, very desperate play. Understandably, RRQ want to look for a pick. They need to look for a trade on the map to prevent the snowball coming in from the Sky Kings. However, that timing couldn't have been more ill. The fact that the hard guard popped off and then they waited until the point where they had to separate, and now they're going in for another.
An entropy. CW is melting the RRQ front line. Without the Holy Crystal, and they're going for more. He ran in the midst of it all now, caught by the CC, and the damage in CW is melting him again. It's a double kill for CW. 5-0 for Natan.
Who says Natan is a late game carry? Say CW. But man, already joining with the fights, already reaching the power spikes. It's a 7k gold lead in 7 minutes, man. Onic is winning in the fights, giving no kills to RRQ, and they're still winning out in the objective game, in the farming game. RRQ just confused on what to do. They have the mobility, they have the tools to roll around with Iran on the Baxia, but at who? Towards what?
Oh man, I mean, we were already impressed with Chidera's Natan earlier on. 13 minutes, already a good build for him, but now CW in 8 minutes, wait a minute.
Finding Keyboy there with a stun as well, but now look at CW! He's free-hitting in the midst of it all, even with another realm! It's late! They can't calculate the damage enough! Kyrie dives on the Brazers, wrapped in the back, and a double kill for CW, who's looking for more. He's chasing them down! Calvin Winata!
That's a triple kill! That was a triple kill, nearly a maniac, nearly a savage. Literally only Clay was the one left standing right before that occurred. He was able to secure that Holy Crystal. And again, ladies and gentlemen, it's only been 8 minutes.
Exactly.
These turrets are falling down like flies and no problem. Absolutely no defense possible. Seeing how far behind RRQ is. 11k gold lead for the Kings, the Sky Kings.
I don't think I've seen the gold lead spiral out of control that fast. 48 seconds until the Lord is up, and already we're seeing base ending levels of gold difference from Onic. And it doesn't seem like they're going to stop anytime soon. They backed for a bit just to clear their own jungle, and now they're going to be going back into action.
Another circling eagle. They can do whatever they want at this point. Clay gets knocked out with no counterplay.
Can they end this?
Blood Wings, 9th minute, 4th item for CW. He's farming heroes at this point, 8-0-1.
Can they get the fastest game?
They're on track to do so.
What's the fastest game? 10 minutes and 52 seconds.
That was Bigatron versus Geek.
Well, we'll have to see. With the Lord coming through, it seems like they will go, Onic will go and take the free Lord first, and then go and manage the waves afterwards. And for RRQ, even if they do hold off this assault, they're up against a Natan with a Roger. Oh, the foot is on the other shoe. Right? RRQ, they can't really just wait.
Look, he can just walk up like this. It's a 14,000 gold lead in the 10th minute of the game.
It's still unfathomable. I mean, 1v4 as well. CW also very casually walking up to 4 members from the side of RRQ with absolutely no fear in his eyes. And look at how much damage he's doing on these turrets.
Casually walking up as Skylar almost loses a duel against Lutpi. Man is a menace on this Paquito. But here comes the Lord, here comes Onic. RRQ, can they defend?
Trying to beat the record, the Sky Kings this time. 10:50 is the record to beat. Just a few more seconds for that record to go away in this game at least. Kyrie with a taunt forward, only onto Irad. Onic will take it slow. Base turrets all down with the First Lord. Every single one, Keyboy's looking for it. They want to go for the end right here. CW still waiting. Final slash not connected on the CW. Now he goes in for the entropy. My goodness gracious! What an absolute monster! 11 minutes and 4 seconds for Onic to dismantle the Kings of Kings.
10 seconds shy of breaking a new record. Even though they don't break that record, man, they broke the hearts of the kingdom with that first game. Absolutely clean, absolutely calculated. No mistakes whatsoever, not giving the Kings of Kings, even a fighting chance. What a game by Onic.
Man, you can say that again, Eterna. It sure is a very sad sight, especially for the Kingdom, who are really wanting the best for RRQ. But against Onic right now, they just seem a little too clean with it. The match isn't over just yet, and there is still room for adjustments.
Is what I would like to say as well, but damn. Onic. What a stomp. They beat the clock, they beat everything. How much was the goal lead by the end of it? It was a 16,000 goal lead. 16.3.
Is that a record?
That has to be a record. I think they beat their own record where they had a 15,000 gold lead. 16.3k gold lead.
One-sided. I mean, there's not a lot of ways to really explain how that game looked, but one-sided, I think, fits it quite well. Despite all the efforts, man, the changes, we saw some new strategies, new play attempts by RRQ. Onic were just ready for every single one. I don't think a single play really worked for RRQ in that game.
No, they tried, we saw them try, but even that was turned around by Onic. It's like as if they were already anticipating that move.
CW he wasn't Calvin Winata that game, man. He was what I would usually call him, cracked Winata. Even in the final moment. These dudes, bro, I swear to God, CW and Boots. But bro, that final moment, we'll get to see it in the replay again, Arashi, but he was waiting for that final slash from Don. He was anticipating the flicker final slash, and then he popped the entropy forward.
Well, we were talking earlier about playmaking tools, right, in the previous match. It's almost the same thing, sort of, for... Oh, hang on, wait a minute.
Okay.
Before we continue with that point, 1,079 GPM.
Yep.
Is it the new record?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
And Mon held it at 1,028.
We've crossed another 1,000.
Oh boy.
And it's cracked Winata who did it.
It is cracked Winata. What can you say? No defensive items. I get the Blood Wings if you want to count it. But overall, he wasn't in a lot of danger at all. Considering the RRQ,
he is the danger.
He is the danger, right? He wasn't the one playing defensive, and maybe he saw through that all the way since the beginning. Remember, no defensive emblems. Bargain Hunter with the Weakness Finder. Here's our player of the game highlights by our official code partner, Ubez Gold. And man, the early game was just brutal. And that first fight, I get RRQ wants to fight, but against a friggin' Paquito with all the shielding and another realm that you would require, that was just difficult. I think Onic really knew exactly how they want to play this out. And RRQ were the ones kind of taking chances here. There's some moments where it seems like they thought that, okay, it can be done. There are some odds here. But Onic were just playing the more calculated game the whole time, man.
I just cannot understand the fact that they got a CW, a Holy Crystal at the 8th minute of the game.
It's usually like a 2-item power spike, 3-item power spike range, but he needed the Holy Crystal, and look at that damage, man. And there's no way for RRQ to stop it, by the way.
No.
They engage using Dawn, right? So there's no final slash, there's nothing left for them to really deter CW from just walking up like this.
5th item at 10 minutes. 5th item, that was the Divine Grace with the Blood Wings, and that was the moment, by the way. CW waited for the final slash and entropy forward.
Got the final slash, there's nothing left. When you only leave one problem to be solved, that is what top-tier players can do. CW is no different. Once again, just with the comedy and the respect at the same frame.
It's funny that both of them are in the same frame because I kind of wanted to talk about both of them. In Season 9, who do you think was the weakest link from Onic? They were really strong, but who was their weakest link?
You would say CW.
Exactly. CW has definitely stepped up this season, and now they replaced Boots with Ludwig. So they really are trying to iron out the weaknesses and the loopholes. I can't really say how I feel about Ludwig just yet. Maybe Arashi and Miracle has a little bit more to say about him, but the facts are Onic are looking so strong. 11 minutes, 16k gold lead.
The item.
What? What do we...
I mean, Fredrin, I think Kyrie and the Fredrin was going to go for a Skygunner helmet next. That would be what I would be assuming. But that's just even more damage on top of the survivability. And all that was done without Onic really investing everything into aggression. You know, Faramis, in the hands of Sans, was still going with the Necklace of Duran's first item. So they were still respecting every single way that RRQ can maybe come back or find moments, and that is just all denied again and again.
All right, so we said it was 16.3 because that's what it said during the end game portions. But if you do the maths here, it's 16.9k gold lead.
Yikes. I guess there's some delay, you know, from when the game ends and we can see the gold difference.
They beat their own record.
Basically 17,000. Have we ever even seen it that high?
Wow, 15,000 gold lead?
Like
Yes.
I think we have seen
15K,
like
yes.
I think 15 was M5, AP Brand versus Onic, game 1, where
but this high.
Onic were able to come back.
Indo this season we've seen a
16.9.
15K.
No, I don't think we've seen this.
16.9.
But 16, almost 17, I'm not sure.
That might be all time. That's just an unfortunate situation here. And the rich guy, the carry, it's Calvin Winata, man. Just showing everyone, like, you were talking about me being a passive gold laner, a weak lane gold laner with a weak hero. He just comes on and just shows everyone why he is someone to be feared, man. You can't take Calvin Winata lightly.
I have to say, Calvin Winata definitely took the spotlight here, but letting the Mathilda go has got to be stopped. You gotta stop from letting the Mathilda go, because in the early game as well, how CW was able to farm against the Roger, was able to stay in lane and actually win, was because of Keyboy of Mathilda. This guy on Mathilda is disgusting.
Say no to Matilda.
Keyboy Mathilda, say no to
Ban it
Mathilda.
out.
Keyboy.
But what do they sacrifice? Luoyik, Ling Kaja? Or do they take it first pick? Because the Matilda was quite...
Yeah.
That was like last pick of the first phase.
Exactly, they could have taken it, but I think the whole point was they wanted the Angela as a mid laner. Or actually as Ro, my bad, sorry. That's why they didn't want to take the Mathilda. They were scared of using, or basically making the flex potential, erasing the flex potential in the first phase. But is the Angela worth the Mathilda trade?
Exactly, right? At what cost? They were able to do that, but I think they have to reassess, like, you know, the trade-offs here.
And well, let's leave them to reassess that as we do see some... Oh, it's an interview with Onic?
Yes, it is.
All right, we'll just cut to that. Good Clara Mongstar, take it away.
Acaranya Onic ya?
Betul sekali, itu acara kita yang kita persembahkan buat Sonic Bude.
Ada acara apa sih?
Banyak, kita ada giveaway tiket.
Tiket
Ada,
giveaway?
ada.
Oke.
Ada Sonic Trivia bagi-bagi jersey kaos ini kita bagiin ke Sonic. Ada. Kemudian juga ada turnamen Bude. Turnamen buat ngembangin komunitas MLBB.
Oh gitu?
Iya.
Jadi boleh ikut semua nih?
Boleh ikut semua, khusus semuanya boleh ikut join turnamen atau Onic Trivia atau giveaway tiket. Tinggal join Discord-nya Onic Bude.
Join Discord-nya Onic. Oke,
Betul.
kalau kita mau tahu informasi untuk ngedapetin banyak sekali yang kalian mau bagiin itu, kemana tuh?
Bisa cek di postingannya Onic atau Sonic atau paling mudah join di salurannya Onic. Saluran WA, WhatsApp.
Oh, saluran
Iya.
WhatsApp. Dapat linknya atau gimana cara joinnya itu?
Ada di deskripsinya Sobat di Sonic.
Jadi langsung ke sosial medianya
iya,
aja?
semua kita kasihkan. Mau join Discord, mau join saluran, mau join grup juga ada.
Wow, nanti dari situ bisa bagi-bagi tiket,
Iya.
ada mabar bareng, ada turnamen.
Ada mabar bareng, ada turnamen. Kita kemarin juga ada coaching klinik sama tim MDL kita. Ada main bareng sama player, gitu, di Discord semua.
Gak ada habisnya nih acara
Nggak
Onic
ada.
kemarin. THR dari Onic.
Betul.
Sekarang acara, kalau di sini nih ada apa nih di boothnya Onic?
Ini kita banyak Bude, ada beberapa merchandise baru yang kupakai ini udah hampir sold out. Jadi ini harus cek di sosmednya Onic ya buat beli.
Oke,
Kalau yang
semuanya.
ini ada di sini, tinggal beli.
Jadi yang lagi di MPL Arena, boleh langsung ke boothnya Onic, yang ada
Iya.
di rumah boleh langsung ke sosial medianya Onic.
Iya.
Ada yang mau disampaikan nggak sih buat Sonic di luar sana sebelum kita masuk ke game yang kedua?
Oke, untuk Sonic-Sonic yang di rumah jangan lupa berikan dukungannya positif dan juga menarik buat Onic. Biar kita bisa menang dan juga damai di mana-mana.
memberikan dampak positif juga ya.
Betul sekali.
Damai itu indah. Tapi kita juga akan melanjutkan ke game kedua. Siapa yang akan mendapatkan hasil yang indah? Apakah RRQ atau Onic? So caster, mari kita cari tahu.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, at the precipice of disaster for the Kings of Kings if they can't force a game number 3 in this second game of this best of 3 series. They had to accept 9th place. They were able to crawl back into the green zone, and now they're slowly but surely going back to the bottom. Let's hope. Let's hope.
Let's hope.
Let's hope. Let's hope.
Is she glitching? What's going on here?
Let's hope.
Eterna is lagging, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's hope.
How do we fix this? Arashi, what the heck's going on with her?
We gotta get game smacks or something, man. Something to solve. What's going on here? Welcome back. Was that a ping spike?
Whoa. What?
You gotta.
Sorry, what was that?
Eterna,
you gotta avoid it, man.
Not in MPL. This is not acceptable.
I'm so sorry.
We've been going through the season for 7 weeks now, bro.
What happened?
You lagged out. This is something you will never experience with Games Max, and that's why you don't see me and Arashi lag out. Eterna, I can't believe this. I'm disappointed. You should go and check out the crazy Games Max boosters that start at the prices as low as 25,000 IDR. You can get up to 36 gigabytes of data. Hurry up, buy the package right now. Scan the QR code
It's
or
only
actually just click that
25K?
website.
But yes,
Click
it starts
one?
at 25K. You can go for even better packages. That's the starter, the starting kit, right? That's plenty.
Super affordable.
Yeah, 236 gigs.
That's why. How did you lag on broad? That's embarrassing, man.
I'm sorry. I
With
didn't
Games
even
Max here?
realize. No, I think I topped up and then I forgot to rebuy the package.
Yeah. It happens. It happens.
I'm sorry, guys. Don't
guys-
make the same mistake I do.
You guys have to like
Did.
help Eterna out, man. He needs some help, bro.
You need some help, especially when it comes to her hearing in game. I think she's got like really bad
I didn't condone this
audio
one.
quality. Usually, we really gotta set her up for success, and I think Arashi has the right package to give her, which is the Oraimo package with the Edith edition.
Exactly. The Edith edition is what's
Okay.
important here, right?
Okay.
It's the ultimate choice for gamers with Edith's distinctive sound.
Okay.
See, it's Edith specifically. And that's the gaming mode as well, because you're a gamer, of course.
Oh.
That takes your gaming experience to the next level. And as an official partner of the MPL, there's no doubt, man. So you can get a 10% discount at the Oraimo's official store.
Okay.
Go to the orange store and go with the code OraimoMPL when you're checking out, making sure that you can get and unleash the unstoppable sound.
All right. Thank you guys for the tip. So, Games Max, Oraimo. Okay.
Yeah, you'll be playing a CW in no time.
Okay, that.
Thanks for the support. See, that's support, man. you gotta support your peers.
It's support, and it's a bit
Believe.
of copium if you expect to play like CW that game, right? Because he broke records that game.
And he seems chill about it, as always.
Bro, this guy.
So low profile.
He's been on a roll, though, when it comes to jokes, comedy, and
Right.
social media.
You know, I thought that he was actually quiet.
Oh,
but then
hell
Miracle
no.
showed me his social media, the kind of stuff he posts. The guy is a joker, man.
Yeah.
He has his moments, for sure.
I love his skits with Boots.
Yes. Have you seen his skit to wish his girlfriend happy birthday?
Oh my god, I have.
If you guys don't know what we're talking about,
Oh,
check out his
God.
social media. This guy is hilarious. And it doesn't look like he's hilarious because he's so scary in game. And so quiet usually. But this season it seems like, he's like, I'm going to take it chill. I'm going to just have fun this time.
So with seeing that performance from CW, what do you think about Skylar? Is he still the #1 Indo gold laner in MPL ID? You think about it because I'm going to ask you next.
Oh, boy.
I might have to switch up, honestly, after that performance. But we'll see this game.
What about you?
I feel like if you contextualize the question, all right? I feel like it's hard to compare both because obviously RRQ overall together has been on a slump and Onic is on an upwards trend.
Fair.
At worst, I would say equal. I would concede equal for now.
Okay,
What
okay.
color is your 3P, right? That's probably what CW is saying.
But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, in the drafting phase for game number 2, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Once again, RRQ have opted to go for the Luo Yi Harith as well as the Ling Ben. It is RRQ with the second pick this time around. They've opted for that side. Natan, Claude, and Barat. This means that Zakaja is open. Fredrin still going to be the choice for Onic. And that means that the Matilda can be taken away by RRQ this time around.
It's such a weird trade here because if they do go for Matilda, they're probably going to leave the Angela open. And if they do so, Onic will get their hands on an Angela. So maybe for RRQ, the right option to go for right now, Natan's banned out. So do they still go for the Roger here? Do they just take away the Matilda? Do they try to switch it up? Or do they try to double down on what they try to do in game 1?
I think going for the Roger is going to be a bit too risky. I feel like the Angela trade makes a bit more sense. And it might force Sans into an Angela, right? And Sans on less damage can technically be considered a bit of an advantage. But RRQ, they want the whole package. Matilda Faramis immediately.
The strong trio that Onic had in game number 1, they've stolen it away from Onic, forcing Onic into a question. What else, what other strats do you have up in your sleeve? But by the way, the RRQ 100% win rate, prioritizing Skylers here in the first phase, has broken.
Technically, right? Because they did go for a bit of a flex kind of deal. It wasn't his signature heroes just yet, but yes, it has broken.
We have a comment here by Mr. Emperor Jonathan Liandi. In my opinion, Lutfi has already proven why he replaced Boots. This player has a lot of potential. Agree, disagree?
In the words of Lutfi, not mine, this is Lutfi in an interview, he said, yeah, I replaced Boots because Boots is old. Nah, but seriously...
Did he actually say that?
Yeah, Boots told him to say
yeah,
it.
Boots
Boots
said
told him
that,
to say
yeah.
He's a joker himself. I think, yeah, Lutfi has shown why he is starting for Onic. The potential is definitely very, very high as a newcomer. This is his first season, dude.
That's
and
true.
He's playing with an all-star lineup, and so far he's been able to match what the team needs him to match. Filling in roles, even going for, when he gets the Arla too, carrying the game.
Does depend on what kind of tools he is given. But now with the Valentina taken to match that called the Netherrealm. See, I'm reverting back to the old names because we're looking at a draft we would see a while back, man. Faramis, Matilda, Terizla.
Yeah.
This is such a nostalgic trip.
What season is this?
I'm better with history, Mirko. What season would you put this draft in so far?
I would say it's kind of a season 9. No, wait, with the Arlet.
Well, Arlet's new, relatively, right?
Yeah, just ignore the Arlet.
Ignore the Arlet, but like
Matilda,
the
Faramis, Terizla.
Yeah, season 10.
Season 10, 3 seasons ago.
It's been a while since we saw a draft like this, since we saw the Faramis and the Valentina come out so early. Now, Minotaur ban away for the side of RRQ, and Onic banning away the Guinevere, actually. They are expecting RRQ to go all in with the crowd control, just get some domination in a full-blown 5v5.
For it to be a full completion season 10, Yves and Barrett.
And Farsa.
Or Farsa. or Farsa, you're right. And technically both of these heroes have been buffed, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
But we haven't seen the Farsa yet.
Because the buff is so minor. It's like the second skill got buffed a bit. You're still so vulnerable when you use your ult especially, and you're very vulnerable. That's really about it.
And now the meta isn't exactly like a pickoff meta, and that's where Farsa really shines, and so does Yves with the crowd control. But I believe it's after that, no? After that long range meta, purple meta, is where we start seeing all these like the Netherrealm meta for a while was terrorizing the Land of Dawn. So we'll see. RRQ, knowing that they're going to be clumping up together here, ban away the Exborg. Onic are the ones banning away the Fanny, concerned about a curveball here.
It is one of Irad's heroes if he wants to play those assassins. Another assassin, if you would consider this an assassin, is Joy. That's it. Joy and Fanny. Those are the two heroes that he's used that can be considered assassins.
Back in the Philippines, Hayabusa Lancelot also joined in the fray, so technically those two picks are still up for grabs. Bruno pick for Skylar. This is usually the go-to when the Claude and the Natan is banned out, so there you go. Skylar with Bruno. Now, what does CW play?
I was thinking something long range with a lot of damage output, because, you know, that seems to be what's going on right here. Both wanting a gold leader with a lot of damage output. I was thinking something like an Ixia, but it's a bit too vulnerable. It's gonna be a Melissa. This is a bit of a signature pick for him, isn't it, Miko?
Yes, it is.
If I'm not mistaken, Melissa got banned. No, nerfed, right?
Adjusted.
Okay.
Also adjusted. So
what was the change?
The muddles. Usually you're able to just hit nothing and you will still be able to hit with the muddles. Now you need to hit something. You need to hit an entity, whether it be a minion, whatever it is. You need to target something for the muddle basic attack to go through to the enemy. So usually you would just turn up your attack assist, throw your muddle, and hit air, and still be hitting their opponents. So now you need something else to hit while you put the muddles.
Will that affect her range?
It will affect the way that you play Melissa, but she's still very, very good. The only thing that so this is the fun fact when we're talking about the Melissa here. You can actually cancel the penalty zone from Terizla if the Terizla doesn't position his penalty zone properly. If the penalty zone overlaps with the go away, the penalty zone will be cancelled. But if the penalty zone is used right outside of the go away, then it will still hit the Melissa. So there are ways to counter the Terizla for the Melissa.
That's going to be mainly a big difference in the laning phase as well. And so far, that seems to be what really matters right here. The laning phase is so critical in deciding the landscape of this game. And with this being so dangerous, potentially being the last game of the match as well, I think RRQ definitely have an ace up their sleeve with the jungle Direwolf right here. All the sustain, and now a lot of fighting power for the first few turtles. Let's see if this actually plays out well in their favor.
That's a debut pick for Irad in MPL ID Season 13, that Dairoth in the jungle. But the fate of the kingdom hangs in the balance. The fate of the kings of kings are grappling at straws as they look to get a victory, to force a game number 3 if they still want their playoff run to come alive. So much pressure on the hands of RRQ right now. Let's see what they can do in game number 2 of this best of 3 series.
We haven't seen this Direct jungle in a long time with a concussive blast as well, by the way. Trying to get even more clear available. And on the side, Clay also with the Faramis, he's going for the lethal ignition, so you have to watch out for that extra bit of damage. And for Onic, it's just all quantum charges, man. They want to go fast, they gotta go fast. And finally, CW, knowing that's gonna be an even tougher lane against potentially the Mathilda as well, goes for the tenacity for an extra bit of staying power, whereas Kyrie stays with the same build. Bit more damage, a bit more sustain. It's like a good balance between both, but he will suffer when it comes to the wave clear. So we'll see if Irad can take advantage of that.
In game number 1, it didn't seem like it was too much of a problem. But with the Dairoth in the jungle, is there an effect? I mean, we do see that Irad is a little bit ahead of Kyrie. He's still level 3, almost at level 4. Meanwhile, Irad has reached that level 4 point.
But he just has a difference in the clear speed, in the threat for the burst, especially in the gold lane. Now that it's not a Baxia, it's just a hero with a lot more damage available. So it also shreds. So if Skylar and Brusco make the play together, oof, it could have been very dangerous. But no, it is cancelled by CW.
That was interesting. So I'm just looking at the little interactions here for the new model mechanic. Up top though, Lopi going in for some damage. Clay already very low, and ooh, that pullback could have had very tragic results. Lopi level 4 with Sans as well. Clay with level 4. Sans already stealing that nether realm. Irad jumping into the back with the penalty zone as well. Lopi gonna be caught in the damage. Appraiser's back from the Turtle Pit, and that's Lopi who falls as first blood. But the Turtle will be secured as Keyboy gets out with the vengeance. Turtle traded for kill.
Who was it worth it for?
I think it's still, in a way, worth it for Onic. They're the ones who are trying to go for a bit more of a balanced composition. So the fact that they were able to get the turtle despite going up against a Netherrealm, a Mathilda, it's a small victory. But I think Onic has a ways of making small victories start to snowball, start to kind of assist each other. And look at CW. Is finding ways to make this Melissa work, already having a level advantage as well.
Yeah, you can even see it, right? I think the extra range that he has been able to harass Skylar. Even Brusco can't say much when Keyboy goes in for the roam as well onto the Arlet. But meanwhile, the rest of the members already harassing Irad in his own jungle too.
The Flamer Grab used up early. Some strike as the Shadow Stampede pulls him forward. Kyrie still with the Retribution, but now Irad jumps in. A good final slash to disengage with the Circling Eagle. Now with the Guiding Wind, bringing Irad back to Keyboy. A stun to cancel, to disengage once again. And a good win for Onic. Purple buff for nothing.
The issue right now is RRQ. They're spending a lot of resources defensively. So when they try and go in aggressive like that, it's usually after. And Onic have kind of secured their route, their way to go out, their escape routes technically. So you're looking at all these fights. RRQ can win it, but they really can't find the fight. They can't force Onic to stay and fight them in the middle of the ring.
It's really tough. CW still harassing. Look at Skylar's HP right now. He does get some help through from Brusco, but he's been completely zoned away from the turret. That's a full gold plating given to CW.
Yes, we're going to lose out on several gold wagons as well. A lot of gold there. Fortunately, he is able to actually make his way back, and all the plating is taken away by CW. Let's see the items here. It's really a 1k gold lead. Not really the start that I think RRQ were looking for.
Penalty zone on the Sound, he has another round. Flickers out to safety, Circling Eagle knocks him up as Kyrie goes in for the taunt onto Dawn. Now two-man knockout strike, that's 2 times. On him, missed some strike and Irad wins out the retreat battle. Now jumps in on the Sounds, but a final snag on Sounds! He gets done just barely! Clay with the Ghost Burster takes him out. An all-out win for RRQ for now. A kill and a turtle to their name.
Wait. Was Irad already level 7? Or was he not yet level 7? Because he was a level below the last time I checked. Was it a change in the last few moments? Because that was a huge win. CW now in trouble.
Very low, one last hit should do it. He pops into Inspire, but it's not enough. Skylar gets the kill in the bottom lane. And yes, Eterna, Irad was level 6, and then he got the turtle. That's what leveled him up.
Wow.
Small, again, big moment there for RRQ. Immediately just going online in multiple lanes, not trying to push the tempo back and swinging all the priority back to Skylar on the Bruno. Probably trying to get him to snowball even more. That will be the ideal condition right here. But it's the same idea. They want to go for a big fight. They want to out-sustain the members of Onic, and they want to use the Armor Shred to ensure that Skylar will be able to just delete everyone. I think the EXP lane is where it's going to be important later on. Because Dawn is one of their main engage tools. He is the main frontline as well. And of course, Paquito can always make the plays happen.
Two-man knockout with the Circling Eagle. Final slash displacing 2. No initiation. Appraiser's wrapped to sustain back from the Abyssum strike. And in the bottom lane, a bit of a battle again. 1v1, a duel.
And Skylar is now ahead. So initially it was CW being able to have a bigger advantage in the gold lane. Was it because of CW's death earlier on?
Yeah, for sure. But if you look at the gold, they're actually still evenly matched at 4,300. The highest claw power spike, though, is what Skylar is enjoying right now. Like we talked about in the previous game, he needs to try and use it as much as possible before CW gets his own power spikes, because later on, the Melissa will be able to output more damage to more people at the same time.
And now this is where things get interesting, because both of these teams are going to be vying for the next crucial objective. Irad, though.
CW dashing away from the penalty zone. Keyboy in the back doing some damage as Dawn is there. Another round plays down. Irad already very low as Lupin now pops into knockout strike to go back and displace them once again. Muddle plays down on the 2. Clay and Dawn taking some damage. CW is still in the back, free hitting, has the go away, has the Inspire. We're still waiting on a good time to engage. Two-man Circling Eagles. Keyboy gets brought back, but has the Vengeance to sustain just a bit. That's a retreat from Kyrie as Irad is all low, now pinned down by the go away too. Sans picks up the kill. 1-for-1, Keyboy for Irad, but a turtle is secured by Onic as Kyrie continues this chase. Now onto Dawn, who goes and retreats back to his tier 1. Kyrie on the purple buff, RRQ very low. Sans in the mid lane alone. And CW trying to capitalize on this in the bottom lane to take a tier 1 for free.
He's so low on mana, and yet he's still being very aggressive. Kairi now onto Dawn. He doesn't get caught out just yet, but he is going to be able to take away that buff from RRQ. That was a 1-for-1, but Onic was able to secure that neutral objective. So that's a 1.2k gold lead for Onic. We do see Skylar picking up another item.
The Berserker's Fury, that's, I think, the faster power spike he can enjoy over the other marksmen. Now it's going to be critical. They tried to use it to fight earlier, but now, just making a play towards Lutpi here without any setup. They're just trying to brute force the tower take.
Shots, another knockout strike, and another jab in front. Displaced though, Shadow Stampede brings him back now with the final slash. Oh, Lutpi gets a shielding, a Bishop Strike dodged away from Keyboy. Wow, with the vengeances. Just get out, and now Kairi with full HP is just walking them down. 4v3 earlier. With Lutpi recalling, he goes to the bottom lane. Melissa, CW, walking up top.
I think Irad is just being way too aggressive right here. I know that he needs to be in the front, he needs to apply that pressure and the shred, the armor shred as well. But man, he's always in the front, and in the previous turtle fight, he actually lost his life in exchange for Keyboy due to how he was positioning in the turtle dance, technically. So I think RRQ needs to try and make sure that he falls later on, because he still has a lot more to do in the middle of these fights as Onic pushed through. And now they're trying to widen the gold gap by going for all these objectives, while RRQ need to stick together to try and look for these big fights.
By the way, with Melissa, we haven't seen her in so long, but what's her power spike? What's her item power spike? What items are we waiting for? What should RRQ be wary of?
The item you saw.
That's
the
it?
Power spike. That's it. He has 3 items. She has 3 items already now. And now... Uh-oh. Play. Use another realm. That's a taunt from Kairi as well. And that's before Onic even decides to go in. No nether realm right as the Lord spawns in. But yes, CW has hit his power spike. 9 minutes in, 3 items.
And then Karcher as Skylar with only 2 items. Now the fight will break out though.
Withering out Sans. Final smash onto Irad, displacing. Muddle, placed down. Kairi very low. Has to go back to sustain. And RRQ, despite not having the nether realm, will be able to walk away and reset.
Yeah, they don't commit onto this. Lutpi gonna be able to put some pressure in the bottom lane. But luckily, it's the bottom lane, so they are gonna be able to access it very quickly. Dawn versus Lutpi right now. Paquito and the Terizla. The Paquito should have a better time in the far lanes.
He should be more mobile, and as you say that, Chuna, he does make his way there because it was pushing for RRQ. Oh, look at that!
Now with the go away, plays down a Missile Strike, getting rid of the Nether Realm, but CW is caught in the midst of it all. That's another Strictly Ego to displace him. CW still doing damage as he survives all the way in the back. Now it's Lutpi, who flickers forward, gonna go for the assassination on the Skylar, but he has the sliding tackle to escape. Irad taken down, and Onic have won the prolonged team fight. Now it's Lutpi in the back still with a knockout strike. Keyboy trying to run away, a Strictly Eagle to knock 2 up. Kairi there, and Sans picks up the double kill.
How?
At risk again, that's a dash forward. A terrified Keyboy with a conceal. One last shot is all he needs, but Skylar's 9 tackles to get him. Oh, Keyboy! Still able to assassinate one. Now Lutpi with a knockout strike with the shielding as well. One last shot should do it. Sans! Capitalizes on Lutpi's distraction, and meanwhile, Kairi and CW stay busy, takes the Lord.
How can you be that well coordinated, and how do you lose only one person in the midst of all that chaos? Clay?
Bonked to death. Waka King is what they're playing right now, and they're playing it good.
They're just in sync so well right here. And it's so unfortunate for RRQ that everyone that got low in that fight survived with a sliver of HP. Meanwhile for RRQ, they were so desperate, so intent on getting more kills right there. They went and risked it, but unfortunately they lost even more members. Now at a 7k gold lead, with Onic showing they can beat RRQ despite the Netherrealm, despite the Mathilda difference. They are marching down towards RRQ's base with the Lord.
This Melissa pick has proven to be insane for CW, and it looks like that is the entire reason for this pressure. I mean, even with the adjustment on the models, it looks like there's absolutely no problem as the Sky Kings look for the invade.
Well, let's see now. The Muddle zoning them away. They don't even need any of the frontliners to walk on forward. 2-man knockout strike. Just the zone again. Penalty zone for the back by Dawn, and now the Strictly Eagle. Everything that the Realm plays down as they go away as well. Pins them all down. CW with Inspire, reduces the strike. CW dodges away. Calvin with that gets out, and RRQ all get baited by that one man. Now they're stuck in no man's land. Now it's Clay next to fall with a vengeance. Keyboy is placing Brusco, taunted up, locked down, and Kyrie takes him out. Skylar, one last man standing. The Crown Prince stays alive, but the Kingdom fall. Ludpi takes him out. 2-0, clean sweep. The Empire crumbles.
The crowns are still perching atop their heads. The Sky Kings with a clean sweep in this Royal Derby. This truly proves that there is one crown to rule them all.
The thrill and the agony, man. The Onic fans just go wild. Whereas for the Kingdom, it's a completely different story. Expectations were high, but unfortunately, up against the Sky Kings, it is just not enough.
The Thunderstruck prevail.
And this makes it official, ladies and gentlemen. Onic are the second team to secure the playoffs.
One of only 2 teams right now that has achieved what seems to be so difficult, so challenging to do in Season 13. It will be Bigatron and Onic. And for RRQ, it's once again a long journey from the bottom to crawl their way back up.
The Kingdom, man. They're feeling the agony like you mentioned, Arashi. But what again? What? CW. All of them as a whole. I mean, CW was a big standout, but this is a very scary Onic. Let's see what they have to say about their performance. 2-0 against the Kings of Kings. Bude Clara Mongstar, take it away.
Satu tiket playoff sold out di tangan Onic. Inilah tiket kedua dan hanya tersisa 4 tiket lagi. Tapi selamat Onic, kemenangan barusan membuat kalian mengamankan posisi di babak playoff. Lutfi baru main langsung playoff loh.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Tapi menyangka nggak sih kalau match ini akan menjadi penentuan? Match ini yang menjadi penentuanmu untuk masuk ke babak playoff dan kalian ngedapetinnya di sini.
Ya, nyangka.
Nyangka?
Ya.
Tapi ini kan Royal Derby pertamamu berarti ya?
Ya, benar.
Gimana kamu bermain di Royal Derby?
Seneng sih, banyak banget yang nonton.
Oh.
Rame-rame.
Rame?
Ya,
Kalau ketika rame kayak gitu, bikin Lutfi gimana?
ya seneng sih ditonton banyak orang langsung gini.
Langsung ya, semuanya juga mata memandang Lutfi, bagaimana dia tadi bermainnya. Tapi kalau kamu ditonton banyak orang tadi, ada groginya nggak?
Enggak sih, biasa aja. Justru tambah seneng sih ditonton banyak orang gini.
Tambah semangat. Nggak ada namanya demam panggung?
Enggak, itu awal-awal aja, awal kemarin-kemarin.
Udah, sekarang benar-benar full potensial dari Lutfi sepertinya sudah terlihat. Kalau dari Coach Boots, ada ngomong apa nggak tentang Royal Derby ini?
Buat ini nggak ada sih, nggak ada ngomong apa-apa.
Wah, nggak kerja ini kayaknya Boots ya di belakang ya. Wah. Tapi menarik ya, tapi gimana lainnya? Tadi sih judulnya kita udah menggaung-gaungkan akan ada The Battle of Assassin. Assassin Battle. Where's the Assassin Hero, Kyrie?
Halo.
Gimana Royal Derby kali ini?
Ya, gua kira bakal ada assassin.
Ternyata
Di band.
di band. Tapi dari coach sendiri, Coach Adi mungkin atau Coach Siap ngomong nggak? Kyrie, be ready ya. Kyrie siap-siap ya. Kita
Jadi mereka
assassin.
udah siap mau first pick nih.
Mau first pick link, namun tidak.
Gak jadi kan diban soalnya.
Oh, oke. Tapi kamu ada omongan gak sih sama Irat? Have you talk about it with Irat? About Assassin, let's meet with Assassin Hero, Irat.
Ya mungkin di playoffs bisa.
Di playoff mungkin bisa. Tapi melihat pertarungan kedua kalian di Land of Dawn, Kyrie, how do you see Irat in this Royal Derby?
Jago. Jago.
Jago. Tapi ngelihat kita benar-benar berada di posisi 2 untuk Onic. Melihat dari kacamata cewek, kamu dong yang pakai kacamata, we?
Ya, betul.
Iya, betul. Cewek sendiri. Kalian sekarang berada di posisi 2, dapetin tiket kedua dan hari ini semuanya pada minta pantun nanti ya, nanti guys, nanti. Cewek bakal mikir, tapi cewek gimana sih kamu tiba-tiba ngeluarin Melisamu di Royal Derby ini? Ayah naon what happen?
Emang hero pegangan aja sih, Bude. Ya.
Jadi emang ya udah keluarin aja gitu?
Ya meskipun latihannya dikit ya masih bisa lah, tipis-tipis.
Bisa, tipis-tipis. Tapi gimana untuk perlawanan dengan Skylar tadi? Match up-nya gimana?
Jago deh.
Jago. Coba deskripsikan jagonya tuh gimana nih biar Bude ngerti nih. Kayaknya semua orang jawabnya jago.
Ya jago, ya bagus main.
Bagus mainnya. Ada yang mungkin berkesan di game 1 atau 2?
Paling ya landing sih tadi.
Landingnya?
Landing doang sih.
Bisa digambarkan?
Ya kadang gua sendiri, kadang dia sendiri gitu.
Wow, gambaran yang sangat jelas cewek. Terima kasih cewek. Kita semua langsung mengerti ya. Oke, tapi mengingat di sini juga mungkin biasanya kita lihat tuh kalau di Royal Derby itu 2-1, permainan yang sangat ketat. Kalau dari Kiboy sendiri ngelihatnya gimana boy Royal Derby kali ini? Puas gak sih dengan hasil 2-0?
Puas sih Bude, kayak menangnya 2-0, cuman kayak ada yang kurang.
Kurang apa tuh?
Kapten Finn.
Oh.
Kangen.
Mau adu apa nih dengan Kapten Finn?
Nggak tahu sih, yang penting ketemu aja.
Yang penting ketemu aja. Tapi melihat lawan kalian berada di posisi 2. Dan mungkin ini nggak biasa ya. RRQ biasanya tuh unda-undi sama kalian di top klasemen. Kali ini RRQ sedang berada di posisi yang cukup bawah. Gimana kamu ngelihat hal itu?
Paling mereka lagi butuh adaptasi lah. Lagi butuh berbenah lagi, reset sih yang penting.
Butuh berbenah, butuh riset. Dan ngelihat mungkin hari ini belum full potensial RRQ kah menurut Kiboy?
Iya, ditunggu Kapten Finn-nya.
Ditunggu Kapten Finn-nya dari Kiboy. Oh, tapi pertemuan 2 leg sudah usai dan dua-duanya juga dimenangkan oleh tim Onic. Apa yang nggak dipunya tim lawan sehingga nggak seperti kalian nih dari Suns mungkin? Kayaknya kok tim Onic bisa meranjak naik yang sempat lose streak 3 kali. Setelah itu win streak, sempat ada kala tapi menang terus dan kalian bisa terus berkembang. Apa yang nggak dipunya tim lain tapi kalian punya Suns?
Apa ya, sebenarnya kelebihannya nggak ada sih. Ya kita seperti biasa reset, terus maksimalin di scrim. Terus nggak ada sih, itu doang sih. Kayak reset dan scrimnya harus lebih bagus aja sih. Biar di turnamen bisa lebih bagus juga.
Jadi fokus terhadap hal itu. Dan Budi jadi penasaran, kalian udah ngedapetin tiket babak playoff. Apakah di next week-nya kalian akan mencoba mengeksplorasi hero-hero atau gameplay-gameplay? Jadi lebih berani nggak sih atau berani melakukan sesuatu yang baru?
Harusnya kalau di playoff harusnya bisa lebih bagus dan ada di-explore dikit lah nanti.
Untuk
tapi
minggu,
tunggu di playoff aja sih.
Kalau minggu 7 dan ke-8 kalian bakal melakukan hal gebrakan baru nggak nih? Tiket playoff udah punya loh.
Ya pastinya kita cari kemenangan terus. Menang dan menang. Yes, berarti sisa matchnya disapu bersih itu ya? Ya pasti dong.
Pasti. Tapi Sans, Budi tadi lihat ya di story-nya cewek ya. Kamu punya ritual sebelum main ya?
Oh ya, itu Iseng tadi mau bikin sama Lutfi. Joget berhasil tadi. Lutfi malu-malu Bude.
Lutfi malu-malu?
Iya, nggak mau dia.
Wah, serius nih. Ini Sans loh.
Apa?
Minggu depan joget bareng.
Oke, Lutfi, oke.
Oke Lutfi, ini semuanya nungguin loh nanti Lutfi joget. Berarti hari ini baru Sans yang joget doang?
Baru, masih latihan tadi. Minggu depan sama Lutfi.
Latihannya nggak cuma di Mobile Legends ya, tapi latihan joget juga.
Iya pasti, biar maksimal.
Siapa paling jago joget di Onic?
Gak tahu sih. Yang paling jago siapa? Cewek mungkin cewek.
Cewek, tapi cewek katanya pantun. Cewek ditunggu pantunnya, udah siap pantun kan? Gak boleh. Mumpung ini Bude ngobrol sama Sans biar kamu bisa nyiapin pantun loh. Oh fokus main, oke. Nggak ada ritual baru bagi Sans dan juga Onic sebelum memulai match?
Nggak ada sih. Paling nonton bareng. Main game lain bareng gitu. Nggak ada sih.
Yang penting bareng ya. Yang penting bareng.
Yang penting bareng pastinya.
Yang penting bersama. Seperti tak bisa terlepas satu sama lain. Namun kita harus melepas tim Onic dengan pantun dari cewek guys. Silahkan cewek.
Nggak usah malu-malu, we. Keluarkan saja, we.
Keluarkan.
Nggak ada, Bude.
Nggak usah pantun deh, puisi boleh atau cerpen. Tebak-tebakan dari cewek.
Pantun tipis lah ya.
Boleh.
Woi. Ikan kakap, ikan tongkol.
Cakep.
Malu.
Nggak nyambung tuh. Ikan kakap, ikan tongkol. Ulangi.
Ulang dulu, malu tadi.
Ulang. Tenang guys, tenang. Oke.
Ikan kakap, ikan tongkol.
Cakep.
Jangan banyak cakap. Kayak jalan tol.
Oh. Wow. Kita kasih tepuk tangan
maksudnya
lagi.
Onic, win streak jalan tol, mulus.
Yes, keren. Cewek keren, thank you cewek. Dan kemenangan sangat memukau untuk tim Onic yang berada di posisi sekarang masih 2. Tapi tiket playoff sudah didapatkan oleh tim Onic. Congratulations Onic dan Caster. Please 2-0 dan sangat cepat.
Give me that.
Oh man.
You need another one?
It's okay, ladies and
Okay.
gentlemen. You know, sometimes this happens. Sometimes it happens, you know, like,
Need another one?
it's very unfortunate, but the thrill and the agony.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. A 2-0 and another 2-0 stomp at that, right? It was painful to watch if you were an RRQ fan. But if you're an Onic fan, I can really see Gaudy smirk from here.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
That
can feel
Gaudy
it.
smirk.
He's grin.
Feeling it in the bones.
In the bones.
Ooh.
Okay.
Gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, because he was so confident this season, even though Onic went up and down in the standings.
Yeah.
And they were on a 3-lose streak at some point. But he was like, let's chill. And then they lost 2-0, I think, against Aura. Or was it 2-1? Well,
Yeah, 2-1.
the point is they lost against Aura, and I was like really happy. But he was so chill.
It's a true fan
And
right
look
there.
This is just so Onic characteristic. Not just the players, but also the Onic, what are they called? Sonics. But the player of the match goes to CW. Not 1,000 GPM like we saw earlier on, but still super effective. The first Melissa pick that we've seen this season. And the last time it was used was by BTR Shive 220 something days ago.
I mean, we have to see, man. I mean, CW. It was just so good, and he just knows that he was going to be a target, and yet the synergy with his team. I mean, the coverage, of course, his own mechanics, and how the team kind of plays around the threats that RRQ were able to just craft up against him. I feel like that was just so good. He reached the power spike. He went for the malefic roar. He just wants more, man. And this is from a guy who has been labeled the passive guy. The guy who's just like...
Weak side.
Weak side. Who's kind of chill and never gets heated. but he's just out for blood again and again. It's almost like
say
it's
that they're
personal
young and he's
for him.
young and fun. CW.
Yeah. What?
He looks young and fun.
Maybe he is, but the player of the match highlights here for the official gold partner, UBS Gold, shows again that the idea, at least for RRQ, is to get a proper front to back, win it out because of the physical defense reduction debuff. But all the way from the beginning, it's just such a chaotic unfolding of fights here, and CW's positioning is part of the reason. Right there, he gets saved by the... Oh man, the Netherrealm was so good. And everyone else, they know what is the main objective of RRQ. And even though they have to concede some other things, maybe a big combo, maybe some ultimates could be used in a cooler fashion, they don't care. They know that for RRQ, it's get CW or everything just doesn't really end up being worth it. And right here was that fight where it was close for both these teams, but still, they were just out for blood all the way till the end. And unfortunately for RRQ, man, Sans on the Valentina also deserves a massive, like, honorable mention.
Look at that, pops to go away just in time, and Sans, dude, and then the
oh, the slides to the right.
This entire game, you know what I was thinking about?
What?
Imagine a family full of 5 siblings.
Okay.
And CW is like the youngest kid and a girl. So when she gets attacked on, like all the big brothers just like group up and like protect. You know, I don't know why.
I don't know where that metaphor came from.
I get the visual.
I get the
You get the visuals, right? It felt like that.
Bro, I can't with this guy, dude.
It's like...
They came out of nowhere.
Okay, like imagine Angela with like 4 other big brothers.
Like
and then Angela gets attacked or jumped on by a Charisma.
We get it. We get the metaphor. It's just oddly specific.
We just don't get how you got there. Because
I don't know.
for the longest time, we were just saying like, oh, Mr. President.
Mr.
Right?
President,
The
yeah.
whole day,
No, it's
we were talking about Mr. President.
is what you mean, right?
I don't know, it's specifically like that in my
Maybe
head.
specifically Big Brother vibes.
Yes.
Family vibes.
Yeah.
I guess
Okay.
it's because Onic has
It's
an
not-
aura of
Yeah.
familiarity, if that's a real word. So everyone's like, hey, you bullying our guy or girl?
Yeah.
Right? Nah. You get through us first. You want to touch our younger sibling, you get through the big bros first. I think that's what
Exactly,
Eterna
that's what
is
I
talking
meant.
about. I get it. I get it. But moving back into the game, man, the fact that Iran on the Dairoth here, he was just struggling so much to get to the back line. It's so weird because it was supposed to be a proper front-to-back composition. But because CW was doing so well, it stopped being a winning front-to-back. So because of that, they adjusted, you know, and to the credit of RRQ, they went for more of a dive playstyle. They were burning flickers. They were going all in to try and dive in the backline to try and deny CW any kind of damage output. Because at that point, if you just did the same thing and just kept going for the proper front to back, they were just kept losing. And there were some moments where CW were just so low, and not only once, like multiple times. I have no idea how that's even possible to do, even intentionally, but he did it. And so for RRQ Hoshi, in the items, it's a tank build Dairoth initially just for the utility. Maybe if he went for more damage, he might have sealed the deal when they're diving for CW, but that was not the initial game plan. That wasn't an adaptation. So in that sense, you know, there was an attempt for sure, but for Onic, man, this was a relatively low kill game, 11-5. And he's still the rich guy, and the carry is going to be Sans on that Valentina. Even though the IMU is always used for the utility to take away the Netherrealm, Valentina's damage, like we kept talking about, is just so sneaky, so subtle. And in a proper front-to-back like that, the Valentina can actually constantly output all this AoE damage and utility right there next to CW and benefit as well from that go-away. So he played this really well, and he was always there when Onic required extra bit, you know, that last fight where it seems like Skylar was gonna secure one more kill, he just comes out of nowhere and saves the day like a superhero.
There were also like minor things that Sans did that was quite incredible, you know, because back in the
KP
day,
the most damage dealt.
that too,
Yeah.
that too, but other than that,
yes.
So Clay was notoriously great at playing the Faramis against Valentina, I think a season or 2 seasons ago. the way that he uses the Faramis, he's always in the bush. He doesn't want to
Yep.
show his face
Hiding
until
his
he
ultimate.
sees that the IMU has already been used for someone else's ultimate, and then he goes in. And he does that. He tries to do that, but for some reason, Sans always knows where he is.
Yeah. I think initially it worked a bit better, but after a while, it was just too difficult because they're forced to use it so early.
Exactly. So I want to hear what the comms were like for Onic. Was it cold? Was it discipline? Or was it full of passion? Let's take a look at the golden moment by UBS Gold.
Coba kalau ready kabarin ya. Dia mau skill dua nih. Aman gua aman. Udah guys. Aman.
Kocek di sini ya, Pi.
Gua percaya guys.
Kocek Bruno, Pi.
Bruno gua geser Bruno guys. Bruno guys. Gua aman guys.
Ini guys. Gotong. Jangan lu, Pi. Kasih tahu terus, Pi. Depan guys.
Santai. Gua bisa lifesteal guys. Depan dulu guys. Taris no flicker. Taris guys. Enggak ada flicker.
Oh, kasih. Itu dia. Sabar.
Bisa main di lot lagi guys.
Aman gua.
Dia masih ada Bruno.
Nice boy, itu dia boy. Itu dia. Aman boy. Kita bisa di peringkat dunia guys. Aman charge. 12.50.
Nah, itu loh.
Keluar ya. Tinggal guys.
Gua potong. Nice banget.
Aman.
Bantai aja.
Ini guys.
Aman, santai. No flicker Pi.
Nice one. Baru dak. Ini guys, gua gotong. Garis kedua. Nice.
Bisa. Pulang. Aman. Mau coba.
Aman.
What was that last shout?
I couldn't catch what he was saying, but I could
Who
tell
was it?
there was energy.
I don't
Do you
even
know
know
who
who
it
that
was?
was. No.
I don't know. We gotta ask the players themselves later. So it's a good mix. There was calm moments, and when it's a hype moment, they go hype.
Yeah.
A
They're
stark
enjoying the game.
contrast to the ice cold Onic.
They're enjoying
Remember.
the game. Now we finally see Onic enjoy the game. Usually they're so ice cold. It's like they're just at their job. You
They're
know?
human again.
Now it's like, yeah, whoa, they have personality? I thought they were ice cold robots the last 3 seasons, and they were just like built to play MLBB. Now it seems like, wow, emotions, words. Wow, that's how impressive it is. What?
Nothing.
Don't you agree?
I agree.
Yeah, right? Like they've always just been so calm.
I kind of like that though.
The calm, composed Onic.
Not just like them being them Onic.
Oh, the fun Onic. You like the fun Onic?
The fun, yeah.
The young and fun
Like
Onic?
I like
young
them
and
being
fun.
fun and young behind the scenes, and then being very like
In the zone.
cool and composed and like I'm Onic, I'm the best
You mean in the interview?
in the interview.
I hope that doesn't stay in the interviews, because we actually did get
Not
a
the
little bit of
interview.
personality in the interviews.
Yeah,
right?
okay.
What?
Huh? What?
Yeah, because Keyboy said Captain Vin was missing. Something was missing about
RQ.
RQ.
Yeah,
Captain
they
Vin.
missed Vin. They wanna
Vikatron said the
see
same
it.
thing.
Yeah, everyone's looking forward to
Why?
Vin's return.
Vin was their captain. Hello?
That's the only reason?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's for Keyboy? I guess it's a bit personal because they have a bit of history, you know, being rivals in the rowing position in the Land of Dawn.
It's a little
Back-
sus.
I mean, back when there was a time where Vin was up there in the names of like most fearsome roamers, especially during the pickoff metas. He was just
Franco,
added with
Kaja.
Keyboy, remember?
Okay,
So
fine.
Keyboy and Vin is just back and forth, along with Key, I believe. Those 3 names were just top of the list again and again. But that was a different time. I guess that's what he was talking about. I kind of miss Vin being around, you know? It's my boy.
I completely agree.
That's a very solid pick.
Yeah.
100%.
100%. I think I have to agree there as well. But something that we have to agree with as well, like it or not, is the standings update.
Okay, let's see. Drum roll. No peeking. No peeking.
Here it
Okay.
is.
The regular season stand is week number 7, day number 3, presented to you by the first smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Here it is. RRQ Hoshi number 7.
Tell me
Alter
it isn't
Ego
so.
number 8. Okay, let's see
It
what
is so.
changed. So earlier on the day was Geek at 7, and now they are at 6. RQ was 5, now they're 7. Alter Ego and Dewa still in the same spot. Bigatron, Onic, Aura. Oh, Rebellion actually went down. Evos climbed to number 4.
Because of the head-to-head. So again, if you guys don't know how to read this, the first thing you take a look at is the match point, not the match win-lose. It doesn't matter if they have lost more games. or more matches. Match point is what matters. So 6-6-6, you can see Evos and Rebellion 6, and then we take a look at the net game win. -2, -2. If it's still the same there, you take a look at the head-to-head, and Rebellion lost against Evos Glory. That's why Evos are ahead of Rebellion there. For Geek Fam, it's simple because they're just -3.
Yeah, there it is. You cannot count the match win-lose because of the unequal number of how many matches that they've played so far and how many matches they have left.
Right. Until the end of the season at least.
Yeah.
We'll have to like ignore that for now. But man, it's looking so difficult. But you have to remember, actually, we have to still decide on the rookie and player of the week.
I think we've already decided.
I wonder who they are.
I don't know who they are though, actually, because it was actually a close vote.
Yes.
We both, Indo and English, had a different player of the week, different rookie of the week as well.
Spoilers.
No spoilers, because they don't know our choices.
I also don't know my choice.
So I don't even know.
I don't even know what I voted for.
Well, even if you do know, there's 2 votes from the observer team, right? For both these picks, so you have to wonder who actually is gonna get it.
So total of 6 votes plus 2 observer teams. We'll see. Drum roll, please.
Let's see who
Rookie
it is.
of the week?
Deep inhale.
Rookie of the week.
It's Lutfi! From Onic, we do have a quote from Mirko, performing and carrying the team. Whenever he gets his hands on, okay, I don't know what your quote was, but also can fill whatever role the team needs.
I mean, hang on a minute. Well, yes, he's been able to actually, if he gets his hand on carry heroes, he can definitely bring his team to success. Filling the whatever role, I think not whatever role, but he's been flexible and he's been able to actually perform even against tough opposition, against great laners still.
Let's take a look at the player of the week though. Next, who's it gonna be? Eterna.
Drum roll, please. Player of the week. It's a big title. Who's gonna get it for week number 7? It's Annabelle. Annabelle has proven himself as a new talented challenger in MPL Indonesia, who has succeeded in bringing Evos back from adversity. That is a quote from Ranger Amass.
Ranger Amass.
50% Lord rate. If you're looking just at that, it doesn't seem too outstanding, but it's not about just the Lord rate, man. His performance in the game, how he's able to just bring these unique heroes and not just perform well on them, but force bans that some teams wouldn't even consider otherwise. I feel like he definitely has stepped up to the plate and he's showing great flexibility as well. He has a diverse selection of heroes and he performs equally well on every single one of those.
That's so impressive as a rookie, by the way, to
As a
make
rookie.
it here. It's just something with the rookie junglers, man. It's always been rookie junglers, Gugun, Hazel, and then now we get Annabelle, who pops off the Ling as well. Lim Kocho.
They don't look alike. I don't understand.
Maybe it's the hairstyle, is it not?
I think it might be the hairstyle.
Is it the hairstyle?
And the way he plays Ling, you know, like his Ling is insane. The fact that,
Lim Kocho's hair is spiky.
yeah, we're talking about the Ling now. We've moved on.
Ling Kocho.
I can't move on.
And then the Alphas too, that has only suffered 1 loss, by the way, that Alpha of his. Annabelle's online.
Annabelle is online. And for you guys online or even offline, you guys can take a look of the list of MPL awards here in Season 13. I think every week we mention this, so don't forget to vote, okay? We have regular season MVP, we have finals MVP, first team awards, second team awards. We have rookie of the season, most improved player, coaching team of the season, Indonesian and English best talent. We have best teammate, dream team awards, and outstanding media contribution awards. Which award are you looking forward to the most?
Best teammate, for sure, hands down.
Best teammate?
Because I still don't know what the criteria is.
We still haven't asked.
Yeah, we gotta get to the bottom of that.
Can we finally ask? It's
I think
been
every single
7
time,
weeks.
We've been curious for 7 weeks now, but every single time we get off desk, we're like, yeah,
what a
we
day.
blank out completely. We don't talk about the best teammate. So, okay, remind us, viewers, back at home,
give
to ask
Mirko
what best
a DM.
teammate is. Because
Or
I want
call.
to be best teammate.
Or take us in your stories, like, yo, find out.
Yeah.
That's okay too.
'Cause that's a new category.
Yeah, we didn't have that last season.
No. And also coaching team of the season. I'm really excited to see that one because now
like
we get
that.
coaching team instead of just best coach.
Which is completely fair.
Yep.
Let's take a look what we have in store for you guys for week number 8. 2 more weeks. 2 more weeks. Geek, Dewa, Bigatron, Aura. Oh no. On Friday. On Saturday, we have Dewa, Alter Ego. We have the El Clasico, the Classical Derby, Evos and RRQ. Onic, Rebellion. RRQ, Geek, Rebellion, Bigatron, Aura, and Evos. This means that RRQ's next matches Evos and Geek.
That will literally determine whether they make it to playoffs.
Oh boy.
Because Geek and RRQ, and then Evos too, they're all very, very close to each other. So if RRQ lose twice, I think it'll be very tough for them to make it to playoffs. They're going to have to hope that the other teams lose again and they continue to win. And also for Aura, technically they're not safe too. They're 6-6. And they're going to have to go up against Bigatron and Evos. Luckily for Onic and BTR, despite having tough matches, they've already secured playoffs. So more emphasis on the teams who have not secured playoffs, which is everyone else. 3rd to 9th, which is still, oh my, that's crazy.
That's 6 teams. That's
the fact that it's so close. How many 6-6 teams are there right now? I think 4?
4, I think.
4 6-6 teams.
Oh no, I didn't take
Aura,
a picture.
Rebellion, Evos, and Geek. 4.
Oh man. Even last season, when everything was so close up to the last week, you at least knew, like, okay, it's close between some people, but some teams are already counted out, kind of, sort of.
Yeah,
this season is gonna be that much closer, man. I don't know how we keep doing it.
It's just the wow factor. Is it not?
Wow factor?
The wow factor.
Like when you go to your friend's house and you see the Neo QLED Samsung TV,
exactly,
and go, what is that? Is that a window? It looks so realistic.
Yeah, the Neo QLED makes it look like it's a window, especially when you have those wallpapers there where it's just the outside world, especially if you don't go outside much. You probably don't know if it's real or not, right? So you try to touch it and you're like, it's a screen? The screen is shutter-free, smooth gameplay. It basically looks like real life. Go get yourself the new experience WoW gaming with Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus from Samsung.
You know, while you're at it, go ahead and get yourselves the battle emotes as well, because when you're playing, you want to be able to flex. You want to be able to show dominance.
Santai aja bro, santai. That's a Geek Fam one.
Exactly, and you guys can do that with your emotes. Check it out, and it's available. Don't forget, and it's not only a limited time only. It's a permanent purchase now, so
yes,
you guys can get most value from that.
I can hear the Indonesian desk emoting right now.
Oh, can you?
Yeah, they were saying ente, kadang-kadang ente, stuff like that. Can you do it, Arashi? What's the emote?
Which one?
Yeah, your favorite.
Back. The duck.
For no specific reason.
For no specific reason whatsoever. And are you guys students?
Maybe.
Potentially.
Maybe.
Some of them.
Okay, and if you guys are, and if you guys are interested in esports, you must be. You guys are watching MPL right now, right?
Of course, obviously.
Don't forget to register now for the MDL CSR program. All you need to do is scan the QR code over there because you guys can get opportunities for mentorship with expert mentors in esports, internship opportunities at partner companies of mlbb Esports Indonesia, as well as internship opportunities from Muntan Cares. That's a lot of opportunities, guys. Take advantage of it. Seize the moment.
Carpe diem.
And it's as easy as just scanning the QR code, registering, and filling up probably the form there. So go ahead and check it out, ladies and gentlemen. We didn't have this back in our day.
Nope.
No, it didn't.
That sounds so...
old?
Yeah. Sounds like
what
an old person.
It sounds so... What word are you looking for?
You know what they say,
guys. I don't know how to say it.
I
don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Right?
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I know it's coming.
You're forced to hear it.
I can't.
Unfortunately.
Back. Ente kadang-kadang ente.
You have to hear it.
No.
That's why the emotes are just so useful, man.
Back.
Drown out the haters.
What's your favorite emote?
But this marks the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Week number 7, as Gani would say, done and dusted.
Done and dusted.
This leaves 2 more weeks as we finally close MPL ID Season 13. What will happen? Who will make it to the playoffs? Whose dreams will be shattered? Was that like epic and intense?
Kinda
or was
intense.
it not? It was
Pretty
okay?
intense. I'm feeling it.
Okay.
That's feeling it.
even though his team just lost, and he feels it. He feels the intensity of being at 7th place, of trying to fight back, because it's all about that. You know what else Gani would say?
What?
Other than done and dusted?
What would he say?
Good week of MPL.
Does he do that?
Yes.
I've never watched him close.
During play-by-plays.
Oh,
Good
okay.
insert act here.
But with that, ladies and gentlemen, me, Mirko, no, not me, as in me and Mirko,
Okay.
and Arashi, we want to say
Big turn,
thank
huh?
you so much for tuning in. We'll see you next week at MPL ID Season 13. We own this.
Good
See you next
outro.
week.
Good outro.
Good
What
outro.
are you doing? Supposed to make it epic.
It is epic.
Okay.
Good, epic.
Epic.
Dari 6 tiket. Masih tersisa 4 lagi, namun tim-tim lain tentu saja masih ingin berjuang untuk mendapatkannya. Begitu mudahnya mengubah klasemen sementara hanya dari kemenangan 1 match atau 1 game saja. Jadi kita akan melihat seperti apa perjuangan dari ke-9 tim untuk beradu kembali di minggu yang ke-8. Semuanya masih bisa berubah, semuanya masih ada kemungkinan. Tiada yang mustahil. Namun di sini Bude Clara mau sering mengucapkan terima kasih buat kalian semua yang terus memberi dukungan positif hingga hari ini. Lanjutkan dukungan kalian sampai ke minggu 8 dan juga minggu yang ke-9. Dan sepertinya hari ini kita harus berpisah. Sebelumnya Bude ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada para sponsor karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay, official gold partner UBS Gold, dan kita juga punya partner in esports, ada Dunia Games, GamesMax, Ora Imo, dan juga Telkomsel bersama dengan supplier Indomaret, Point Coffee, Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus, dan juga Saturday. Last but not least, our government partner PBSI. Semua super fans, hari ini telah usai dengan kemenangan yang ditutup oleh beberapa tim. Beberapa tim namun harus mendapatkan pelajaran. Akan seperti apa kembalinya 9 tim yang berjuang di minggu ke-8? Jangan sampai melewatkan epic battle dari 9 tim dan juga perebutan tiket babak playoff. Bude Clara Mongstar mengucapkan selamat malam, selamat beristirahat, matur nuwun. See you di minggu 8 MPL Indonesia Season 13. We own this!
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan